Welcome to an Ice Guys Live Betcast. It is Super Bowl weekend, Super Saturday, if you will. And for the second year in a row, we are delivering for you guys, our loyal fans, viewers, listeners of the show, the Ice Guys, the best damn daily NHL betting show on the planet. We are giving you, once again, a special Super Bowl weekend, Saturday night live betcast. It's the only Saturday night betcast we've done this season. I think it was the only Saturday night betcast we did last season as well on Super Bowl weekend. And probably be the only one we do this weekend on a Saturday, but excited to be here. It's a great Saturday night slate coming up. We've already had a bunch of games on tap already here on this Saturday card. And we'll recap those briefly as well. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Hit the like button. The big news to begin the betcast is that, as I said on the Daily Show this afternoon, my colleague, co-founder of the show, Alex B. Smith, has really been sick, really a bad sickness, illness, and just feeling like a bag of shit, really, the last 12 to 24 hours. But he's not back to full health yet, not close, but he is going to gut it out through the betcast and join us for portions of the betcast tonight, which is great to see, great to hear. So Alex B. Smith will be along joining me in just a moment. Of course, we've got a bunch of viewers and listeners that will be joining us as guests. Those of you that want to join us on the stream, make sure you DM me at Bobano Bets is the Twitter account. Don't be going to the old one anymore. It's at Bobano Bets to DM me for a spot on the betcast. We'll send you the link, or you can email bobano350@gmail.com, and we will send you the link for the betcast in just a few moments. First of all, I want to point out a couple of things regarding this card today. It was not a great afternoon for yours truly from a betting standpoint, really, other than a lucky miracle winner with the Flames and the Islanders going over the total, thanks to Patrick Waugh's goalie pulling antics again, where he pulls the goalie with like 5 minutes left. And, of course, the Vancouver-Detroit over. Everything else was just not very good for the afternoon results. Canucks blowing a 3-1 lead, which is something you have not seen very often. But credit to Detroit. Pounced on a couple of mistakes. And then I don't know what I am watching from the Boston Bruins right here, as this game is mercifully fucking coming to an end for the Boston Bruins. And it's a good thing it is, because I'm telling you what, this Bruins team, that's about as bad as I've ever seen this team play the last 4 or 5 hours. I mean, you talk about an absolute shit, fucking horseshit performance. This has been at the top of the list today from the Boston Bruins. You talk about just not even showing up to play, and that's exactly what's happened today. You know, if I'm the Bruins, this was such a pathetic performance today against a struggling, reeling Washington Capitals team that had nothing going for them today. I would reward the season ticket holders with, free tickets for the next week or something. I don't know, give them free concessions, free drinks, free booze for the next month or something. Give them free parking for the rest of the season at TD Garden and something. Do something to make it up to the people that had to sit there and watch this crap for the last 2.5, 3 hours. I mean, awful. And look, I don't want to hear it that, the Bruins, they've won so many games. They're due for a bad game every now and then. This is bad. This is awful. This is like a team didn't even come to play, didn't even care about the game, didn't even give two shits about the product that they were putting out there for the fans that paid their hard-earned money to watch this game. I mean, it's just absolutely pathetic what we are seeing here from the Boston Bruins. Absolutely ridiculous how bad they have been here in this game. The only good news is I just cashed Ovechkin plus 210 to score a goal, because he just potted one into the empty net. But the only thing that I can say of positive from this dog shit hockey game that I've just unfortunately sat through for the last 2 hours. Actually, that's not true. I was actually watching probably more Gonzaga, Kentucky, and some other shit. Other sports. There are other sports going on today, not just hockey. And this got so bad, I had to put Gonzaga, Kentucky on. I had to put some college basketball on. I said, fuck this game. I can't take this anymore. It's absolutely pathetic. 3-0 Washington, though. Credit to them. They're going to snap their losing streak. People will think Charlie Lindgren's back on the beam now because he got a shutout. And to be honest with you, though, you could have put me in net, and I might have notched a shutout here today with how pathetic Boston was. Did they even shoot the puck today? Holy shit, they had 10 shots on goal, basically just a few minutes ago. And Marchand's got that 1,000-mile stare right now. I don't blame him. I mean, I don't know what this was. This is just a team that wasn't ready to play hockey today, period. Anyway, that's enough of that. We got stuff that's coming up. We got a great game coming up, Colorado and Florida. It's just underway now. And we got Matt Robinson filing on in here on the Betcast. Matty, welcome in. What's up?
What's going on, man? How are you?
I've been better. Didn't have a great afternoon, and I watched one of the worst hockey games known to man the last 2.5 hours. But other than that, I'm good.
I'm in a similar boat. I woke up, obviously 4 games at 10 o'clock my time. Went with my first period over in all four missed. Had the Stars first period, which I know you and Zach Urban both took. That obviously missed. Glad to see Dallas get the win. And then, of course, I had Capitals Bruins first period over and game over, which both missed. So it's been a tough slate, to say the least. Dug myself a bit of a hole. But there's some great games on tonight, as well as obviously got quite a few bets going for tomorrow already. So, there's always room to come back. So
100% right. It's a long slate. We've only gotten through the afternoon games. In fact, there's more games tonight than there were this afternoon. So we've got, lots of time. I really do like this card tonight. I'm excited about it. I like it from a quality of games perspective. I like it from a betting standpoint. I think there's some good bets on the board tonight. Of course, I mentioned a majority of them earlier today on the Ice Guys show. Colorado, Florida is the game that's just underway right now. Scoreless in the opening period. I do have in this game, not a lot on the side, but I do have a little first period over in this game, and I do have a little both teams to score in the first period as well. We do have the Avs on a power play right now, by the way, here in this game. A team that has really had a tough time, Matt, as you know, on the road. We talked about that a lot. And look who's that? Who's that? Your little friend there? Who's that?
So I'm up at my parents' house, obviously, for the Super Bowl tomorrow. They're having a little barbecue. This is my parents' dog that actually is named Sagan after Tyler Sagan of the Dallas Stars.
Really?
So
wow.
He's they've got one more that's sitting on the deck right now. His name's Ben. So big Stars house, not just myself, obviously my parents as well. So
now are they Stars fans too? Your folks?
Oh yeah. So we grew up, I grew up in Dallas, obviously. They just officially moved out here in 2020. My dad's sort of in the transition to retiring, and so sold their place in the Dallas area and moved out. But yeah, we had season tickets a handful of years, and then we would do like the half season ticket package. And then there was a time my little brother was playing in Chicago, my older brother lived in San Francisco, I was in college, and so they started weaning off that. But yeah, we used to do a lot of Christmas Eve games. We used to do a lot of New Year's Eve games as a family. So they pretty much watch every game. So, but Ben and Sagan, the two English cream Goldens. So they get a lot of weird looks when they drop the dogs off, like at a boarding place or daycare. They're like, what is Sagan? But
you got to tell them the old Dallas Stars story that Tyler Sagan, one of the best players on the team, we're big Dallas Stars fans. Then it all makes sense. It's just that people aren't used to hearing Sagan as a first name for somebody. Dog, human, anything. Yeah.
And the funny part is Ben obviously is Benn, and they're like, they just think my parents don't know how to spell Ben. but no, and shouts to Sagan for having a good game today. A couple goals. That line is unbelievable this year. So I think it's got a lot to do with Duchesne. I think he really kind of brought Sagan back into an offensive threat, and then Marchman obviously looks light years better than last year. So hopefully they keep it up. The Avs almost just scored, but big save.
Yeah, good save, Bobrovsky, indeed. That was actually, they had some really good pressure, buzzing a little bit on that power play, but unable to convert. And that's been another issue, actually, for the Avs the last few games since the break, the Ranger game, the Devil game, and the Carolina game. Their power play is not really clicking like we're used to with them, and with the potency they have. You can throw out Cale Makar, Nate McKinnon, Mikko Rantanen on this kind of a power for this team with the man advantage, and their power play just hasn't been firing on all cylinders here the first few games after the break.
Yeah, they've really struggled, and I mean, they did come back. Were they playing Carolina or New Jersey the other night that they went down 3-0 and kind of
came back, got it to 3-2, and then they just couldn't get over that hump, tie the game, and eventually Carolina made it 4-2, and that was pretty much it at that point. Carolina really put a blanket on them in the third period.
Yeah, it's been obviously being a Stars fan. Colorado and Winnipeg seem to have struggled at similar times, and like that Buffalo win for Dallas was obviously a squeaker. They got pretty lucky to get that win. I mean, they definitely had their fair share of chances, but yeah, with Winnipeg and Colorado both losing that night, that moved Dallas into first in the Central, and so I mean, today's win was big. If Florida can win this game, that's good for Dallas and Dallas fans. But I'm just hoping for a good game. I want to see some goals. Usually Saturday is goal day, right? And it
Not
just
so
seems
much
like it
today,
hasn't been
other than the
today.
Detroit game, and there was a very, very fortunate overcash with the Calgary game against the Islanders, which was largely due to what. Patrick Waugh pulling the goalie as
Patrick Waugh,
early as
baby.
possible. Something to keep in mind, Matt, with these live betting opportunities with the Islanders. When they're down by a goal or two in the third period, before it gets to
Yeah,
that 5-minute mark, you pounce on a live over because you're going to get the chance to see not just one goal, but maybe two goals, because he'll pull the goalie again down 3. That's exactly what he did. When it got to
yeah,
4-1, he's pulling Varlamov again.
yeah. Coleman scored, and then they actually did end up getting a goal, and then Calgary got that fifth one. So
Yep.
obviously a big swing. I'm sure early in the third, you could have got live at like, I don't know, 5.5, maybe 5, and obviously cash pretty easy if you lived it.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's something I'm going to be looking for moving forward. Islanders trailing in the third period of these games, and this is a quick trigger that Patrick Waugh has with pulling the goalie. In fact, he's the one that started the big movement. The pulling the goalie earlier than the usual standard minute and a half left in the third period started with Patrick Waugh when he coached Colorado about a decade ago. He's the one that really started it, and now we've seen coaches basically start doing that more and more ever since. But it was Waugh that really got the ball rolling with that. So keep an eye on this when you see the Islanders trailing late in the third period. A live over is probably going to be worth a look moving forward. Matt, by the way, we should update everyone, is in the process of job searching right now in his life. He just, unfortunately, we just saw Bell Media, the disaster that was, and laying off 4,000 people in the television and radio industry for them, and they try to make it sound like they give two shits about people's mental health. What a joke that is! But Bell Media,
Yeah,
just ridiculous, laying off 4,000 people. Unfortunately, in Matt's previous gig, he was laid off just recently, so he's looking for work now in the short term. But the reason I bring that up is because he's got a little more free time on his hands right now. He'll be actually joining us on the Ice Guys show 2 days a week for the next few weeks, Tuesdays and Thursdays. So we're looking forward to that, Matt. You're doing a great job. People like it when you're on the show. Apparently your friends do, because you mentioned they're all asking you, when's Matt going to be on the show again? So you're going to be
yeah,
on 2 days a week now, Tuesdays and Thursdays, starting this week. So looking forward to that.
yeah, for sure. Obviously, unfortunate with the layoff, but I mean, it was like the third round of layoffs for my company. The writing was on the wall. I'd already been kind of looking at new jobs, as I had mentioned before on the Betcast, but yeah, wide open free time. I've gotten a lot of days on the slopes the last couple of weeks. But yeah, looking forward to joining 2 days a week. I a lot of times I know that the Stars are on the road a lot in February, but they seem to play a lot of Tuesdays and Thursdays games, and obviously big slates most
Yeah, them
Tuesday and
and
Thursdays.
80% of the league. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm excited. I obviously, the Wednesdays and Fridays are still fun to be on the show, but I obviously love it when there's 10 or 12 games. You get a little more action to choose from. How it is with Nason and Coleman and those guys. When I joined the show, they seem to score goals. So the more games, the merrier. So yeah, definitely excited the next few weeks, and then kind of we'll take it from there. But yeah, I'm pumped. I'll be ready to go for Tuesday. I got those 3 days right before the All-Star break. It was like Thursday Betcast, and then I think Friday Saturday show, and then it's been a gap. So I feel like I've been missing it. So looking forward to it. Like I've said in the past, I feel like I have a better day for sure when I'm on the show. I just get a little more perspective, you and Alex, and if there's another guest on, that's even better. But just bouncing perspective. The chat's always got some awesome insight as well, and weird parlays and stuff. So yeah, looking forward to it this week. Haven't looked at the card yet. Obviously with the Super Bowl tomorrow, that's been kind of my focus. but definitely we'll start taking a look on Monday and getting into it this week.
Yeah, and you know what? I've tried to make a point of it. Look, Alex and I are more than capable of doing a two-man operation on the show 7 days a week. But the more I thought about it, the more I heard some comments from some of our viewers and listeners, it'd be nice just from a variety standpoint. You incorporate, some semi-regular guests to join you on the show. So I've really been cognizant of that and been trying to add a regular guest type of addition, if you will, to the show on a regular basis. And now we've got that. For the next few weeks, you'll be on Tuesdays and Thursdays. We've got our guy Zach Urban on Saturdays. We've got Brett Skalski on Mondays. So, we've got a nice little rotation to help Alex and I out because, our voices get tired every now and then too. I mean, we need some other people on the show to speak as well and give their thoughts and opinions on the games and from a betting standpoint.
Yeah, and I've said it before. It's the fact that you do the Ice Guys and then typically have the NBA show as well most days, or is it every day as well?
Yeah. The NBA is Tuesdays and Thursdays with Ski Profit, who's great, one of my favorite friends in the business. Wham and Dutch, they're really good too, good friends of mine. Tuesdays and Thursdays, the NBA show with them. I do my own NBA show on my own channel, Mondays and Wednesdays at 4 p.m., same time, 4 p.m. Eastern. But Friday's the one day I don't have a show at that time. But 4 days a week I do. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy, especially the days, where you end up by yourself or, even with you and Alex, like you're talking for, the 60 to 100 minutes on the Ice Guys and then jumping over to the NBA. So yeah, and I think you don't want to get to a point where you've got 15 guys talking over each other or anything like that. But when you get 3 or 4, even 4, we had that Saturday before the All-Star break where Zach and I were both on and Alex was there as well. You get some good perspective. If you're kind of back and forth on a game, like, oh, I like this over, but then I hear all 3 of you guys feel good about the over, that's enough for me to justify. So it definitely helps having a, couple new faces bouncing ideas and different perspective. Obviously Zach played the game at a high level, and so he's got some insights into locker rooms and things like that. It's like when Demers was on the Betcast last, and he was giving us some, anytime it's a dad trip.
By the way, there's no Jason Demers on the Betcast tonight. He's getting trashed in 3 sheets to the wind and whooping it up at the Waste Management.
He's at Waste Management, yeah,
in Phoenix.
Yeah, I
right
saw
now,
his.
He'll be out to
pasture
tonight.
Story. It looked wild. Yeah. I have a bunch of buddies out there at the Waste Management. I definitely want to do that one of these years. And with my brother being down there for college the next couple of years, they're on the road. They're playing University of Colorado Boulder tonight. But he went last year, and so hopefully next year or the year after he'll be in Phoenix, and I'll be able to fly down for that because that looks like a time.
Yeah, absolutely. It certainly does. I'm thinking of I want to get a live bet on the board here in this Avs Panthers game. I actually like the start for Colorado. I'm not at all surprised. They've started, with some energy. They drew a penalty early in the game. I like what I've seen. They've had some chances and opportunities. Nothing's gone in yet for them, but it's been a decent start. I'm just looking to see what the first period team totals are right now, currently for this first period, because you can bet period team totals as well right now. I'm just taking, well, it looks like Colorado just took a penalty, so they will have to kill off a Florida Panthers power play. So I might wait, until I see this power play go, take place, and then maybe, because I'm interested in getting on some kind of Colorado to score a goal here in the first period, based on what I've seen.
Yeah,
but let's see them kill this penalty first.
I like that. Yeah, if they kill the penalty, it's a huge opportunity, big momentum swing. But yeah, as I mentioned, I'm up at my parents', so I'm across the border in California. So I've got my one book that I can do pretty well with live sides and money line and puck line, but the props are just not really there. So probably won't be doing as much live betting as I typically would on the Betcast. But I did make sure to get in some stuff earlier that I liked in these later games. So I've got a little parlay going with this first period over that obviously we're 10 in with no goals, but hopefully we get a couple quick ones. And then I think it's the Toronto-Ottawa game and What's one of the other 7 o'clock Eastern time games? Not the Winnipeg-Pittsburgh game. There's one more at 7, correct?
Well, the overs that I like at 7 Eastern, the two that I think, and given the way today has gone so far,
there's Florida.
There you go. Yep. Power play goal, Panthers.
Now we really need an Avs goal. We'll get that both teams to score that first period over.
Well, I'm already on both teams to score. So the problem with taking Colorado now to get a goal is, I'm already on both teams to score first period.
Yeah.
So I don't think I'm going to bet that now. What I will say to everyone watching is if you're not on both teams to score in the first period already, because basically betting Colorado to score a goal in the first period right now is the equivalent of both teams to score in the first period. So what I would do right now is you can get plus 150. Okay. You could either bet Colorado's, to score a goal or over 0.5 goals in the first period at plus 150, or you can just bet alive both teams to score plus 150 right now in the first period. That'll get the job done as well. So I'm already on both teams to score in the first period. If I wasn't on that, I would be taking Colorado to score first period goal because I like the way they were playing before, unfortunately for them, giving up that power play goal. So it's 1-0 Panthers. Again, Colorado to score a goal in the first period and or both teams to score in the first period, whatever your book lists it as. You can get that in the plus 150 to plus 160 range right now, and I would endorse that. But I'm not rebetting it again though, because I'm already on the first period, both teams to score, and the first period over in this game. But that's big because now 1-0, and you've still got a whole half the period left.
Yeah, and Ian, I know we got cut off with that goal. So at the 7 o'clock Eastern, we've got Toronto, Winnipeg. Toronto, Ottawa. Yep. Winnipeg, Pittsburgh, and then what's that third game?
Third game, Toronto, Ottawa is the one that
New Jersey.
New Jersey, Carolina is the other one.
Yeah,
especially early. I mentioned on the show today, Matt, with the New Jersey Carolina game. New Jersey's 2-0 to the first period over since they've been back from the break, and so is Carolina. And not just that, they've both also had both teams to score in the first period cash in both of their games since the break. As well. So I like the both teams to score first period for Devils and Hurricanes as well. Well, we appreciate it. We appreciate this guy so much. It's not been easy for him today. I've heard the stories too, based on everything I've heard from Alex and DMs, is that he's really felt like a bag of shit here the last 12 hours with the sickness he's gone through. But here he is. You can tell in his face. He's battling through it. He's struggling right now. He's powering his way through.
Some Gatorade.
Got the Gatorade, yeah. This is my second or third bottle of Gatorade. I've already had a giant bottle of Pedialyte. I've lost 9 pounds since I was on the air with you guys yesterday.
Wow.
So I'm really struggling through it, but I didn't want to miss this today. It's Super Bowl weekend and a big slate of games. So I'm happy to be joining. I'll probably be in and out throughout the night, but gonna try and stick on for at least 20-30 minutes here. In the first
camaraderie of good people too helps, as I said to you earlier. That definitely helps. People that are loving a little Alex B. Smith in their lives, even when he's feeling less than 100%.
I appreciate the nice words to everybody left on Twitter and stuff. So thank you guys.
Yeah, no doubt. Alex powering his way through, and that's I love that he included the Michael Jordan image. This is his version of the flu game. If MJ can do it, so can Alex B. Smith. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. It's been rough, but the games have been weird today. Both ABC games, I'm sure not what the executives wanted. 3-0 Boston game, which seemed like it went on for 4 hours, and the Bruins did nothing. And then you had St. Louis and Buffalo, almost a chance for a draw there. I know some people that took it live. I didn't grab it live. St. Louis putting that one away 3-1. So it's funny how Kevin Adams goes, "Oh, we need to get a goaltender down." It's like, yeah, everyone else in the world knew that in July except you. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting so far. So,
yeah, it's been a weird slate.
Way to go there, Einstein. You really cracked the code on that one. Yeah. My goodness.
Yeah.
So anyway, just before Alex got in here, 1-0 Florida. They scored a power play goal. Colorado's had a nice start. Really, they carried the play early. It couldn't cash in. They take a penalty, and Florida does. I mean, that's kind of the way it's going right now for Colorado on the road. But I did bet before the game the first period over and both teams to score in the first period. And I said if you weren't on that pregame to take maybe Colorado to get a goal before the end of the period, because I like the way they've started here. Plus 160 is the price on that now. and it's probably going to trickle up further the longer this period goes on. And again, there's still 8.5 minutes left in the first period right now, so plenty of time. It does feel, though, like Florida's tilted the ice a little bit since that power play goal.
Big chance there for Florida. That was way wide.
Yeah, that power play goal tilted the ice a little bit in their favor. It's really got them going, a little adrenaline and momentum. And Colorado was carrying the play before that. But see, that was a total. You don't see that from a guy that hasn't missed very often this year, Sam Reinhart. But that was a brilliant chance he had, and he basically whiffed on it.
Yeah. Oh, wow. It looks like a pretty packed house there in Florida. I know sometimes they struggle.
I can't rag on the fucking fan base anymore. No, the crowd,
they show up now.
Really good this year. Yep.
If you win, they come. That's how it works.
I'm seeing a full house. Like, look at there's like barely any empty seats. Like, this is a sight for sore eyes. They couldn't draw flies for years there.
This place used to be nothing but seats 10 years ago. It's amazing.
That's right.
They even had a couple playoff runs where I was watching games and like the first and second round, and I'm like, where is everybody? Like,
Florida,
it looks like
Detroit, or
game.
Florida, New Jersey. I think that was like in the 2010s, where they had like a half empty, and like the first home game in the series, like game 3, and they had a place half empty. That's embarrassing.
It looks like a junior rink in the North American League down in the South Division. All the teams down in the South were ex-pro teams, so they all have like 6,000-7,000 seat arenas, and teams like Odessa, where Hellebuck played, like maybe get 1,000 fans. So it was dressed like a seat night all the time. But yeah, Florida, Tampa's never really struggled with attendance. They've always seemed to pull a good crowd. I'm sure there's weekday games or during football season, but they seem to pull a good crowd.
Fucking incredible saves, 2 in a row just now by Bobrovsky to keep it 1-0 Florida. Wow, Florida, great pressure though, cycling the puck around all over the Florida zone. This current shift here for Colorado. A couple of big saves by Bobrovsky, and another one too. Yep.
Avs to score next might be worth a look.
That's what we're hoping for, Alex. We got both teams to score, and like I said, if I wasn't on it already, I would have taken Colorado to get a goal in this period because I like the way they play. They've done everything but finish so far. Other than like the power play is what got Florida going a little bit, but 5-on-5, this has been Colorado's period so far.
Yeah, good pace and motion so far for sure.
You got to think too. There's a little extra urgency for Colorado. They got absolutely walloped, and I mean walloped by Florida at Ball Arena last month, 8-4, and you haven't won on the road here since the All-Star break. You lost to Devils, Rangers, and the Hurricanes the other night. So you kind of need to get something. You need to get a result here on the road. You can't be one of these home cooking teams. Like Tampa and Colorado both have been falling into this trap lately where they just got to pick up their game away from home.
Yeah. But what's the correlation between those two? Teams that had long playoff runs, teams that played a lot of big meaningful hockey over the years.
Yeah.
Another big stop just a few moments ago by Sergei Bobrovsky. I mean,
I know.
There's not much you can do if you're Colorado. You're doing a lot of good things. You got to stick with it.
This has been the most exciting game so far.
Oh, no question.
In my opinion. Yeah.
This is putting the Boston game to shame. I mean, my gosh, that game was just an eyesore. So it's any game's going to be an eyesore when one team doesn't even show up to play.
Yeah, 8 shots in 2 periods. I mean, and you've got to think like Washington's been struggling. Like if they were playing like a high power team, like Toronto looks good the other night. Like a team like that, like it could have been 7-8-0.
Yeah, I agree. Yep, no question. I mean, this is like a power play that Colorado's got going on right now, and it's 5-on-5.
And I kind of popped in on the end of your rant, Ian, about or like for the Bruins fans. I was laughing.
Like, give the fucking fans that attended that disgrace and debacle today, like free parking for the rest of the season or some concession discount or something. You owe it to them after that. And I know they don't lose many hockey games the last 2 years, but that's an absolute atrocity right now by the Bruins today. And it was so bad. What about the people that aren't season ticket holders or only get to one game a year?
Coming up for Florida.
Yeah, Florida power play. Yeah, Colorado just took another penalty.
Well, the other thing is like I guarantee you those tickets weren't cheap for TD Garden today.
Yeah.
Saturday, or late afternoon, I guess Eastern time. On ABC, I'm sure people paid a pretty penny to be there and to watch their team get 4 shots a period for the first 2.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be very happy, but at the same time, it's an 82 game season. I'm sure if I'm a Boston fan, I'm not worried about it. It was just like, man, what a boring game.
I'm going to also jump on Colorado next goal if they kill this penalty. That's a game plan for me as well. Right now,
I'll jump in on that too.
I like it.
Yeah. That's, again, we're talking about these angles we look for. We look for critical moments of the hockey game and a big penalty kill, especially on the road. That can be such a just gives energy to the whole entire team, the whole entire bench when you have a big penalty kill. And this is a big one because they know they've played a good period and they don't kill this off. They go down 2-0. It's like, wow, what did we do to deserve this? Because we've played great at 5-on-5. So, but if they do kill this penalty, Colorado, then the energy's back and it's like, all right, big kill. We're down a goal. Let's go, boys. Next shift, get in that offensive zone, cycle that puck, work their D. And that's why we look for these spots where I always say in these live betcasts, betting on a team to score the next goal after a big penalty kill. It's an angle that works, in my opinion, more often than not.
Yeah, I'm not sure who would be scoring the first goal. I know somebody in the chat asked that, but I do think that Colorado will be able to possibly get one in there.
One, as much as we love placing our live bets, when we go for who's going to score the very next goal of the game, that's some lottery shit right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you can always, a McKinnon maybe, but yeah.
I mean, here's the thing. All right, so if you think they're going to maybe draw a power play, you could take a shot with the guy who maybe at the bottom of the line in his regular, rotations, or somebody who's kind of but has power play time. Yeah. That's something to look at. Like maybe take a defensive, take him a car prop or something.
Like take a Stefan Nason if you think they're going to get a power play if it's Carolina playing. Just a guy like, third to fourth line guy, but definitely chips in on the peeper.
I don't have access to betting.
Your power play units. Know who the power play unit players are. The first and second power play units. Because if you're going to bet the next goal scorer right before power play begins, you want to know who's on the ice and going to get those opportunities and those minutes.
Yeah, I don't have any books available where I can bet live players to score. But yeah, that would be something I'd be looking for. If I could time with teams that are possibly going to be going on a power play or even a penalty kill. Hell, talk about going against Vancouver, looking for shorthanded goals.
Just to experiment with it, I just now, just $10 on it, nothing big. Evan Rodriguez for Florida, who gets power, and he had a great chance a moment ago. I took him 16-1 second goal scorer.
Oh man, if he scores, I'm going bananas. I'll take a shot.
Yeah, no shot. You think you're going bananas if that happens? What about me?
Yeah, that's a hell of a hit.
Well, I gotta take 2 shots too because Alex isn't feeling well, so I gotta take a shot for Alex as well.
Appreciate that.
Oh yeah, we got my beer. We're ready to go. First of many tonight. Yeah.
Got a little tea and soda going right now.
Yeah. Just gotta get it ready with you guys.
Oh, Reinhardt, Gino. There's the first period over, though.
Oh, there's the first period over. Yep, there it is. Yep. Sam Reinhardt. Oh boy,
parlay alive. So now I need
what a gut wrencher for Colorado, right? Right in the slot, right in the old Catalina wine mixer, right there, right in the slot, the bumper zone, the mixer, whatever you want to call it. Just left him unmarked. You can't leave that guy of all people in that spot. I know you're one man down. You can't account for everybody. That's the one guy you fucking account for.
Yeah.
Call me crazy. Call me crazy, but you probably shouldn't be laying a price with Florida the rest of the season, right? If you're getting anything above $1.40, you should be tying Sam Reinhart to Florida money line if you like them to win.
Yeah.
Like that's probably the best way to attack the Panthers moving forward. You should not lay a price with him because he's scoring at will every night. So win or lose, you're going to at least get half of the parlay on a 2-leg with Reinhardt and Florida. Yeah. So something to think about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a good point.
All right, now we need an Avs goal because I've got the over as well, like the full game over, and that would hit your both teams to score. Oh, there it is. Oh, how does that not go in?
Wow.
Slid around the crease.
Holy shit, that didn't go. Wow. If you're Colorado, you're starting to really, get. Hopefully, it doesn't show they get frustrated. But look at that. That was right along the goal line. And I think someone in the crease for Florida, one of the defensemen, got a kick save and a beauty by one of the defensemen to keep that out.
Goes 5-hole. It's whoever got Lettinen's stick.
This is going to end up being a horrendous beat for anyone that took Colorado in the first period to score, or both teams to score to fall short, because they've had just all kinds of chances. Look at that, right along the goal line. And I think it was who the hell kept this out? Someone did. Oh, it was the back checking forward. It was my old friend, the Listerine man. It was E2 Cool Mint Listerine kept it out.
It's as a Stars fan, I would love the Avs to go on a little LA Kings drought.
Well, no shit. You're trying to beat them for the division. Yeah.
They're just, they're too good to count out, but they've definitely, it's one of those things where that plays like what just happened, where you start to be like, as a team, you start to doubt, like, are we slumping? Like, when you're missing bounces like that, it's tough to feel confident as a team.
Lomberg just hit the post a few moments ago for Florida. Yeah.
Yeah. Could have been 3 rip.
Yeah. You know what?
Matt, do you have a future?
Minus 130 a moment ago, right before that power play. What a bet that would have been.
I said, Matt, you have a future on Dallas to win the Central already?
I don't know if I have one on the Central. It's been so tight the whole year. They've, even in third, they're like 2 points out. I did get them in to win the Cup, I think, plus 1,800 maybe, when they were kind of in a low point.
Yeah.
I tend to throw a little bit of cash on them every year. I'm also on that the Sammy P. Vancouver to win the West. So if Vancouver and Dallas end up in the West, I definitely will have some room to play and make sure I make some money. So
nice. Yeah, I think in the next couple of weeks, it feels like if you like either Winnipeg, Colorado, or Dallas to win the Central, you'll have time to at least kind of watch and maneuver, because those 3 are going to go around in the circle for a little bit, and you might be able to, like I said, catch a team losing 2 or 3 games in a row, and then that's the time to jump on them. So that's something to think about.
Like, for anyone in the chat that's a Winnipeg fan, now might be a good time. Like, they're slumping right now, and if I was a Winnipeg fan, I wouldn't be stressed. The one thing I will say is, when Bonus was in Dallas, outside of the bubble run year, there was multiple seasons that they had really good starts or really good mid seasons, and then kind of fluttered off at the end. I don't know if Bonus plays much more of a defensive trap style of game, as opposed to like a Montgomery or a DeBoer or anything like that. So something to think about. I mean, if I'm a Winnipeg fan, I'm definitely not stressing that they're going to miss the playoffs or anything like that. But if you are thinking Winnipeg to win the Central, now might be a good time to jump on them.
That's frustrating, man, that both teams to score didn't cash. They did everything but score in that period, Colorado. And they're down 2-0 somehow, and they played a pretty good period at even strength. The penalty kill.
Is it
literally the penalty kill lived up to its name. It killed Colorado in that period.
Is it
power play goals,
worth taking a look at
Florida
Avs to win the game? What is that at right now?
Let's see what the spirit looks like in the second period, because that's a bit of a blow in that first period to play that well and be down 2-0.
I like both teams to score in the second period, plus 105. I'm seeing that FanDuel.
Oh, very good.
I may jump in on that. Should we talk about the 6 o'clock games? We got 15 minutes here.
We'll let you talk about them first, because obviously you weren't on the show earlier today.
Right.
What are you liking with those 6 Central, 7 Eastern?
I'm listening. I'm gonna fill up my drink real quick.
Okay, I'm on Seattle. I got even money, but laying $1.05 up to $1.10 is fine. I think Seattle comes out here. Also,
label that as your best bet on Patreon, by the way.
That is right.
Sure looked like it to me. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So that's my largest bet of the day. And I also like both teams to score in Carolina and New Jersey, but I'm also looking to grab a live first period over on here with you guys in that game. And then I like the first period over 1.5 minus $1.25 with Arizona and Nashville. I know Nashville's been on an under run lately, but I think Arizona's kind of just falling apart all over the place. So that could be kind of a sloppy up and down game, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. So there you go. Seattle money line, both teams to score first period with Devils Hurricanes, which is also one of my bets on the card tonight, and also the first period over with Arizona and Nashville, and I have a piece of the draw in that game with the Coyotes and the Predators.
I like draw. I haven't bet it yet. I need to do that. I like draw in Toronto, Ottawa. Actually,
yeah, I have a little draw there, and the only other draw I've really scaled back on the draws tonight. The only other draw I have is Seattle Philly. I took a little because they went to overtime in Seattle earlier this year when they played. That's about it for the draw bets.
I would love to get Jets. I would love to have Jets first period puck line, but I can't trust them right now.
I'm going to, Alex. I'm on them first period puck line, and I got a -138. A very cheap price considering some books have as high as -150. At one of the Ontario books, I found -138. So I just bet that full game money line along with that first period puck line. This is it for me with Winnipeg. We're getting a divorce after tonight if they don't show up tonight and they lose again. We're done.
Yeah.
For the time being. Not forever. For the time being, we're done with the Jets after tonight if they don't get it done.
I'm going against my my typical system play with Winnipeg, Pittsburgh at 5.5. I'm not on the over in that game. It's one of those things where if Winnipeg doesn't play well, but Hellebuck plays well, it could be a 1-0 game, 2-1 game.
Yeah, no overs for me with Winnipeg right now. Yeah.
Yeah, I do like the over in that Seattle Philly game. I got in that at 5.5. I did throw in a Stefan Nason anytime goal prop just because I knew the Betcast was going to be on during that game. And then, I'm in the Toronto, Ottawa first period over, New Jersey, Carolina first period over. I'm debating between the two on which game over I want to take.
Like full game over?
Towards Carolina, New Jersey, but Toronto, Ottawa could easily be a 6-5, 5-4 type game.
Yeah, and those games get nuts historically too. The Battle of Ontario.
For the most part, there's been a couple of I know the game in Toronto most recently stayed under. I think it was 4-2 Ottawa, but the games in Ottawa I think have had more overs than not. The last, if you go back the last like 5 to 6 years.
I just obviously watched that Stars Toronto game on Wednesday night, and like I know you mentioned this on the show on Thursday, Ian, but that's the best I've seen the Toronto core four play in a long time. For them all to chip in goal wise, I think Nylander had 2.
They got all the goals for them. Yep.
Yeah, they were. But at the same time, Dallas was able to score. Toronto reminds me a little bit of Dallas in the sense like today, they had 6 power plays. They should have beat the Canadiens, 6-2, and it got the 2 points in regulation.
How did that team total stay under on Dallas today? That's so frustrating.
So I was driving. I was on the team total as well. I was driving up to my parents, listening to Razor on the Dallas Sports Radio app that I use. And when they got that 4-minute penalty on the high stick on Pavelski with like 6 minutes left, I was like, perfect. Like between that and the empty net, there's no way they don't score one more. And sure enough, it was 3-2. Luckily, I had them in regulation, so they kind of counterbalanced each other. And, it was just kind of like an even split. But, yeah, I don't know how after that second period, I was like, there's no way they don't score 4 in this game. But
sure enough. Yep.
Shit happens.
Exactly, yeah. Oh, shit happened for me. Like, bad shit happened for me this afternoon. Except for 2 things. Canucks Red Wings went over, and we got a very fortunate late over with the Flames Islanders, thanks to Patrick Waugh. And I did jump in a little with the in-game over there, knowing the Islanders were trailing and knowing what he's like pulling the goalie. And that's definitely something you want to look at. Anytime now, the Islanders, you guys know this now. You guys are all savvy bettors and savvy live bettors now because we've done a bunch of these betcasts together. There's no excuse for you not to get to your account when it's a 2-1 or 3-1 deficit for the New York Islanders in the third period of a game moving forward and jump on a live over right before it gets to 5 minutes or so left in the third. Because you got the chance for 1, 2, hell, even 3 goals in that time frame.
And the books are not going to adjust to this. Like you said, it was 10 years ago when Waugh had this, and I think it may have been 3 or 4 months before the books caught on to him pulling the goalies as early as he does. So the fact that things, although to be fair, teams are doing that more often now. You got guys like John Cooper who will wait, they'll do it at 2-3 minute mark, but I think we'll still have some good value with getting that sooner than later. And like I said, it might mean the end of the Islanders at this point. We kind of set that when they hired Waugh, because we know that this is something that he has a tendency to do. But now with this team, they're just not that good of a hockey team, and they're probably going to find themselves either being tied or down a goal or 2 late more often than up a goal or 2. So it's definitely something to look for moving forward.
Yeah, no question. It's something to be aware of, because now when you see the Islanders down late in the game with Patrick Waugh, the head coach, you're going to want to look for those live overs just before we get to the 5-minute mark of the third period. On this Panthers television broadcast, they have Ed Jovo now is their studio analyst. Ed Jovanovski, great NHL career he had. You can tell he's down living in Florida, living his best life. He looks like he's been on the beach 24/7. He's got the old red face going on. Pickled beet is what he looks like there. Red lobster. That's exactly what he's looking like right now. So he's gotten a lot of sun down there.
We used to call me and my family when we go to Arizona, because I had relatives out there. We used to call them luggage people.
Yeah,
they skin starts turning all red and sit in the sun all the time.
There you go. Good stuff. Yeah, I'll just recap what I'm on in the games coming up, because we got a bunch starting in about I would say probably 15 minutes from now. Although the games that are Hockey Night in Canada games, Pittsburgh and Winnipeg, Toronto and Ottawa, those don't start till 7:15 Eastern, 6:15 Central. They're always a little later with the opening, kind of like the national TV games on ESPN and NBC back in the day. They never started right at 8 past the hour, 10 past. There was always 15 or 20 past the hour. Same thing when it's a Hockey Night in Canada game.
I hope that becomes a regular thing with the NHL, and especially in the playoffs. I would love for games to start at maybe 15 minutes past the hour, so it gives us time to make last-second bets and different things.
I like it. Yeah, I like it. I like the national television designated, they push it back a few minutes. Because, look, you're going to have Devils Hurricanes will start probably like 15 minutes. Same with Kraken Flyers, same with Lightning Blue Jackets. But those games involving the Canadian teams, the Jets and the Leafs Sens game, that won't be till 7:15, 6:15 Central.
And for us live betting, it gives us time to kind of schedule and map out things. I can look for this game first instead of this game first.
Yeah, exactly. No, I like that. Really, my investment that's critical to my success or failure tonight is the Winnipeg bets are important. They're very important. First period puck line and money line with the Jets. Toronto over 6.5, and the both teams to score. I really like the both teams to score in Toronto, Ottawa first period as well. I think very good. And Marty Jones is back in net. Martin Jones has not seen a start since mid-January, or actually it was around January 23rd or 4th the last time he started. Because remember, it was Ilya Samsonov that got the last 3 or 4 starts for Toronto before the All-Star break. And of course, coming out of the break, he got the Islander game. He got the Dallas game the other night as well. So we have not seen Martin Jones for Toronto in a very long time. So your guess is as good as mine as to how sharp he's going to be here tonight for the Leafs in this start. And, of course, Korpisalo for Ottawa. So I'm on both teams to score over 6.5. And then New Jersey, Carolina, very much invested in both teams to score first period and over first period in that game. Noting, again, that since the All-Star break, Devils, Hurricanes, both teams in their first 2 games since the break, both of the games went over in the first period. Both of the games had both teams to score in the first period as well. Because if you think about it, New Jersey, who did they play? They played Colorado and they played Calgary. First period over and both teams to score. First period cashed in both games. Who did Carolina play since the break? Vancouver and Colorado, both at home. First period and both teams to score cashed in both Carolina games as well since the break. So that's what we're banking on here. We've seen a lot of early scoring out of the break in Devils 2 games and the Hurricanes 2 games, and now they're playing each other. So that was the thought process for me there.
Yeah, that's pretty much the same, and that's why I'm on that play as well. And I just did add plus 158 with both teams to score for Toronto and Ottawa, like you said, with Martin Jones in that and Korpisalo both. We could see some shakiness early in that. I will try to grab a first period over live. I don't know if I'll get there. I'm seeing $1.60, so maybe try to jump in at $1.30 if we're seeing the pace. That's kind of the way I'm going to gauge that. But I'm kind of looking more towards that Carolina, New Jersey first period over. I think there we'll be able to get within like $1.20, $1.10, and then we'll be able to get those couple of goals. So we should see scoring early, but not super early, not at least in the first 3 or 4 minutes.
I ended up smaller units on Columbus money line and team total on Columbus 2.5 at minus 135. Smaller units. Maybe this is a night Tampa did get smacked big time by the Islanders the other night. So you would think that the team like that's going to respond, but their road record continues to be just horrendous. And Columbus has actually beaten them at Nationwide Arena 2 of the last 3 times that Tampa's went there. So it's not a shoe-in by any stretch of the imagination for the Lightning tonight. But that's one, I kept it small in those 2 bets. I want to see how the Lightning come out. in that game tonight against the Jackets, because as bad as they've been on the road, this is a game they should win, but I wouldn't put anything past them right now with what I've seen on the road. It just hasn't been really all that great. And even against a team like Columbus, I've got my worries. As I mentioned, I'm on Kraken Flyers draw for a little small bet there. And I did grab a little, and I said this on the show earlier, I did end up on New Jersey for a small play here, plus 140. I just feel them after a bad loss to Calgary. Vanacek shit the bed. They actually carried the play against Calgary, even though they lost, but Vanacek just shit the bed hard. He's absolutely hit the shits this season, and especially of late for the New Jersey Devils in net. And he really sewered that game for the Devils. They played better than that final score would indicate. And when you don't get a save, it just completely really hurts the team. Now they're going back to him here. I've just realized that now. Wow, I'm shocked by this. Can't believe this, because honestly, after what I saw the other night and the way Lindy Ruff talked too, it was a rough night for Vanny. He said, "Well, why the fuck's he back in there then tonight? Give him a break. Give Dawes a start here." But Vanacek's back in tonight. It's confirmed for the New Jersey Devils. There is no back-to-back. The only 4 teams playing tomorrow are Vancouver against Washington, St. Louis against Montreal. So it's not a back-to-back situation. And that's not why he's starting tonight. They're actually just going to let him try to play through it and bounce back. Well, good luck with that. We'll see. But I got my concerns. Let me just put it this way. I'm going to stick with the Devils play on the money line because, it's a plus price with a team that's desperate right now in a bounce back spot. But I certainly favor the overs that I'm on in that game now more than the New Jersey side.
Keep in mind, too, this is a Hartford Whalers night in Raleigh, so they're wearing the white throwback Hartford Whaler jerseys. They usually get jazzed up in that crowd.
And I think they're playing, Bonanza, too.
Brass Bonanza on the goals, yeah.
Bonanza, yep. Da, 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 da. That is a
great goal song.
Yeah. You talk about goal songs. If that was still a home goal song right now, that would be top 3.
Do the Wolfpack use that in the AHL?
I don't think so.
Really?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Mark's Reviews 2.0. I think that's a new words. I think I've seen a Mark's Reviews 2.0 in the chat before, but Maple Leafs -1 for him. There we go. I am on Toronto first period puck line there. I did mention that on the show. I'm on a plethora there. Toronto first, Ottawa, both teams to score first period. Toronto first period puck line. Again, this is just Toronto. Lost Ottawa the last time. They dominated Ottawa in Ottawa. And the layoff for Ottawa. I don't think Ottawa's going to be at their best in the first period. They're not going to be sharp. Look at Arizona. I worry that that's going to happen to Ottawa tonight. They haven't played since January 31st. So I like the Maple Leafs puck line for that reason. Not for the full game, but for the first period puck line. I like that angle with Toronto coming out strong here tonight and getting the lead in the first 20 minutes of that game. And I'm going to look for a live over if there's a lull in scoring at the beginning, because the pregame over was just too rich for me for the first period to bet with Leaf Sens. Yeah, exactly, Tim. Good price. I'm in that. I'm right there with you, Goose. Toronto first period puck line in that game. By the way, Goose, I sent you the link, so whenever you're ready, you can hop in and join us.
When does San Jose play again?
That's a really good question. You're right.
I'm looking on the list. I'm like, they have a 13-day layoff between games. So, does that mean they play Monday?
Maybe the league said, you know what, you guys suck so much, just take the rest of the season off. Nobody needs to see you anymore.
As I said, I'm sure probably some people didn't even notice that San Jose hasn't played since the breaks.
Yeah, let me take a look here. They don't play Monday either. So it's got to be Tuesday.
Jesus.
When they get back to action. Definitely, it's got to be Tuesday that they're back in action. Tuesday,
February.
February.
Do you fade or back them being off 2 weeks? That's just so strange.
No, they're not. Are they not playing Tuesday either? No. They don't play Tuesday either. They're not back in action until Wednesday at Winnipeg.
Oh, God. That's crazy.
Valentine's Massacre maybe that night for them.
Yeah, what a long, weird layoff.
Yeah.
Huh.
I sent it from my other email, Goose, bobanosportsbetting@gmail.com. I sent it from that account. So if it didn't show up in your inbox,
I can DM it too if you need.
Yeah. I'll resend it now to you, Tim. But I sent it like 40 minutes ago. And plus anyone else that requested it, I sent the link already. So again, this is my backup email address. Keep that in mind. because I send so many emails out to clients on a Saturday from my main email that after I send so many, they like say, nope, you're limited. You can't send any more for the next 24 hours. So that's why I have to use this backup email sometimes to send out links and send out other shit to people. But there we go. I resent it again. timyork@gmail.com. There we go. Sent the link one more time. So there you go. You're all set. Jarek, way to go. Hopping in to say hi at work. So got to choose between this or a game on my phone. We'll do 50-50. There we go. Good stuff.
Yeah,
and yeah, you were on the call for that big Red Wings comeback, I think, today for USRN against Vancouver.
I was listening to that.
Good stuff. Yeah. You could rival Ken Daniels with the great call of that penalty shot winner by Jake Wallman, who did the busted out the gritty again. That's become his shtick, his specialty, the gritty dance when he scores an overtime winner.
I love seeing the spirit and the effort. He could have picked a better dance to do on ice, but I love it. I know some people probably don't like it too much, but no, it's nice to show some personality in the sport.
Yeah, no doubt. Jarek Rubel, the next Doc Emmerich, as we say in the NHL industry, coming up. Yep. All right, looks like second period just underway now with the Avs and the Panthers are just about to get underway. So I am going to look, and I'm really intently going to look to see how Colorado responds, because that's a gut punch. That's a kick in the dick, if you will, with the way that first period went. I thought 5-on-5 even strength. They had the better of the play, but 2 power play goals that they surrendered did them in. You don't think special teams matters? Just look at that first period. You know, they were a better team at 5-on-5, but you give up 2 power play goals and you're down 2-0. So let's see how the Avs respond. This has been a bad road trip for them. You know, how much this is where you have to be mentally strong. And for a team that's got aspirations of winning their second Stanley Cup in the last 3 years, this is where you want to see it, Alex. Show that mental fortitude. We played a good period. You know, don't get down. Don't be, Debbie Downer and get, all down in the dumps and start to really retreat. No, you keep playing. There's 40 minutes left.
Yep. Chip away, goal at a time, a play at a time, a shift at a time, and that's really what they need to do, and they're capable enough to do it, certainly.
All right, and the first shift of the second period, they're buzzing on Florida zone and forced Bobrovsky to make another save. It's a good sign. Okay. I'm definitely starting to get more and more interested here, and maybe the third goal, the next goal would be Colorado, but I'm just going to see another minute or so go by and see if they can maintain this carrying of the play, if you will.
I grabbed both teams to score at plus 105. I'm now looking to see for next goal.
Yeah, this is, like I said, for Colorado at 5-on-5 in the second period at a really good. Bobrovsky's been good. Bobrovsky's not having the bad regular season he had last year. That's been a welcome sight for the Florida Panthers, because, again, that guy never really found his footing in net till the playoffs. Remember, it was Lions heroics that got them into the playoffs for the most part when Bobrovsky was struggling and hurt for a bit.
Yeah,
as well.
He's earned it. He's earned his contract in the last, I'd say, 9 months, 10 months. Yep.
And you're on second period, both teams to score, correct?
Yeah, plus 105. And I'm trying to find price for third goal.
Again, they've got the puck in the offensive zone right here, Colorado, once again.
Avs, it's minus 120 at MGM. I can wait for that. Like try to hopefully come down to that.
But they know they got to get the next goal. Yeah, I don't mind that, Doug, with the under in the this that to me is the Ian Cameron under game of the night. The one game that I really would like at the under in, if I felt more confident with unders, it would be that Jets Penguins game. Because Jets just aren't playing any overs right now. They're not. When they win, they don't go over these days. When they lose, they don't go over these days. They're just playing that really tight, score just enough and defend and get good goaltending the other way.
$120 is probably the best we're going to get laying it with Avs to score next goal. So I'm just still kind of watching pace and see, just kind of waiting.
Yeah, they just shot it wide a moment ago. Florida's got it back. I'm definitely I'm close. I'm like that vulture. I'm circling. I'm waiting for the right moment to pounce right now. But I also don't want to be late to the dance here and see them score before I pull the trigger on it. So
that too, yeah.
Delicate balance here.
Every time I like put something in my cart and I'm like basically ready to confirm it, and then I wait, a goal happens. Like I look out the window and then it's like goal.
That'll happen. That will happen in live wagering.
Yeah. But on the other end, while you're debating, Florida might score again, and you might be happy you didn't take it. So
that too. Yeah.
Speaking of Monahan, it's funny you say that, Cuban. That's Zach Urban's bargain bin special of the night from the show today. Sean Monahan to finally get his first goal with the Winnipeg Jets. Plus 340 is the price on that.
Oh, nice. That's a good price.
Yeah. I'm going to sprinkle on that. I have faith in my guy, Zach Urban, who did a great job again, as he does on Saturdays.
Yeah. Yeah, I always like his input because he seems pretty. I know, like, especially with Stars games, I get a little like it's emotional bias when I look into betting on the Stars, but he seems very calculated. Like he doesn't take too much. He passes on games he doesn't feel good about. So usually when he's like got a strong hunch, I usually tail him. I feel like he's got some good insight.
Yeah, he played in the Southern League, making mayhem, SPHL. He played for a couple ECHL teams, and over the span of 4, 5, 6 years. Yep.
The Saturday that we were on together right before the All-Star break, I looked at his hockey DB, and he played with one of my teammates from juniors while he was in college at Northern Michigan.
I should have known he would have played with someone you know. You know so many people.
Yeah. And then in Macon, in the Southern Pro League, he played with my line mate from AAA like a whole season. So he definitely knows my buddy Marcus Ortiz. But yeah, the hockey world's small. I mean, if you talk to a guy that played in similar leagues or around the same age, generally there's some crossover somewhere.
Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah. Hockey's one of those sports. You cross paths with so many people eventually, it feels like, at some point or other, especially if you stay in the game long enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
Love that comment by Brian Flynn in the chat. I'd be cool with that.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, I don't think you'd have a big problem with that. Just a hunch. Yeah.
I'd be in Dallas for that parade for sure. I'd be
I bet that'd be good.
I'd jump on the Betcast live from the parade. Just probably guzzling.
There we go, guys.
Beers.
I waited just 4 minutes into this second period. I can get it Bet365 plus 105 now on Colorado to get the next goal. So I'm going to bet it right now. That's what I was waiting for. Maybe get a plus price out of it.
I got a minus $1.10, so let me do that.
Yeah.
I can get plus money here.
Yeah. You just see that moment that it jumps down to plus 105, and we'll take that. Again, I like the way Colorado's going right now. 5-on-5. You know, the shots are 16-15 for the game in favor of Colorado, but I would say you take away the power play shots that Florida had, and which led to their 2 goals. It's probably more like 16 to probably 8 or 9 or 10 maybe as far as the shots in this game. All right, we've got the first 3 of the 5 7 Eastern games underway. New Jersey, Carolina is underway. Seattle, Philadelphia is underway. And Tampa Bay, Columbus is underway. And as I mentioned, it's still 5 minutes away from Toronto, Ottawa, and Pittsburgh, Winnipeg starting because those are the Hockey Night in Canada games. And those always get underway, 15 minutes past the hour, a little later. Yeah, I don't trust Cal Peterson either, Doug. I'm with you there for the Flyers in net. That's why, and then I know Matt likes the over there at the 5.5. That's what made me lean to that over 5.5 in that Seattle game, just because I don't know what we're going to get out of Peterson.
That's part of the reason why I like Seattle money line.
Yeah. By the way, it is indeed for Seattle, Joey Decord. I mean, so are we at the point now where Dave Haxtell's made him the number 1 guy? Isn't it starting to feel that way? It is to me.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it really is. Like we haven't even seen Grubauer, and he's been rumored to come back and finally get a start for the next last week or 2.
Is he in Coachella Valley, or is he just the third goalie with the team? I haven't seen any confirmation of that.
I'm going to do some checking on that because they said he was going to start any day now. No, he's been backing up Grubauer backing up to court, I should say, for the last week or two.
That's weird. You think you would give him some reps in the A?
Yeah, exactly. But we just haven't seen it yet. Yeah. It's funny. As soon as I placed Colorado to score the next goal, it's like Florida's been buzzing. So just as long as they don't score, yeah.
That will happen often too.
That will happen. Yeah, that will happen. So it's a Decord versus Peterson matchup there with Kraken Flyers in net. Just to confirm, it's Vanacek, Kochetkov, Devils, Hurricanes, Vasilevsky, Merzlikins for Lightning, Blue Jackets, Jones, Korpisalo, Toronto, Ottawa, and Jari Hellebuck for Pittsburgh and Winnipeg. All right, we do have a power play right now for the New Jersey Devils in the first 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. Let's see
against Carolina.
Try and grab that.
Big opportunity for them early. You don't get as many opportunities consistently against the Carolina Hurricanes. The problem with Carolina scoring against Carolina is they've got a great penalty kill, and they've had it for years. And now they don't have as much suspect issues in net now that they've got Kochetkov back as well.
Yeah.
So we'll keep an eye on that there with the Devils with the man advantage. Still 2-0 Florida here against the Avs. By the way, that total in the Colorado-Florida game now dropped to 5.5. So it's getting within that range where you know how those 5.5s often attract us, especially when they get to plus money. And we're getting closer and closer to seeing maybe a 5.5 at plus money in that Avs and Panthers game. So that's definitely something to keep an eye on there. Look who's here. It's our good friend Occupancy joining us here again on the Betcast. Occupancy, what's up?
What's going on, Babano, Alex, Matt, Rob? How's everyone doing?
Very good, very good. I know
still alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Alex is he's doing yeoman's work tonight, braving it out through obviously a rough 24 hours or so for him from an illness perspective. But we love that he's gotten through it here tonight on the Betcast. Speaking of gutting through it, I'm sure you're gutting through the Islanders' performance earlier today. Occupancy, not great. Tough loss for them against Calgary. Give Calgary credit, 3-0 out of the break, and they still keep talking about trading Hannafin, trading Jacob Markstrom, trading all these guys away. Players are playing like, hey, we're trying to make the playoffs here, goddammit. You better start paying attention to us.
Babano, Butchie and Burke said it pretty well. They said, Thursday they got up for the Tampa game. That's, conference rival, playoff history. They really got up for that one. Now you have a team coming from out west. It's hard to get up for those games. And, they made it close in the third, but ultimately they didn't have the legs. And ultimately, Calgary is just on right now. And, Markstrom looks like he's, for all those years he's been saying he's training and doing all this, is finally looking like it. But, not great in the betting result either. Had them -1 +7 117. I also had Vancouver this morning, so kind of gave back what I made last night with Rangers team total over. Minnesota on the money line last night was nice, but kind of now back to even Steven and just looking to see what we got here.
So, it's fascinating. Same thing happened, man, to Boston. You could say the exact same thing about the Islanders. You can say it about Boston today. They just totally flat as a pancake. Big win against Vancouver, just like the Islanders had that big win against Tampa Bay, and come back today and just a complete clunker. Completely,
Oh, yeah. I don't know if you watched the third
it.
period of that.
Yeah.
I mean, they had a couple power plays that they couldn't connect on. I just jumped in the third period there, and I don't know. I mean, are we going to give it to Charlie Lindgren and say he was just, playing out of his league? I mean, maybe, but
no, you can't say that. They had 10 shots on goal midway through the third period.
Right.
There's no way you can use this as an accurate gauge of, wow, Charlie Lindgren's back. He's
right. Yeah.
Hey, you put me in goal today with that Boston fucking puke fest effort of theirs today. I could have made a shutout. God damn it.
Yeah,
it was that bad. Yeah.
It was 60 minutes of cardio for the Bruins. That's what it was.
Yeah. I mean, a broomstick could have gotten a shutout in that net today against Boston. Come on. That's how bad they were. Like they really looked like they couldn't give two shits today, Boston, from start to finish. It's like, well.
So we're all on Boston first period money line next game, right?
Well, look, the last time
they better show up in the first
like this
10 minutes.
against Calgary, they did respond, and they were very good against Vancouver the other night. So I'd be leery of betting against Boston after this game today.
Yeah, first period over, first period puck line, both teams to score next game for Boston.
Something like that. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Or even like the Vancouver game could be repeated in their next game where it's Boston first period puck line, Boston first period over kind of thing. Yep. Because what's the one thing about them is they usually do have a good response most of the time after a bad game, and you'll probably see that from them here against the after what we saw today. Because I don't think you'll ever see the Bruins play worse than we saw today. Like it was really that bad. Like it was almost like I didn't recognize the team I was watching. Oh, by the way, Flyers just struck on the power play goal for Philadelphia, 1-0. As look, this Flyers team's trying to make it 3 in a row now since the All-Star break. They just score a power play goal, so that's actually the first goal to go in here of these early of these 7 p.m. Eastern games. So it's 1-0 Philadelphia there, about 5 minutes and change into the opening period. The other two games are underway now. The Hockey Night in Canada early games are underway right now. Toronto, Ottawa, and Pittsburgh, Winnipeg now are both underway. Bobrovsky just made another save. He's having one of his days right now.
The goose is loose.
There he is.
Boys, look at who I'm adding in.
Hey.
Look, you got the lucky rabbit.
Look at my boy.
Look at that.
The goose is loose.
He's loose. He's
Nice. Going on, man.
He's out of the hospital bed too.
I saw the rabbit. I had to have him. So open poll for everybody on the site tonight. We're gonna name the rabbit tonight.
Oh, okay.
So you got two choices, and I'll accept one write-in. So the first choice is Lanny, right? Lanny McDonald,
right?
Yeah. Former Leaf.
Just had a health scare Tucker. Too. We wish him well, Lanny McDonald.
Yeah, right. Yep. So either Lanny or Tucker, or I'll accept one other write-in.
John Tavares.
No, we're not naming him John Tavares.
No JT. Okay.
No JT. No JT.
Figure I'd throw it in.
How you doing, everybody? Glad to be here. We got the Leafs game on. We're happy. You even got the jersey on tonight.
I like the jersey. Very nice.
Thanks, man. Actually, here, hang on. Let me show it off.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. I love that.
That's mint right there. Looks good.
Well done.
There we go.
It actually looks clean on the white on white too.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
I like that you got goose there.
I got to admit, when I saw the rabbit, I just had to have it.
I'm so glad you caught on that. I'm like, we have to have a lucky rabbit. Like as soon as I saw it in the store, that's why I created it. So.
Cheshire, you might as well name it Disappointment. Oh, dude, I'm so offended by that scumbag. And listen, Cheshire.
Oh, there we go. Leafs on the board. Speak of the devil, Toronto 1-0.
Every one of them comes from a Leaf fucking game. Never mind.
So an early goal for the Leafs.
Cheers, everybody. Happy Saturday.
Yeah, you too.
Alex, I'm glad you're here, buddy. I'm glad you're feeling decent.
Yeah, doing all right. Cheers, guys. I'm doing better hanging out with you guys, so that's for sure.
Sometimes you need that distraction.
Matthew's got the goal. What is that? 42, 43 now? Holy shit.
That's why the rabbit's got to be Matthew.
Should be 40, should be 42 for Matthews.
42, yep.
Should be.
Wow.
I might be wrong.
Matthew's a great name.
You're right. Yeah.
That's your right in, Matthew.
Yeah, I wrote in Matthew.
You never know. I know where the boss is leaning. The boss is leaning towards Lanny, and that was my first thought. And I'm like, I kind of like Tucker because I always loved Darcy, man. I loved him as a Leaf. He played like fucking no tomorrow. Wendell was kind of in there as well, but it's not quite a good name for a rabbit. So we'll see. So. And then, wouldn't you know it, I missed every game this afternoon. We have a little bit of a shit show here in Calgary, so we had to kind of fix some shit. Half the stuff I was going to get onto, I would have lost anyway. So I'm like,
shit show on the home front.
Shit show on the home front. Yep. So we had to do a little bit of taking care of stuff. So,
yep.
So, all right.
Colorado's got to take care of their own end. Florida's been buzzing, but thankfully no goal yet. Still 2-0. We've still got a shot here with this next goal for Colorado.
Oh, I had Reinhart too on that second goal. I had Reinhart in the second goal. I had him for a power play goal, and I forget who suggested that during the show this morning, but cheers on that. That was a good call. It might have been Rich H. Might have been Rich. Not sure. Riley would be a good name. Yeah, not bad, Cheshire. I don't mind Riley, but like I say, I have my favorite. I kind of know which way I'm leaning, but so
I vote Lanny.
Yeah, right. That's kind of I
do too. Right? You know what? Too many people I know have named their dogs Tucker. I've heard Tucker used as I've said something different here in a Lanny, so I think I vote Lanny too.
Got the Popovich haircut. Oh, Cuban man, this is actually I've been growing this now. What am I, about 6 months? I haven't cut it once, man. I just let it grow, and at some point I'll get bored of it and I'll cut it off and I'll shave it down to the wood. Cheshire, you should throw me in on that, buddy.
It hurts to laugh, but that's hilarious. The Greg Popovich cut.
Right.
That's good.
Right,
oh yes, in the chat, I am wearing a Devin Hester alternate jersey because he got named to the Hall of Fame. So someone asked it in the chat.
Did he really?
Yep. Yeah, one of three Bears
winning in the Hall of Fame.
One of three Bears. Him, Steve McMichael, and nice. And Julius Peppers is going in as a Carolina Panther. But Steve McMichael, which I'm really grateful to see that he's getting in with all he's dealt with, and
he should.
And then Devin Hester. Yeah, Devin Hester, the greatest returner of all time. He should have been a first ballot entry, but he's in now. So
I can't believe there was some people disgruntled with Hester going in. There's some people that said he was just a special teams guy.
He was the greatest special teams guy in the history of football. From high school to pro, he literally has I think the dude has 40 returns. So
yeah. Last I checked, special teams is part of football, right? Yeah.
Huge part. Yeah. That Bears team would have never gotten to a Super Bowl without Hester playing and giving them the field position because we had an inept Rex Grossman and Kyle Orton as quarterbacks. We should have never won an NFC title. It was because of that defense and Devin Hester giving us field position well every game.
Yeah. It's easy to play quarterback when you got 40-yard drives on average to put together. Yeah.
And Rex will still fuck it up.
Yeah.
But
Which he did.
I mean, they induct, punters, field goal kickers. Every now and then it's random, but when you're the greatest punt returner of all time, no questions asked. I don't understand why anyone would have any feedback.
There's actually only 2 kickers and 1 punter in the Hall of Fame right now. The Ray Guy's the 1 punter. Morton Anderson and Jan Sunderud are the only 2 kickers. There'll be more to come in, like Adam Vinatieri, Jason Hansen, Justin Tucker once he's done, but you won't see that many specialists making the Hall of Fame. Even
no, it's usually you got to be kind of, if you're going to be a specialist, you got to kind of wide receiver, kick returner kind of deal, right? There's got to be that crossover. But
yeah,
for me,
or you're the best. You're the best punter and kicker in that. You're the best punter and kicker in a 10-year, 15-year span, or you're an incredible returner. It's like Shane Leckler was made the Pro Bowl, I think 12 times as a punter. He'll be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Vinatieri has 4 game-winning Super Bowl field goals, 3 game-winning Super Bowl field goals. He'll be a Hall of Famer. But you have to do something extraordinary as a kicker, punter, or returner to make it in the Hall of Fame.
No, exactly.
Ray Guy took the 61-yard field goal in a fucking snowstorm in college. Snowstorm. Yep. 61 yards.
Oh,
that's why there's a Ray Guy award named after him. Yep. Yep.
And if I'm not mistaken, it might have been Domi grabbed that second goal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Looks like
wow. What a start.
It was
2-0 lead. That's great for the full game.
I got to admit though, Ian, I'm with you. Until these guys start showing something, I can't do anything with the secondary scoring. Like I just can't touch them. Just can't trust them.
No.
I heard you talking about it today. Right? Whether it's Domi,
that's
whether it's
awful coverage by Ottawa. Nobody checked or picked up Domi there, right at the side of the crease.
No.
Nobody.
Right, but so we'll see what happens. I was kind of actually hoping they might take a 5 or 6 game dive and maybe sell off a couple guys and get ready for next year. Right? I don't see that happening either. So
yeah,
I'm just worried we're going to overpay for Tanev and we shouldn't be.
that's going to be interesting because everyone's talking about how they're close to. It went off his skate, but it's going to be a good goal because there was no kicking motion. But yeah, that's amazing how bad that defensive blunder is for Ottawa. It's the kind of defensive blunder that a team would make off a 1.5 fucking week layoff.
That's when,
Actually, they are reviewing it. Okay, but it's going to stand. There's no kicking motion there.
What are we looking at? Or what are we reviewing?
I would think that if it's a kicking motion here from Domi.
All I seen was I looked up and saw the celebration. So shit.
Let's see. I'm watching a replay now. Skating, crossover. Oh, that's weird. That might be a kicking motion. I don't think it is. That looks like.
Is it going to be one of those deals where even if he doesn't, it's an offside challenge?
He turns the skate.
Yeah, I'm
looking
at the offside goal.
It's not. Oh yeah, okay.
I'm gonna take it.
Then this thing might completely come back because the kicking motions that's debatable in itself in a review. So now you got offsides too. Yeah.
Yeah. No goal.
I think that's coming. Yeah, that's probably going to come back.
You didn't drag. But I thought they had the air. I thought they had the skate in the air rule this year.
Oh yeah, right. But the thing is, he turned it. He turned it, and it was pointed. So I think that would have still called if it wasn't for the interference, the offside rather. That would have still stood as a good goal because it wasn't a kicking motion. The turning and stop isn't a kick.
I'm telling you what, this is bringing back memories for me. Toronto, Ottawa, Battle of Ontario, and it's Jacques Martin behind the Ottawa bench.
Yeah.
Where's Alfredson and Spezza and fucking Sundin and Brian McCabe, Thomas Caberlet, Tucker. Where are they? Bring them all out too. Yeah.
Martin Gerber versus Eddie Belfour.
Eddie Belfour, Cujo.
I got to admit, everybody seems to have a love for Caberlet. I fucking hated him when he was on the Leafs. I did. I couldn't stand Caberlet. I always thought he was one of the softest guys playing the game. I just hated him.
Woo.
I love the gooses and driving. No, it's Saturday,
remember that puck line wager.
I don't work Saturdays. Yeah, no, exactly. During the week, I'm always driving home, dude. Always.
Yeah.
Lalim is in the net.
Oh, Lalim,
yeah, fucking Lalim. Lalim stole so many goals from us, Tyler.
Oh,
he always played well against
but he also had the ultimate pants shitting in the Game 7, that one series in 2004. That was a horrible game for him. The Nieuwendyk goal, I keep thinking, how the fuck did you let that in, guy, in a Game 7? Oh, what a brutal goal that was to give up. Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of the few
Nieuwendyk's a good player, but from that angle, you can't let that in. Yeah.
Let's see here. I'm trying to break into the chat. Doesn't want to let me into the chat.
Oh, into the comments and chat area.
Yeah. So I'm trying here. Seems to be StreamYard just has an issue with it.
Colorado almost made it.
I know.
Everything just went back for this freaking team.
Oh, there we go. Man. There we go.
Just one of them nights for the Avs.
Yeah.
There we go. Now you guys got to put up with me all fucking night. What do we got here? So, okay, what do we got? We got 11:47 in the Toronto game. Where are we in everything else?
6:30 left in Tampa, Columbus. Ken Johnson's going to the box or high sticking.
Yeah, no score there in that game right now. 1-0 Flyers, 1-0 Winnipeg, 1-0 to Toronto.
I don't have a lot of faith in Winnipeg.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Team right now,
falling apart at the moment.
Yeah, right. I don't trust them, even regardless of they look. And you said this, I think, on Friday, Ian. They look like they did last year, right at this time, and they took that big fucking dive, like 7 or 8 losses. Like it's almost looking the exact same. So,
well, I'll take your dive after tonight. Not tonight. Yeah.
I'm going over 5.5 in Tampa, Columbus there.
All right, there we go. Occupancy joining the live bet fray right now.
Yeah.
Lightning Jackets over 5.5. You'll probably get close to even money, I would think.
I got a plus
plus
110.
130 actually
Yeah,
at 365. Holy shit!
4-minute power play for the Bolts here. I think
big opportunity.
really?
Series history.
Ooh.
Yeah, drew blood on Paul. So
Okay.
four of the last 5 matchups gone over here. So let's see some goals.
The boss is bugging me. Oh, the boss is bugging me. I'm yelling. Whoops.
See, boys, I'm gonna jump off. My family got home, so I'm gonna mingle for a little bit. But I'll pop back in here over the
That's
next,
okay if you're less
couple
sober.
hours.
I saw that in the chat. That's all
Yeah,
good. That works here. Yeah.
They all walked in. My mom and her friends had drinks from the restaurant that they took to go. My dad and his buddy made some cocktails, so I'm sure we'll gas some drinks, and I'll jump back in here for the later slate.
We'll see you.
See you guys.
See you in a bit.
Cheers, Matt.
Good luck, boys.
Cheers.
All right, so we're looking. Where were we looking? Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay to score next.
Yeah, that's how. And occupancy likes the live over there. They're on there's 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in their 4-minute double minor.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna jump in on both of those.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can get first. I can't get first goal in right now. Yeah, first goal is locked because of the power play, but I'm 5.5 plus 140.
Yeah, it doesn't want to let me in live in game. I've been having issues with Bet365 recently. Same as Ian. You might have sent me that link 3 times by email. None of them came through. So I don't like. I had to go through X with Ian or with Alex. Sorry. To get in, so I don't know what the fuck's going on with my internet these days.
Wow,
trying to phone Sean, right. Get them onto this.
I know it's my backup email, but definitely I sent it to the right email for you.
Yeah, no, nothing's come through since like 4 o'clock. I'm like, what the hell is going on? But then once I started looking at all my platforms, nothing is coming through, like not a damn thing. So I don't know what the hell's going on. Are we still on Marquette there, Cheshire? Yeah, we are. Okay, cool.
Yeah, Cheshire Cat had a live college basketball bet. Marquette, when they were down, I think, by doubles against St. John's with Uncle Rick Pitino trying to get a big road win to boost that St. John's team's
Holy
chance.
shit. Did Tampa just score?
Yes, they did.
I just got that in. I just got 5.5 in. Holy shit.
Wow. How's that for timing?
And I still...
Wow.
Yeah, nothing's. I'm gonna have to reboot. I got to reboot my phone. No.
How is that for timing for both?
That's amazing.
Occupancy got it in a little sooner.
But I mean, I got it at the last minute. Like I got it in, it said confirmed, and then everything started spinning, and I'm thinking it's gonna bounce me out. Nope.
Cheshire. I'm gonna ride that one. I'm gonna hang on there, buddy. I'm not cashing that out early.
Sometimes there's just not meant to be for a team, and that's Colorado today. Like. They're down 3-0, and they really haven't played that poorly.
That Boston game, wow! Did they even show up for that game? Like Boston, they looked horrid in that game today.
Oh, they didn't. The answer is no. They didn't show up. They didn't show up.
Like
pathetic. Yep.
They were getting booed in the third from the home.
Okay, I'm grabbing even
really
money. Even money, a goal to be scored. Devils Hurricanes first period. I'm on that right now. Even money, plus 100. Goal in the first period. Still scoreless. There's still 7 minutes to go, and Devils are on a power play. Goal in the first period. New Jersey, Carolina. Good job by Alex getting in on that 1-0 there. And this is unfortunate for Colorado. This is the epitome of frustrating for them that they're down 3-0 in a game where they haven't played that bad, like I said.
Okay, so
and here's the thing, right? About teams like Colorado, teams like Winnipeg, some of these top teams, Boston, we haven't seen them really kind of play, lackluster games in the first half of the season, which is a bit uncharacteristic, right? Like these teams have kind of been going pretty hard to the wall for the most of the first 50 games. So we're due to see some aggression with some of these top teams. They can't just play that well all year long, especially a Boston team who's literally, a year and a half now, where they only have maybe, 22 or 20 regular season regulation losses. So Yeah, they're bound to lay a couple eggs here or there, certainly, and especially now as everybody gets out of their breaks. With the, I'm saying that 5-game break, that mandated league 5-game break, a lot of teams have already shuffled that into their all-star breaks, like Ottawa and San Jose having those long days off. So we might see some more fatigue in those second and back-to-backs, 3rd and 4, 5 and 8 spots where we weren't looking to fade them. Now we can say, oh yeah, back-to-back, we're probably going to go against them. So
yeah, exactly. It's definitely something to keep an eye on. But yeah, still 1-0 Flyers, by the way. Just an update: 1-0 Winnipeg over Pittsburgh, 1-0 Tampa Bay. And by the way, they scored on inside the first 2 minutes of that 4-minute double minor to Columbus. So they are still on the power play right now, up 1-0 against the Blue Jackets in that game. And of course, it is still 1-0 Toronto as well.
And it looks like Chatfield's going to the box.
Yeah,
Toronto was buzzing in the Ottawa zone again. Ottawa said, yeah. There's an icing. Nope, not an icing. Okay, cool. So,
all right, guys, I'm gonna take a little break. I'm gonna charge my phone and try to eat a little bit more. I'm feeling good since we've been on, so that's a really good thing. Been drinking more fluids, so it's a good sign. So so I'm gonna take another break, be about maybe 20 minutes, and then I'll hop back on a little bit later.
Yep, and I'll probably break
get an
after
edible,
that.
Al.
Eat dinner after.
I might. I'm actually a little half an edible. So so I'll see you guys in a little bit.
There you go, brother. There you go. Sounds good, buddy.
Alex, like I said, powering through, not feeling his best today. And that's great. He really felt like I can't believe I might miss this Betcast tonight on Super Bowl weekend too. It's like one of the worst times. It's never a good time to be sick, but that is one of the worst. Yeah. So again, 4:40 to go.
So there was a article on Sportsnet. Apparently, Markstrom has gone to the team and said he would accept a trade, or he was open to a trade depending on where it was, right? So we have to assume that it's going to be to a contender, right? You're not going to trade Markstrom to a.
He wouldn't stand in the way. Yeah, he wouldn't stand in the way.
Exactly. Yeah. Because I tell you,
played on Canadian teams, right? Has he played on?
No, he came from Florida originally. Occupancy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was actually, he might not have played for Florida, but he was a Florida draft pick. He did play for Florida. I think he played a couple seasons as the backup. Came to Vancouver. I think he played 3 seasons in Vancouver, and Rich H should be able to say better on that one. And then now he's been in Calgary for, I think it's 3 years now on a 6-year deal. So if anybody trades for him, they get him for this year plus 2 more years. Calgary probably should eat $2 million and make it a little bit easier to get him out the door. But like Jersey, I'm surprised he even left Jersey. I thought Jersey would have traded for him right off the bat. The way he played against them, and Vanacek, Jesus Christ, put the pads on me. I could have played better, for fuck's sakes. Like he's
having a rough time. Yeah,
he is. I don't know what the issue is, but
he's actually been pretty solid so far in this first period against Carolina. He's been actually pretty good, actually. So, but you're right. You don't get that every game from him. You don't.
He's very hit and miss.
Yes, very.
What the fuck y'all doing? Shaking my head. Yep. Okay. So, but yeah, and then like I say, everybody wants Tanev in Toronto. I'm like, don't trade for the guy. Except for last year, was it last year? The year before, he's had a shoulder injury on both sides. He's never finished the year. He's a warrior, but Jesus, one good hit and he's done. So, I don't know. I would, like I say, I'd much rather see the boys stand pat for the season and go at it next year with because we dropped Brody at 5 and change. Well, I think we dropped 3. Well, we dropped 3. We dropped Domi, Bertuzzi, and Brody at the end of the season. So it frees up almost 12. I think it's 12 mil in cap space. So
that's good. Yeah,
we'll see what happens. Plus, we've got Klingberg's 4.125 still sitting in.
There we go, reserve. Jets. 2-0 Winnipeg. Let's go. Come on.
There we go.
These guys
all right.
Tonight.
There we go.
I'm a little more, on pins and needles because I didn't have a good afternoon, and we need the Jets here tonight. Get us back on track
under
here.
Toronto.
Yep.
Oh, hate to
say
it,
pace
Kevin.
Kevin. The pace is slowed a little bit. Yeah.
That under might be, but don't forget, usually the second and third period with Toronto, Ottawa, that's where all the fireworks happen, right? It's not the first period. Usually the first is like 1-1, 2-1. The second and the third is where if it's going to break open, that's where it's going to happen. So,
yeah.
But what do we got left? 4:44. I don't care. As long as the Leafs are up by 1, that's all that matters. I got the puck line there.
Goose and I are sitting on this Leafs puck line. I was hoping for 2-1 Toronto so I could also get the first period both teams to score. But now I'm in a position where if Ottawa scores, I cash the first period both teams to score, but I can no longer cash both of them.
Yeah, no, I want that puck line. I got 3 units on that.
Yeah, Kraken just tied it 1-1. Yep. See, I don't have any UFC today, Dave. I don't bet the UFC.
Barely played first 2 seasons. Thanks, Rich. I knew it was something along that line.
Yeah.
Rich H came in with in the chat with a little bit of Markstrom information. 2013 to 2020, Markey played in Vancouver. Barely played the first 2 seasons, so I'm assuming that's 20. That's got to be 2018, 2019, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's what it is. So. But like I say, like go ahead.
Yeah, it's just that's a good goal for Seattle because I'm on the draw and Alex is on Seattle. So good to see the Kraken get on the board, tie it up 1-1 there. It's still 1-0 Tampa. It's still 1-0 Toronto. Late first period there. 2-0 Winnipeg with 3 minutes to go in the period there in that one. So that's the update. We're still scoreless, New Jersey, Carolina, and I've got 2.5 minutes left to see a goal scored in this first period. And,
not necessarily, Kevin. It's just it's a history with these two teams, right? Usually the first period's pretty tight, and then the second and the third it just breaks open. I don't know what it is, but I think Ian rattled it off with the exception of one game. The last 12 games I think have gone over. I think it was somewhere in that area. Like it's crazy. The Battle of Ontario is just nuts. So
yes. Actually, you know what? This goal in the Seattle Kraken game is being reviewed. It's being reviewed, so it's not on the board just yet.
So we've got Juan in the chat looking for Arizona versus Nash. Any bets? If I'm not
mistaken. We'll get to
that.
We'll get to that. I'm on the draw. That's the only thing I'm on. Alex likes the first period over that game, Coyotes. This is an offside challenge with this Flyers and Kraken game.
And didn't Zach call it the Nashville money line in regulation during the show this morning? In the Nashville-Arizona game?
Yeah, Alex likes first period over. I like draw.
And I thought Zach had the Nashville and money line in regulation.
Oh, you did. Right. Good call. Good memory. Good memory, my friend. Even I.
No, dude.
That without.
I got a scratch pad. There's no memory. Okay. I am 54 and a former drug addict. There's no scratch. There's no memory.
Come on. You could at least have made it seem like it. Come on.
No. I'm not even going to try and lie my way through that one. So RW, I placed like 30 bets today. Is that an issue? If you can afford it, no, it's not. Plain and simple. If you can't afford it, then you might want to phone the 1-800 number.
No, exactly. Yeah, see, you can't tell that's offside. They're showing an angle where they're showing the camera and it being offside, but you can't see where the puck is at that time. So if that's the only angle you got to keep this a goal.
So I'm just looking here. I got I keep forgetting it's Saturday night. I got to every once in a while I got to check the guide on the TV. So I'm getting the Winnipeg game. What else am I getting? I'm also getting Toronto.
You'll get the Jets and the Leafs because all the Hockey Night in Canada games Saturday night, they're coast to coast for everybody.
Yeah, I'm only getting the 2 games, right? I'm getting the Pittsburgh Winnipeg game and I'm getting the Toronto Ottawa game. That's it for me so far. So what do we got? We got 2-0 Jets. The end of the first, 10 seconds left. So that one's going into break.
Yeah,
I'm going back to the Leafs.
Both teams to score even money for me in the third period of Colorado, Florida.
Yeah, no problem, RW.
It makes sense to me because Colorado got to open up, and if they even make it 3-1, there's going to be an empty net possibility for Florida. So that's what I'm going to go with there. Both teams to score third period -110. Avs and Panthers.
Okay. Avs Panthers, both teams to score. Okay.
Yeah.
So
it's a good goal.
I was going to say, and if you're going to look at both teams to score in the third in that Avs game, you might as well take the third period over as well, right?
Yes, that's not bad. You can go with and you can get over 2.5 with that at a plus price instead of laying a ridiculous price with the.
I'm seeing plus 140 over 2.5.
That's not bad. That's not bad. I might wait a minute or two, get even like a plus 180 on that. But yeah, I definitely agree that's worth a look over 2.5, but especially at that price.
I just took it. There's no sense even only if they don't win. Will, what are you talking about, Will?
This is not a case of Colorado down 3-0. That this isn't Boston where they're lifeless. No, they've played a decent game. They're snake bit. They're not scoring right now. And Bobrovsky's
big save by Jones. Oh, Ottawa just scored.
Shit.
2 minutes left in the first.
Well, there's the both teams to score first period. That I like that, but not happy that the puck line might be in jeopardy now for Toronto.
I did take that. I took it as a parlay. I threw it together with I want to say I threw it together with the Arizona National. No.
Well,
I threw it together with New Jersey, Carolina.
Bad things. Yeah, haven't been able to say many bad things about I think that was that the Benoit pairing of all pairings that was on the ice there, and they haven't had many of those type of shifts where they're just struggle defensively. I think it might have been them on the ice.
Here we go. Fucking typical Leafs hockey again. Jesus fuck me.
Yep. Give up the tie, and now they're running around again. Yep.
Yeah, dumping the puck back in the zone when there's two fucking Ottawa players there and fucking stupid shit like that. Yep. Fucking Giroux, he's been fucking dynamite, but he loves Toronto. I don't know what it is.
He does play well against Toronto.
When he played with Philly, he always did well against Toronto. Always.
Yeah.
Looks like we got a Flyers goal.
They got the lead back again, just like that. Wow.
Yeah.
So Juan's question is 30 too much. Will okay, I got you, Will. All right, I understand where you're at.
Wow, a short-handed goal too, because it was a power play for Seattle because they challenged it and they didn't win the challenge. A shorty just now for the Flyers.
I didn't see that one, Cuban. I actually like the look of that. Actually, that's a really nice parlay. I like that. So Cuban Wayne Gretzky had Giroux, Byfield, Appleton, Martinook, and Forrester, all anytime goals. That's actually a really nice parlay.
You got Giroux. You need. Well, the question is who second Philly goal. Forrester scored the other night.
Gamblestein. It all depends on Frankenstein.
Pauling got it in.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, Ryan Paling. Okay. Yeah.
Paling, yeah.
Yeah, he's actually starting to heat up. I think he's scored a few times lately too. Ryan Paling for the Flyers. Yeah, that's a shorty too. That's a tough goal to give up for Seattle. They just tied the game. Getting a power play.
So we got 1-1 at the end of the first in Toronto or in Ottawa. Sorry.
Yep.
Had their way, huh? Oh, you didn't get the fucking Young Frankenstein cue, dude. All right. Live out until love this new driving lease first.
Yeah, Dave was asking me about UFC. I only handicap the pay-per-view events with UFC at this time of year. Once we get past, March Madness, we get to April through August, the quieter months. I usually go with I do bet every UFC event, including the TV events, the fight night. But right now, I only do the pay-per-views.
Oh, talent. Yeah, I agree, Dave. I don't know. You can ask the boys. You can ask Ian. You can ask Occupancy. Last year at the end of the season, I was advocating trading all four of the fuckers. Right? I would have traded all four of them and fucking redid the team right off the bat. But, right, so now it's another, what do we got? 5 years on Matthews, 8 years on Willie. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. Whatever. Just a fan thinks there's value on tonight's main. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's the problem is I'm only one man. That's the thing. I mean, I'm already doing basketball, NBA, college, and football.
What did I find you on the other day? I found you on another podcast, Ian. What the hell did I find you on? college basketball? It was something. I'm like, oh, there's Ian again. Okay, cool. I'll listen to him for another hour or so.
I think it was NBA. I think it was NBA.
Yes, it was,
on
because
the,
you told the one guy, if you want an NHL, watch the Ice Guys.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you know what it is? I've got my own a new YouTube channel for my other shows outside of the hockey and the Ice Guys, because the other one suffered this. The other YouTube channel was tied to what happened with the old Twitter account. You know, it's
Gotcha.
it's spamming, and it's you can't do half the shit you want to. So I had to start a brand new YouTube channel because that one got suspended. So that I started that brand new YouTube channel, and what I'm doing right now, because I'm trying to build the audience up from zero again, from scratch on the new YouTube channel. So all the shows that I do for my personal YouTube channel for basketball, football, the other sports, I'm simulcasting them on the Ice Guys channel for the next month or two.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And that's where you saw it. That's exactly where you saw it. Yep.
Yeah. And Andrew, I agree. They do need to trade Marner. Problem is, you're only going to be able to trade him to where he wants to go, because he's got the NMC and the NTC. And we need a defenseman. Actually, we need a couple defensemen. Let's be honest. So I don't know.
I agree. They need an upgrade of some
You
kind.
can't. He's going to want 12. Like on his new contract, Marner's going to want 12. You can't pay him 12. You can't. No. So you either trade him to where he wants to go, or you lose him in free agency. It's going to be Calgary for Toronto all over again, like for Tree Living. Now he's going to have to go through it again. So I don't know. Like I say, I would have traded. So I told the boys, I said I would have sent Matthews to Arizona, sent him home. You would have got 2 players, a pick and a prospect. Send Marner and Willie to either Anaheim and LA, and you would have ended up with 2 players, a pick and a prospect from both those teams. You would have reset the cap. Toronto would be 2 years before you hit the playoffs again, which is fine, not a problem. I'm okay with that. And you would have reset the team. Instead, no.
Who's left? I mean, who would be left in that scenario, Goose?
But this is the thing, occupancy. You had Keller and Krause wanted out of Arizona. So you bring them in plus a pick and a prospect, right? So automatically you're getting 2 for 1, right, all the way through. You send Marner to Anaheim, you would have pulled out, take your pick. You send whoever to LA, take your pick. You would have ended up with Velarde. Like the package then went to Winnipeg, you would have ended up with in Toronto.
Right.
So then you take 2 years of rebuilding, but you reset the salary. That's the whole thing in Toronto. That salary fucking cap, like we're fucked. We are. So what do? Yeah. You have no choice. You should have traded them all. Like Tree Living should have shipped them all out the fucking door. That's what I would have done. And I said this last year, right? And the boys, I know a couple people laughed at me, but that's how you would have reset that team. And now, all right, so let's do the math. We're 13 for Matthews. John's still 11, so there's 24. Willie's now 11 next year, so there's 35. Marner's 11 off the bat, so there's 46. Next year he's going to be 12 after. Like you're $50 million to 4 fucking players.
Yeah.
How do you can't do it that way? You just can't.
Yep.
So
hamstrung.
As a Leaf, no, you're right. So as a Leaf fan, I'm another 8 years of screaming and yelling at the fucking TV. So be it. So be it.
You've only been screaming and yelling for 57 years. What's another? Yeah.
Right. Like I said, for anybody in the chat that doesn't know me, I've been a Leaf fan. I'm 55 years old this year. I've been a Leaf fan all my life. I learned how to swear watching Leaf games, listening to my old man. Dumb, stupid prick, cocksucker. I heard that for so fucking long. It was unreal. So, but
not always.
I got lucky.
Order.
I got the no. It's usually that order. Dad was pretty straight on that one. So, but you know what I mean? I went through Sittler. I went through Lanny McDonald, Paul Matier, right? I got to see Dave Keon play. I'm old enough to remember Dave Keon playing hockey. Fuck me, right? And then all through the years, Wendell, right? Tucker and the boys in 93. We still got screwed in 93, but that's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I started becoming a fan when Mike Milbury was the GM of the Islanders, and watching all these great talents get traded for pennies on the dollar
for nothing.
So that was like my introduction to the NHL. So it was interesting.
Right? And I was
yeah, because I remember
I was an Islanders fan.
Yeah, Char could barely skate.
Like I was. Oh yeah, no, right? But
yeah,
like
barely
went through
they were giving out Chara
of
posters. I used to have this Chara poster. It was like measured like how tall you were.
That's great. How tall he was. Yeah.
Yeah, and then
I had the Shaq poster.
A couple months later. Right? Did you really?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, curved up around the fucking top of the ceiling in my room.
Yeah. That's funny. Yeah.
So.
Oh man, that was something. I was reading the other day. Someone on X posted. What was like the worst trade you've seen your team make? And everyone kind of posted for their teams. But I was looking up the Garth Snow reign, in New York, and they were talking about the Ryan Smith trade he made from Edmonton.
That was a bad one. Yep.
But Sports Illustrated rated it like really well, which was because I thought it was a shit deal too, because he ended up walking. I think he went to Colorado and signed some big deal with them after, but he actually turned him around. Yep. I mean, they had a quick playoff exit. They actually lost to Buffalo in the first round of the playoffs that year, but it was just interesting to see, because like I was like gonna say, yeah, why'd you bring in Smith? You thought he was gonna help, and then turns out some people thought it was good, but yeah, I don't know. Right. It's listen, you're when you're a manager of an NHL team, it's not just numbers. Like, yes, obviously they have to know the cap and they have to know all these things, but it's chemistry too. It's guys being able to play with each other and who fits and who doesn't. And, some teams we've seen, they throw a couple pieces together and I mean,
and
not
it just
great,
works.
Right?
Or
it works. Or it works.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. No, like, you know what I mean? Like the only trade, the only one I remember it, but I don't know who went the other way, but the Lanny McDonald trade. That rate, like, you literally, you're lucky the Gardens didn't burn that day, because people were so pissed off. Because also he sent him out the door because he wanted more money. That's why Lanny McDonald got traded out of Toronto. Like, Ballard sent him out the door. Go fuck yourself was pretty much what he said.
No, he's but the
worst one I can think of,
cheapskate. Didn't pay anyone
right. But the worst one I can think of for two teams to get better and to get worse was the Toronto-Calgary trade that brought Gilmore to Toronto, and we shipped Lehman. Like, it was a five players for 5 players. Yeah. And that was 80 or 90, 91, I think. Right? Like, we raped Calgary on that trade, and they still rant about that in Calgary. Like, that comes up on the radio once a month at least. They are so pissed about that trade. And that's one of the few that I really remember that I'm like, oh yeah, that was a bad trade. So
when's the deadline?
Knew what he was doing. Yeah.
This year is
March 8th is the deadline.
March 8th. So you think we're going to see a couple big moves coming up in the next couple weeks?
To be honest with you, I'm convinced that Calgary is going to ship Tanev, Hannafin, and Markstrom out the door, possibly Blake Coleman, because Coleman's playing really well.
Oh, he looked so good today. He was just quick on his feet.
Right?
He's such a good skater. Yeah. He could really help the team. Yeah.
And as far as I know, he doesn't have a no movement clause. Like, he's literally, I think he's signed for another year, I want to say, at 4 and change, I think. Yeah. But like, if I'm Calgary, like, you got to ship these guys out the door and get younger. Like, you have no choice. But the owner is the real hurdle here in Calgary. He really is. So I don't know what they're going to do, to be honest with you. I know what I'd do if I'm Calgary. I know what I'm doing, but them winning is making it hard, right? How do you ship 4 guys out the door when you're winning games?
Right.
Yeah, you're right.
I also heard
John Massey. Sorry, John Massey's got a really good point. He says with the youth in the lineup for the Flames, they actually look fast and problematic, and he's right. Right, and you get back, like, again, I still say Markstrom to New Jersey is a no-brainer. I'm not sure why that trade hasn't happened yet. It's probably because they want too much for him, but
too much. And how many years is he going to give him? I follow a couple New Jersey Twitter accounts, and he's 34, so how many more miles does he have?
Right. Like, he's only signed for 2 more after this, and it's 6. But if Calgary eats $2 million out of each of the years, right now. It makes it a little easier. It's only $4 million, and he's this is the thing. He's playing good hockey this year. So if I'm Calgary, trade the fucker. Like, get him out the door. That's where I stand. So I don't know.
That was what
We'll
I
see
think.
what-
That
we'll
was
see what happens.
a couple Saturdays ago. I think that's what Urban was saying. That's the Calgary guest, right? Who comes in on Saturdays.
Yep.
I think he was saying like once Markstrom heats up, then ship him because his value is the highest at that point.
Yeah, right. So yesterday they were talking about him on the Barn Burner podcast. So anybody that wants to learn anything about Calgary, every day on YouTube, Barn Burner podcast. We got a former Flame and a couple guys from Sportsnet that went on to podcast, but they were talking about it. Markstrom has up and down years. He has a good year, bad year, good year, bad year, right? And it's uniform. It's good, bad, good, bad, good, bad. This is his good year. Time to ship him. If he goes good, fantastic, whatever. But if he goes bad, then you got some value out of him. So I don't know. Like I say, I don't know what they're going to do, but I know what I'd do. So.
Yeah, New Jersey has
these
some other
players are playing hard to win games and try to make the playoff. It's going to be very difficult
that's
to go in
the
the
thing,
room and
right?
tell
Like,
them, yeah, we're going to trade away your backbone, Jacob Markstrom. They're going to trade Hannafin because Hannafin doesn't want to be back there. Hannafin's not.
No, that's
Hannafin would be a great fit for New Jersey because New Jersey's banged up on the back line there.
Yeah, but they're too far behind.
Yeah.
They're so far behind. Like, is that going to be enough to get them back into the playoffs? Is the big question.
No, it's not. But it might help a little bit.
Does you're right.
You need a guy like that for sure. There's no question.
New Jersey D is still bad. You're right on that one too, John. Yeah, I'm not.
All right.
Not disagreeing with you, but
He'd help, but you're right. There's still issues back there. Although they haven't given up a goal tonight, and that's Carolina.
Tony Cirelli just got one for Tampa here.
There you go.
2-0 Lightning.
Few and far between. These.
He bounces around. Yeah, he does Cheshire, but you know what? He's got his numbers this year are like top 5 in the league. So if you're New Jersey who needs a goalie, if you're Colorado who needs, do you trust Gorgiev in Colorado? Right. But New Jersey needs a goalie. If they don't have a goalie, they're not making the playoffs. Plain and simple. Right. Because looks like Marquez.
Could Dawes, could he be the answer?
Well, it's the same argument here in Calgary is you keep Markstrom and he tutors Wolf. But if you're New Jersey and you trade for Markstrom, then Markstrom can tutor Dawes. So you got 2 more years of Markstrom and then you got Dawes, right? The argument here in Calgary is the same thing. Keep Markstrom so that Wolf gets some tutelage from a veteran.
Right.
But
what I don't understand in Calgary is why isn't Wolf getting more games?
You know what? I honestly think it's because they can't get Vladar out the door. I honestly think this year the plan was to trade Vladar, bring up Wolf, and then keep Markstrom and have Markstrom and Wolf going forward for 2 years.
Yeah.
But because Vladar is shit the bed this year, they can't get him out the door.
Right.
I honestly think that's the issue. So now do you trade Markstrom and you have Wolf and Vladar for a couple years? That means you're probably going to be bad, so you probably should ship everybody else out the door, which leads me to my thought process, right? So, if Vladar goes on a heater, but they aren't playing him because Markstrom's playing so well. Right? So, I don't know. And now Vladar is hurt. Yes, Alex is right. Vladar went out Friday morning with he's on IR with a lower body injury.
Okay.
No, exactly, Alex.
So did Wolf get called up already?
Wolf has been playing. He was called up. He was on the plane Friday, so he sat on the bench today in Jersey. You might see him. I do believe they play Monday, so you might see him Monday.
Okay.
Right, but
maybe a good under opportunity.
What a comeback by Marquette there. I had the over in that game, so I'm happy about that. St. John's and Marquette.
That was you're right. No, you're absolutely right, Alex. They should have traded Vladar last year when he had good stock and he was worth something. They could have called Wolf up and they would have been set.
No.
So
I don't want to live in the past, but could I bring up a game that happened this week that I was just curious on your thoughts, Babano and Goose?
Yeah.
That Edmonton Vegas game. I was if you watch a game, but is Aiden Hill the real deal? Is he like going to be
Right
the
now?
next,
Yes. What has he done to say otherwise? Right now, he's been excellent. He was terrific in that Edmonton game.
The third period of that game, I haven't seen goaltending like that in a long time.
Yeah, he was good against Arizona. Arizona actually really came on strong third period the other night and held up 3-2 win for them. So,
John Massey, how are you, brother?
There he is.
John.
Watching this, I feel like the Devils have had 6 power plays in this game against Colorado.
Yeah, they have. They've had at least 3. I know that.
That just made up for so many things. Yeah, you're absolutely right there, Juan and Cheshire. Aiden Hill is bordering on an elite level. I got to admit, Alex, he looks good. His trajectory right now is definitely going up.
No doubt. Yeah.
Right. I don't see an issue. It's rather funny that last year he was their 5th goalie, right? As far as that goes. Yeah.
So I have to make sure that I'm fast because Cheshire is threatened coming on shortly. So I just have to make sure that my
Forgot to mention too, my best bet on the show hit there. Winnipeg puck line first period. So
nice, good call, good spot.
Good,
it's good scheduling opportunity.
Who's I looking at there? I'm looking at somebody.
Nashville first period over for Alex. Like first period over, Arizona Nashville. You get on that now. That game's starting in 2 minutes if you like that.
So Sands, we were looking at. We had somebody loved the Preds money line. I'm not sure how we felt about the Oilers game under 6.5. I thought I heard somebody like that.
I will get to Edmonton, LA. It's going to be our featured game. It's going to be a standalone game. It's the only game late. I have a few angles I like in that game. I'll mention a little bit later. We're still 2 hours away.
Somebody in the chat was asking about it, so I'm just like I was looking at my scratch sheet here to kind of see where we were.
It's an intriguing game.
Both teams to score in that game, and then hoping that happened early, I could get on a live under because I think the game will slow down as it proceeds.
Yeah, I need Mikko to score. Shaking my head. Okay, Preds puck line plus 170. I don't know. Preds.
Does Edmonton end the road trip after this one, or do they have another?
Yeah, so am I, Dave. I had them at plus 4.5.
Let me check on that.
So
I'll check.
I'm going to check that right now. Actually,
they go to St. Louis.
They're home for the Red
No, they're home, and then they go on another. Yeah. Okay.
Well, we're in trouble there, Dave. He's only got 1. So.
Boy, that's a great Red Wing spot.
Yep.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah, almost 5. Who are you talking about?
Home for 1 and back on the road. That's rough.
Boat time Jets. Boat time left allowed Jeff slots 5 in a row. They almost fell back to their road slots. Yeah, they did. Yeah, absolutely correct.
They finally had a good start. They finally looked good for a change that first period. That was a good first period for them tonight.
We're back on in Ottawa. Just started the second period, 19 minutes in. Or sorry, 1 minute in.
And Arizona Nashville's underway now as well.
And Columbus is going on a power play.
What's the score? What's the score in that game? Occupancy?
2-0 Bolts.
Yep.
I need some Columbus goals. I really thought Columbus would be a little bit better today. I thought there would be more skating in the game.
I agree, John.
I know they're first off the All-Star break and the break afterwards, but I still thought they'd come out skating a little bit more against a Tampa team.
Canes power play. Do we have a power play going on in Carolina?
The Devils just finished one.
Yeah, Devils didn't score again. The Devils are
All right. I hear you, Dave. I thought for sure. To be honest with you, when the Avs aren't playing well, usually McKinnon is the guy driving that bus.
Yeah,
and that's why I figured.
Or the one that's going to take a stupid penalty at frustration.
Call.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Like the Whalers tonight.
Ottawa just scored. Sons.
Yes.
Well, now I don't care if we give 2 shits what Toronto does because I was only on them in the first period puck line. So go to hell now.
Such a lie.
Go to hell.
Yeah. Just give me the over now, 6.5. That's what I'm cheering.
There you go. You do care. See?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Thank goodness I had both teams to score in that first period too, because that softened the blow of the puck line losing. That's Tarasenko. I don't know.
That was Tarasenko. Yep.
Yep.
You go to hell.
Is there any update on Tarasenko? getting shipped? He was going to get shipped,
He
right?
will
Absolutely.
for sure.
They were talking about it, yeah.
Absolutely.
He will. Yeah.
Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if the Rangers try to make a move.
Been
Again,
there, done
Bring
that.
back. Yes,
I was going to
exactly.
say that
Yeah.
worked so well the first time around. Yeah, it's okay, RW, man. I'm a Leaf fan, man. Disappointment is kind of the way it goes with us. Like shit. Like, let's be honest.
But let's also be honest that the true Battle of Ontario is getting in and out of the parking lot at the Canadian Tire Center, because that is an absolute disaster.
You know what, John? I've never been there. In all my years, I never made it to Ottawa for a game, so I have no
You're not
idea.
in Ottawa for a game.
Well, no, I know
Here's
it's in
the first
Canada,
lie.
right? That's the thing, right?
That's
So,
honestly what I want to do for retirement. You know, I want to do a Canadian road trip and hit all the rinks. That's like my life dream. You know, a lot of people do that for like baseball. They'll like hit all the MLB stadiums around the country. I want to go and man, that would be great.
well, you gotta sell in Oregon to get a ticket in Toronto. So
Yeah, no, just find that wine and cheese crowd
Not
in the middle of the week. I'll go in the middle of the week.
Yep.
Be
20
cheap in 5 years.
I back in 10, 20, probably 20 years ago, me and a buddy drove down to go to Toronto for a preseason game, plus $300 a seat for preseason.
Seriously?
We laughed. Yeah, I'm serious, man. I'm not joking.
I can go to 5 Sharks games for that amount.
Right? So we
I'll take the over
actually
on that. I'll take the over on that. I think you can go to more than 5 Sharks games. I think you can bring friends and go to more 5 Sharks games.
Nah,
nope.
they get you with the fees. So
Of course,
Right.
it's California.
yeah.
Now, I will say, I've been playing. I don't know about you, Ian, but I play radio contests a lot. 1050 every week. They play Monday to Friday. They do a Leafs lineup. So if you get all 5 players and then you phone in Friday and you're lucky enough to get through, they're giving away tickets plus a $250 Visa gift card.
Right.
So I try and play that every week.
4-0 Florida. Panthers just scored again.
Oh Jesus!
Come on, Colorado, just one. That's all I need.
But yeah, occupancy. It's
Come on
crazy,
now,
man.
just one, guys.
Like
for the both
a seat in
teams.
Toronto.
Let's
If you're trying to buy a scalper, like you could pay upwards of $1,000 for a seat in Toronto.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Don't
Right,
use
so-
you don't have many options there. I assume you're in Florida, right, Patton? Because you mentioned the Hard Rock app. I mean, everyone from Florida mentions that app. I was going to say try another book, but I don't think there's many options there right now. That's not good. No one should be doing that shit. No one should suspend anybody's account for winning, but it happens. They limit you.
Get a group of season ticket holders. To
Reality we have to deal with.
Yeah. Contribute.
Maybe I'll go to a Marlies.
Is that
do the
Toronto, Peter, or is that in San
do
Jose?
the Marlies play at the same rink or no?
As far as I know, they do.
So I'll just catch a Marlies game. It counts, right? I'm going to the rink.
Yeah,
right?
you're right. Actually, and the good thing is, like, the Gardens still stands in Toronto, so you can actually walk into the Gardens for no cost, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
I'm lucky enough. I saw a Boston Toronto game back in 78, 79. The washroom had a trough that's slanted from one side to the other, so you take a like, I'm serious, man.
Why it's slant? I've never heard of a slant.
That nice little slant, so it runs from one side to the other, right? So it all drains. But right, you know what I mean? And
on a football field, it's usually a crown, you know.
Well, right. So the Gardens was a good place because there wasn't a bad sight line, and the seats, like, you're literally right on top of the arena. Like, it was great. It was a good spot to go see a game. Even better spot for a concert, right? I'll say that much. But there's Perlo. Hey, buddy.
Hey, Perlo.
There he is. Oh, fitting night to bust out the Whalers hat. Carolina's got the old
okay.
Whalers jersey.
Alan Trimble comes up with they play a few games at Scotiabank, but primarily Coca-Cola. I have no idea what Coca-Cola Coliseum for Marlies. Oh, okay. There you go.
Yeah.
All right.
That's where
Fair
it is. Yeah.
Even the Barracuda have a. Oh, look at Alex. Okay, cool.
That's the one by the exhibition place, right?
That's right.
I have no idea. I haven't been in Toronto in 15 years, John. So
Exhibition Place. Yeah, it's right there. It's inside the Exhibition Place grounds. It's where the CNE is. Exhibition Place. It's right there.
Yeah. I know the Exhibition Stadium, which is no longer standing. That was a fucking dive, that place, but a good spot to go see a Jays game.
Yep.
So looks like
how's Perlo doing?
I'm doing great. Well, like it depends. Like betting wise, I'm probably breaking even right now.
It was not a good afternoon.
But
It was not a good afternoon. Tonight's been okay though. The Jets puck line hitting and hopefully the money line hitting too is important for me. It's two biggest positions of the day, really. Two of the biggest positions of the day for me. Winnipeg.
my college picks are keeping me well afloat, so I'm doing okay that way. But
You know, it's funny.
yeah,
I'm doing well enough, Perlo, in hockey. Like I'm profitable, but I'm just doing way more profitable right now in basketball, NBA, and college. Both
yeah,
have been more
me too.
profitable than hockey. Yep.
It's so much parity right now in the league and NHL. It's really tough. I like if I ever see this again, I'm going to start doing like 2-pick parlays instead of trying to get in regulations and stuff. They've been killing me. You got to be like plus 1.5 on the dog. That's pretty much what it looks like for the not for the rest of the season now though, because I think there's going to be a lot of fall off. But it's been tough. It has been tough in NHL for sure, no doubt about that.
Yeah.
I'm
We're in the
doing
dog
okay,
days of the season now. Yep, we definitely are.
Yeah, I'm doing okay in the NHL, but I'm not like anywhere near what I was the last 2 years ago when Detroit was shit, and like that was huge. When there was no parity in the league, like we were busting out huge. But this season has
Winnipeg
been
Arena
tough.
was built for the AHL. What else we got going on here?
Did y'all have the Jets ML at least?
I passed
No,
on
I
that
stayed.
game. I thought it was a little pricey, but I should have just taken it.
Yeah, I know
we're
it was
on-
hard to it was hard to take it, but it was a great spot for the Jets.
What do we got there? High
High
grade.
grade, Fairweather Brewery, Hamilton. Great IPA, double IPA
Nice.
actually. Yep.
Nice. Yeah.
Nice. I got the Chico
Look at-
IPA.
Yeah,
Look at that. Everybody's pulling the IPAs out. Nice.
right.
I'll be grabbing one here in a second.
There we
All
go.
right.
Yeah.
I'm going to be back in a little bit. I'm going to jump off for now, but I wanted to kind of make fun of how bad the Devils' D is and their goaltending.
Yeah, the Devils D that hasn't given up a goal when I'm on the over tonight. Yeah, that D. Yeah.
Right? Surprisingly enough.
Yeah, but every once in a while, Carolina does Carolina. Like
That's
Carolina
true.
also struggles to generate offense, and they want to care more about their defensive game.
Yep.
And the best
Big
news
time.
that you have for Carolina is the fact that Ront is injured. I don't wish injury upon anybody, but so you don't have to worry about Ront being in goal for the Hurricanes. So that means you actually might be able to string wins together.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to be ride or die with Kochetkov. They're going to win the Metropolitan.
Yeah. So I'm on the draw for the Leaf Sens. I'm going to grab a little Toronto here, plus 150, just a small bet, live money line here.
What is? I was going to jump on the over in this Carolina Devils game. What is it now?
If it gets to 3.5, John, I'm in. It actually is now 3.5 minus.
I was going to say
135.
3.5 juiced.
I'm going to try to get a plus 100 out of this, and if it gets that low, I'll
in college, grew up and went. I worked at Sierra Nevada in college. Grew up and went to college.
That's a
What's
really
Goose
nice
drinking?
spot.
Okay, well,
Sierra Nevada College is on the north side of Tahoe.
I had a
Really
okay.
nice
There
up
we go. I'm reading Stella Girl in the chat here.
It's the Nevada side. It's really nice.
Stella Girl's not going to see his team anytime soon. Apparently, the Sharks aren't coming back. Wednesday, finally, they get back to action.
I think the Devils fade here. I would take I would take Dallas in regulation.
Carolina, you mean, right?
Sorry, Carolina in regulation. Yeah. I would take. I think the Devils fade here at the end.
Still
sorry,
2-0 Lightning.
Carolina's money.
Yeah.
2-0 Lightning. Like I didn't see that coming.
I think Colorado's called it a night. I really do.
Colorado's called it a road trip.
Yep.
And
we're done. Yeah.
The thing is, I think actually I was at the game on Tuesday night in Jersey. And I just think more teams are going to do this. They're going to back off and give McKinnon, Makar, and Rantanen space.
Yeah.
And then just attack and double everybody else so they don't have time. And the rest of the forwards on the Avalanche can't handle that.
Yeah.
So they just generate. They have so
Oh.
little zone time in that
So,
situation.
and then-
They're constantly trailing back into their own end.
I'm
Yeah.
going with the Bubble Stash from Cryo Hops. It's a decent IPA.
Oh, there we go.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
And then because I got it on sale, we got some Maker's Mark with
Woohoo.
lemonade coming up later.
All right. Very good.
All right, I'm jumping up. I see a minus 113 now on the over 3.5. I'm getting on that because I
am
feel-
too.
I just
Already,
feel
already going to
Carolina's-
lose enough with Devils Hurricanes overs. Why not go for a third or fourth? Yeah.
Is that in the game or is that in the period?
That's for the game.
This is for
Okay.
the over 3.5 for the game. If that were over 3.5 for the second period, I would need an examination.
Yeah.
So I'm just
For a
I'm
functioning
just
brain. Yeah.
Just checking. Over 3.5. Okay.
Yeah.
Minus
Just
1.
I'm back.
All right.
I'm back
Hey,
and feeling
Alex.
a little better. So I got a little Tito's with me. So I'm
Oh,
enjoying
my
them together on a
goodness.
shot.
This man is
Yeah.
on
There
the
you
mend,
go.
folks. Yeah.
Yeah. So
There you
we're
go.
getting there slowly but surely. I followed everybody's advice. I ate a half of an edible and I took a vitamin. And so that's
There
it.
you go.
Yeah.
Right.
Good
Cheers.
stuff. All right, we'll do a
Yeah.
cheers,
Cheers.
here, everyone, to a
Yeah,
Saturday
cheers,
night,
folks.
Super Bowl weekend, Super Bowl Eve. And let's have a profitable, fun rest of the night.
Yeah. I got big on
All right.
There you
I
go.
took
Alex, this
I
one's for
took
you,
big
buddy.
on over 5.5
Cheers,
in this Colorado game.
That one.
I can't believe
This one's for you, dude.
Appreciate it. Maker's Mark. I got a great story. We might say that for a Patreon thing, but I got a great story about Maker's Mark. Drinking a half a bottle of that at a strip club once.
And if that's 2-1 or 3-1 Ottawa at the end of 2, I know this is extremely conditional, but I'm going to step away for a little bit. I will take Toronto in regulation and the draw live.
There you go.
Ooh,
All right.
okay.
So he's got mapped out a plan here, John
There you
Massey.
go.
The man with the
Love
plan
it.
here. for
Love
this
it.
Leafs Sens game. Yep.
Because we have not seen the Ottawa Senators blow leads at all this year,
No, never.
especially in the third period.
I know they did it like the first 3 games. Even this guy took over, Jacques Martin.
So
There we
just
go. Leafs just scored.
that
And I jumped in
All
on
that-
plus 150 on Toronto just like 3 minutes ago. So good timing.
And you'll
with
never
that.
guess who
Yeah.
it was, Ian.
Yeah.
Nice.
See, I told you the moment I shy away from betting the fucker, he scores.
Right?
Yep.
those hungry knives.
Right?
That's a great one, John. Hungry
really good.
Eyes. One
Nice.
look at you and you score a goal. You got hungry eyes.
That's going way back for that one.
You know what? If I'm Ottawa, they already used their
Well-
coaches challenge, didn't they?
Off
You
the
go way
shot.
back when you look at the Leafs winning a cup too, so it's
Yeah.
a lot in common.
If I'm Ottawa, I'm challenging that.
Now, if you go with a song for when the Leafs won the cup, it'd be like doo-wop or Motown, wouldn't it?
Be nice.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking be
Temptation.
nice.
It might be the
Sorry,
twist.
sorry. I had
Be
to.
nice.
I had to on that. I couldn't let that
Actually,
one.
it's probably a Bobby Benton song, so let's be honest.
I'll look up what a plausible number 1 song the last time the Leafs would have won
the
the
week,
cup.
the week,
Splash
the
by
week of
Bobby
May
Darin.
1967.
Yeah.
I'll bet you it's Neil Diamond.
How about a little I'm a
Terry
Believer, the
Terry.
Monkeys? How about kind
Oh,
of
okay.
a drag
Ooh.
to Buckingham's? Penny
Last
Lane, the
train
Beatles.
last train to Clarksville.
That's probably there. Yeah.
All right, so so that goal stood in Toronto, so it's 2-2 tie
Yeah.
game.
Oh God, that over should come in. Then I would hope. Jeez.
Oh,
Looks like a good goal. Yeah, it looked high, Dave. It looked like a high stick, to be honest. It really did.
No, it's good.
So-
It's a good goal. It's going.
Yeah, it
We-
was.
We,
It
all,
just
we all know the true
when I
number
saw the
one.
replay-
Yeah.
Just sir with
Grab a
love.
refill. I'll be right back.
All right, so good timing with that. So now I've got over 6.5, Toronto plus 150 live bet, and draw. All going for me in this Leaf Senators game. Over 6.5, draw on Toronto plus 150.
I got
We're in a
draw.
decent position there. Yep.
I'm going to grab Toronto minus 1.5 at plus 1.
The game that's really going to piss me off tonight for sure is this fucking
Devils
Devils
Hurricanes.
Hurricanes game.
Yeah,
Like, I can't
that's a
believe
weird
this game is scoreless right now, but it
Yeah.
is.
The Carolina Hurricanes have so many slow skaters on their third and fourth lines.
True.
Geez, I see that Florida Panthers game. That's 4-0.
Oh,
Are we fading Colorado? Are we fading
Colorado?
Colorado going forward here for a while?
Yeah, until they get home, and then
yeah, they'll be good at home, but on the road they're just a mess right now.
I'm going to take the Coyotes in regulation at plus 200 right now.
Oh, that game's going on right now, huh?
Yeah, with nothing going on.
Just started.
No score
halfway through
the first. Yep.
Actually, I almost like the over
as I watch a 0-0 game that's half through the second period.
So Ottawa just scored.
Ottawa scored.
Yep.
3-2.
Okay. All right, now I'm gonna jump in.
We're back in play.
Yeah.
There you go. John's plan is back on track. Yeah.
All right. So what are we playing here?
Nothing yet. It's at the intermission.
All right.
I'm going to grab it now because I don't, like I said, like I was saying to I forget who I was talking to. I think it was Dave.
Yeah.
I said second and third period, the fucking floodgates open. Look the fuck out. So if you're going to grab anything in game for the Leafs Senators, probably now's the time to grab it.
Nah, it's not worth it yet.
Yeah, I'll wait a minute or two into the third period. Grab Leafs money line.
Wow, they're not.
And it was Mr. Pinto that got that deflection goal too for Ottawa. Yeah.
Yep.
What was your bargain bin tonight, Ian?
Huh?
What was your bargain bin?
Martinique,
Carolina.
Oh,
scratch pad.
Never mind him scoring.
How about Carolina
scoring in that game? Yeah.
I need this to get over 5.5 there with Florida game. I took it live early, and
over 5.5 starts with 1.
Yeah, Colorado's got to get 1. It's not color. Like you guys said, Colorado looks like they gave up the ghost too. So it's probably not happening.
Oh, Pittsburgh just scored. We don't like that. 2-1 now. 2-1 for the Winnipeg Jets. So Pittsburgh on the board there.
So I'm grabbing.
All right, I'll be back in a bit.
All right, good
All
stuff.
right, John. We'll see you
in a bit.
I'm grabbing.
Welcome, Greg.
Greg came in. Hey, Greg.
Hey, how's it going?
Plus 155. Like the Pinto game, the Leafs goal. He's had a couple good looks. Plus
what jersey have you got there, Greg?
Yanni Gord.
Oh, very nice.
Winter Classic jersey.
I need to get that Winter Classic jersey. I have the Vegas the sweatshirt, but I need to get that Seattle one. Yeah. Very nice.
You need to get the Kraken going too. They're down 2-1 right now.
I know. I'm watching
Yeah.
here. Oh, we got a power play, I think.
Power play though.
Okay,
Yep.
so
Yep.
I'm also going to take a shot in the dark here. I'm going to take a race to 5. I'm going to take Toronto at plus 300.
Oh, really? There you go.
And that's a half unit. And for anybody that's not in the chat, or for anybody that's in the chat. So race to 5, I took Toronto plus 300, and that's half a unit. So take your pick on what your units are. But
wait, that's the Leafs?
Yeah.
Race to 5? Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. Yeah. Toronto Maple Leafs first to 5.
I was like, we said race to 5. I was like, was it a Raptors player? I wasn't sure.
Right. So, like I say, it never fails with Toronto and Ottawa. The floodgates just open in the second and third. So now that they've decided to not play defense, that's probably what's going to happen. So, what else are we looking at here? What else are we looking at? Sixth goal. Yeah, it's pretty shitty there. I do have Matthews for a multi-goal game. I don't even think he's got one yet. So, where are we here? Oh, shit.
Still 2-0 Tampa. We've had ourselves only the one Tampa goal so far in this second period. Florida on their way to a shutout, 90 seconds away from blanking the Colorado Avalanche, 4-0.
That hurts. I did take Florida, but not as much as I did on the over.
Sometimes you talk yourself out of something, and I said based on current form, was looking hard at Florida initially, and then I said, but wait a minute, if Colorado needs a win desperately here. They got absolutely bombed at home by the Panthers last month. Can't take Florida here, and they're beating them pretty good again. And you know what? Colorado had those opportunities. They couldn't put one in, and then they gave up those 2 power play goals in the first period, and it's like an air out of the balloon situation.
I said it in the chat, but I'll say it live on camera that if they play Georgiev more than 65 games this season, they're not making it past the second round.
No.
They might even get knocked out in the first round.
They're not making it past the first round.
His play is dwindling as well. You can see it.
Yeah.
They're not making it past the first round.
Every team that we talked about having goaltending issues right now, they're struggling because of their goaltending issues. Like we talked about at the beginning of the year, LA needs to do a little bit better with their goaltending. Probably need to make a move at the deadline. We didn't expect Copley to be out for the rest of the year, but we knew there was going to be some struggles because Talbot's hit or miss. Colorado, you need a backup goalie.
Right.
You desperately need a backup goalie. You can't run Georgiev every game. Buffalo, the shit show they got going on with those 3 guys. Calgary. Now, every team that we talked about at the beginning of this year having goaltending issues, they're all coming to a rise, and that's the reason why they're struggling. Those teams are struggling right now.
Yeah, it's sometimes we say just too simplistic to criticize goaltending, but that shows you how important it is. And when it starts to go south, and I'd love to say I have 100% confidence in LA tonight. When we'll get to that, there's actually a few angles I like in that game, and I'll mention those probably when I have my I'm probably going to hop off in a minute or two to have dinner, and then I'll be back in about 30 minutes, and then we'll start talking Oilers Kings. It's a standalone game. It's going to be the game that we end the night with. There are a few angles I like, but the one thing that's holding me, because for LA, the first game with Hiller behind the bench, this team's going to have the attention of the game, the urgency of the situation. There's no question. I heard that there was a brisk, good practice from them the last couple of days. They'll come out strong, but you need a save. And lately, the Kings have not been getting the save consistently from Riddick and from Talbot, too. Talbot was great early in the season, not so much lately. So, you can have all the energy you want for the new coach. Your goalie's got to make the routine saves, and that's not always happened lately for the LA Kings. It hasn't happened for Georgiev lately. It hasn't happened for, a few teams lately. Vanacek until tonight, though, apparently. Vanacek playing a lot better tonight. But nevertheless, you need goaltending in this league to win, and there's a lot of teams struggling in that regard right now. All right, guys, I'm going to hop off for just a bit, 30 minutes or so. I'll be back just after 9, and Alex will man the controls till then.
Yeah, I got it. I am the captain.
The Preds just scored.
Pred scored? Was it still a first period? Because I need a first period over that game. It seems like it's been on for an hour. So
yeah. Well, I think it is the first period.
Yeah, it is. It's about 7.5 minutes left. Hopefully you get another goal there. I got a first period over 1:20, 1.5 minutes, 1:25 in that Yotes and Preds game.
I live bet Arizona in regulation, so
yeah, right. Yeah, it was about 6 minutes ago.
Yeah. So, yeah, tough night. I think the over third period should come in with the Maple Leafs and Senators, 2.5 over 2.5 or something like that.
Yeah.
I can't see that not coming in. I haven't got a number on that yet.
Vasilevsky is standing on his head. He is keeping the Blue Jackets off the board. They had a couple chances, and he is just dialed in. They can't get it by him. Minute left in the second period for that one. 5.5, not looking great, but maybe floodgates open. We'll see.
It's Columbus. We can expect a third period meltdown, even if they're down 2 goals. They could still give up. You know what I'm saying? Another 2. Yeah. They could play like the game's tied and give up a bunch of goals. So
hope so.
Yeah.
Oh, that goal that Nashville scored was crazy. It bounced up and then off of Ingram. Then it rolled and hit him in the back and then went back in. So it's basically like a double doink, if you will. I hate using that phrase, but 1-0 Nashville. I've seen that replay.
Yotes scored, I think.
Oh, it is? Okay, you're way ahead of me then. Wonderful. First
Nice.
period over.
It's
Nice.
got over 1.5
Sure.
there. Good for you. Man.
Thank God.
Good for
Something.
you.
Need something.
And I got Coyotes and Reg live, so I hope that keeps on going. But, and I'll tell you
Carlo,
what.
Do you think your buddy
What's up?
Vamelka gets traded to fill one of these gaps for a goaltending? His name's been thrown around a lot.
He probably does. I don't know what they're going to get for them or what he's getting. My buddy. Nice.
I think he would be great in Colorado. He's better than
sure.
Prosvetov. Like he literally beat Prosvetov out in Arizona to even be where he is now. So why couldn't he do that again and then be a much better backup option for Georgiev?
Yeah. I'm gonna have to mute myself here in a second. Yeah, I mean, he could go just about anywhere that anybody needs a goaltender. I still think he's a lot better than he is right now.
This is the worst he's played, but this is not. Yeah, I don't think this is where he is now either. Like he was playing above expectation. Now he's like, okay, this is a slump. He will get out of this and be better than this. I will agree on that.
Yeah, I was wrong about him being elite, but he's better than this.
He's better than this. He's better than what we're seeing right now. I agree. Yeah.
I do agree with that.
I just think he'd be a better option if Colorado's looking to run Georgiev like a true number one and give him a bunch of starts, then that's where Vamelka would be valued most. You give him 20 starts to spell a team, and he could give you 14-6 if that Colorado offense starts running. He really could. He could do that with that Colorado team and that defense if they're playing hot in the second half, where he probably would do that with like 25 other clubs. So
we had a tilt with Radish and Severson. Not a terrible one.
All right.
Yeah. Just a couple fists thrown, couple sticks tapping.
Back to Toronto. Is Toronto? That's still an intermission. Let's see.
It looks like Ottawa just put up another
3-2 Ottawa.
Yeah, Norris. What did the Ottawa money line open up at? Was it?
Let's see.
It was like plus 120. Yeah, that was an interest.
It's like 125 or something.
I was wondering, because we were looking at the teams off the break, and we had a lot of teams coming out of the break, coming out with wins in the first game.
Mm-hmm.
Not every team, but I was wondering what Ottawa would do, what Columbus would do, what Seattle would do coming out of the break. Nashville, LA.
And that's the thing. We have to take these kind of first 4 or 5 games with some of these teams with, some grains of salt in a sense, because like I said, that was such a long break, and I feel like a lot of teams, like I said, got kind of, I don't know if it's a good thing or bad thing, throwing that 5-game mandated league break into the All-Star break, and so there's some teams that can just be really rusty early and find their footing, or they put themselves in a hole out of these first 4 or 5 games, and then they just never really get back to ground. So.
Yeah, because I remember you guys were saying last year, they were itching to come back.
Yeah.
And then out of the break, they just were right out the gate coming out hot.
But everybody came back at the same time. You didn't have like these 8, 9 to 11 or 13 day breaks last year. So this is a new thing. Everybody had those 5-game. That 5-day mandate off has been around, I think, 4 seasons now. And I think it probably wasn't used, obviously, for the shortened pandemic year.
Yeah.
But they were all scattered about. And I feel like a lot of teams were like, hey, we'd rather just throw that in and make a long All-Star break. So,
yeah. Yeah, the race is tight. I mean, you got a couple in the hunt teams shifting positions, in both conferences.
I think the East straightens itself out before the West. I don't know what time frame for either one, but I think the East shapes up a little bit quicker than the West does. The West could go more than likely the rest of this season, but when we don't know who's going to be anywhere between 2 and a wild card spot. But the East, I think everything will be pretty much sewed up by at least because I think we're talking about April 18th of the last day. So before tax day, we should have the East settled. I think.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. So I think we're at the break. Intermissions almost everywhere. Got a couple minutes left in Ottawa and Philly. But Carolina, New Jersey, 0-0. I was kind of expecting a high-scoring game in that one.
Yeah, I think we all were.
Yeah, what are the shots? Let's see. 20-23, so they're getting the pucks on net. Couple penalties, couple power play opportunities. It's just even all around here. Hits, face-offs. I mean, it's just an even game. Let's see what
Ottawa's going on to the power play. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, you're good. I'm just kind of looking at the game log. I guess this new kid from Finland, he's got 3 shots on goal. Hatakka on New Jersey. I don't know who this guy is. Santeri Hatakka. I don't know, but
that's a new one.
I guess. Yeah. I just see him up on the. I filter sort, see who's shooting the puck.
Yep.
And he's right at the top there in Kakalaki.
Yeah.
Jackie Hughes 4 shots. Bunting 3, Heischer 3, Toffoli 3. Yeah. Man, I've been seeing so much negativity towards fortunately towards Timo Meier. I guess his stats are really, really bad this year. And his plus minus is plummeting. He's got a penalty tonight, 1 shot on goal. A couple hits, so he's throwing the body, but they were
$8.5 million though, right? They want goals, they want production.
Know.
Right?
I know. So that's
same as everybody. Same as everybody was crying the blues because Willie signed the contract and then he virtually disappeared for fucking 8 years.
Well, they signed the contract and he's feeling a little comfortable and
that happens with some guys. Look at Jason Dickinson rather. Until last night, he had been non-existent at all.
No, exactly. Right.
Yeah.
But then Mrazek signed the contract and he was playing well after. I guess
that's just carryover. He was playing well before the signing. So it just kind of carried through.
So
I just pray he stays healthy.
Now hang on, Alex. You just applied the logic to Mrazek was playing good before the contract. Willie was playing good before the contract. So how come
more money? Mrazek's only. You tell me I'm good for the next 8 years. Yeah, I'm probably taking a break from everything for just a little bit. Right? You know what I'm saying? The 2 years. Yeah. Mrazek knows his 2 years may not be 2 years. So.
No, right, and that part I appreciate and I agree with you on that one, right? My thing was everybody was like, "Oh, Willie, he's great, he's this, he's that." I'm like, what happened to 2 years ago when he fucking couldn't skate out the icing or he ditched the hit in the corner for the puck?
Yeah,
like you people have fucking short memories. Like you're gonna pay him 11.5, and you don't think he's not gonna go digging in the corner? Like, come on. So, right, I appreciate why the signing was done. I didn't like the signing. Mrazek, I'm actually quite surprised, and it's a decent signing, like it is for Chicago. It's a decent signing. So
and we have to spend money. That's the thing, especially with Hardy had all these guys that are hurt. Right. So I didn't hate it too much. I just would have liked a 1 year extension. I thought 2 years was a bit excessive, especially if we're going to give Comesso looks next year. Right, and if he looks good, then we're probably gonna try and keep him around as much as we can. And then they got this kid that was in the World Juniors, coming into the Rock.
Same thing isn't that the same thing as we're looking at in Calgary, where you have Mrazek for 2 years to kind of to tutor this kid coming through? Like, isn't that that?
I don't know if that's how they're. Yeah, that makes sense to me too. I don't know if that's the way they're looking at it. I think they're kind of looking at He's getting more work. Comesso and the Rockford guys are getting more work with the Waite brothers, the coaches, for the goalie coaches for the Hawks. Not so much. It's not so much a kind of group thing. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they're going to bring Comesso and be a backup next year, the whole year, to be a tutelage under Mrazek, the same way that it could be Markstrom and Wolf next year. I don't know if that's going to be. But I think it's going to be they're going to sign somebody else for a year, and then midway through the season they'll bring Comesso up. Maybe move one of those two goalies, veteran goalies, and then bring Comesso and let him run the second half of next season. That's the way it kind of seems to me, just based on how the Hawks have treated goalies like Corey Crawford in the past.
Okay.
So, I don't know.
All right. It's one of not the best puck carrier in the neutral zone in the league. I disagree, Alan. Sorry, I'm reading the chat as we're talking.
Yeah.
Alan Trimble came back with Willie is one of the, if not the best puck carrier in the neutral zone in the league. I disagree. I fucking disagree. Willie is useless in the fucking neutral zone. He's great in the offensive zone. He won't take a hit. He won't protect the puck. He'll dump the fucking thing in a heartbeat. So I disagree with that statement. I really do. He's one of the better goal scorers in the league. He's one of the better offensive zone players in the league. But he's not a good fucking neutral zone player. Not even fucking maybe. I take better hits than fucking Willie does, for fuck's sakes. Like, seriously. Like, fuck me. I put him on the same par as Marner, right? You put him in the offensive zone all game long, they're fantastic. There's probably none better. He's not a good protect the puck, take a hit to get the puck. Like, he's just not. But that's my opinion. So anyway.
No, and well, that's the thing too, right? I mean, you don't always need everybody playing two ways. I mean, you know, that was always the knock on Patrick Kane is that he's not going to give you much defensively. Okay, fine. So just then he's got to give you everything offensively. Yeah,
I'm okay with that. But the problem with Toronto, especially, is you've got Marner, you got Nylander, who neither one of them will take a hit to save the puck.
True. Yeah,
like they won't. That's the problem. We've got two of them, and they do the same fucking thing all the time, and everybody knows it. Right, so
somebody's either going to have to adapt or move. Yeah,
but let me pose this question: right? So, what puck carrier will take a hit? I mean, what
some will
puck carrier? But
McKinnon will.
I mean, McKinnon will. Sure,
McKinnon will.
Ovechkin would in his day.
Crosby, even his old age, will take a hit.
I guess will.
Yeah.
Right. Like there are players.
That will if you can catch McDavid and hit him, you're fine. Like, he's fine. It's just a matter of whether you're able to hit him or not. But yeah,
right.
Mm-hmm. My problem with Willie is he looks great in certain spots. In other spots, his deficiencies show up and they're rather glaring, right?
Yeah.
But when you look at, like, I guess it's perception, right? We all know Kane in his heyday. He's an offensive player, and I'm okay with that. Taves was kind of half and half, same as JT. Matthews is starting to turn into a defensive player. He's a 200-foot player, as the phrase goes. Marner and fucking Willie are 85-foot players. I'm sorry. Yeah. That's what they are. That's what they do, and that's okay. But my issue is you pay both of them $11.5 million to wave at a puck. Like, Marner threw a hit the other night.
Goose, I mean,
everybody's like, "Oh my God, he threw a hit!"
He's a piece. He's a type of player. So why? It's now on the management to build where he's lacking to bring in pieces that can fill in the gaps.
You are absolutely correct there. But come playoffs, you have to you have to go above and beyond. We all know this. The referees call it differently. Playoffs are a whole different fucking animal in the NHL. It's one of the few. It's probably the only league where the rules change fully. Like, fucking fully. I don't care what anybody says. So when you see Willie pull up on, taking the hit against Tampa Bay, or he stopped skating on the icing. If he'd have skated that icing out in 2021, I think it was, that icing gets negated, right? The play changes. These players won't change for playoffs. That's the problem. It really is. Whereas you look at Dallas, you look at Colorado, Carolina, Pittsburgh, even Sydney plays fucking hard in the playoffs.
Yes.
Yep.
Right? So
how old is Willie?
Willie is 28.
Okay, so maybe he's not going to come around. But, hey,
No, he's not.
Yeah.
He's not, right? That's the problem. He's not. He's shown he's not going to adapt. But you need him to adapt, right? You need the playoffs. You need to even Stamkos. Look at Stamkos in the regular season, and then look at him in the playoffs. He's
electric when he's healthy.
Playoffs. He's a beast. He plays like a fucking asshole. That's what you need in the playoffs. So right, so like I like Corey Perry going to Edmonton. I think that's a killer piece for them in the playoffs. I really do.
Yeah, those are the kind of guys. You either need somebody who can dig in and get dirty, and be gritty around the net, and like I said, gritty in the corners, or you need, like you said, a guy like a Marian Hossa type, somebody who can you can bump him around, but you're not bumping the puck off of him, and he's still going to set up the play. And there's not too many guys like that in the league these days. But that's something you need to find. If you can mold somebody into that model, would it be Austin Matthews? I mean, obviously you're looking at him to score you goals every night, but here's the thing: it's like, he's the bigger of the three we're talking about, right? He puts on a little bit of weight, and I'm talking a little long term, not necessarily this season, but he puts on a little weight in the offseason.
Sure.
He gets a little slower, sure, but he gets hard to move off the puck. Then, my God, then the 50, 60 goals turn to 70, 80 goals potentially if he's hard to move off the puck.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's the McKinnon build. It's
right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. It's a prototype. It's what we used to call the prototypical power forward.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. We're running low on those.
Whether it's for my day it was Brendan Shanahan. Brendan Shanahan in the 90s, nobody could touch Brendan. I don't care I don't care what you want to tell me. Dino Ciccarelli in the early 80s for Minnesota. Mm-hmm. Wow. There was a guy that showed up for pocket playoffs like no tomorrow. That was the guy. Butch Goring for the New York Islanders.
Jason Arnott.
Serge Savard, Jason Arnott. There's another guy, right? Like
Bobby Holik.
Once you start to right? Like once you start to go back, every team that's won a cup has that guy, right? There's that guy. The Leafs don't have that guy.
But
Knies might be that guy.
In a bigger picture, I kind of think that position is, we're not going to see as many of those types of players because the game is getting faster.
Yeah, right.
You're getting these smaller guys who can skate around the rink, faster than anyone else.
Yep.
And I don't know if we're going to be seeing a lot of players like that in the future of this league.
But look at last
give me some second line big thumpers like a Brian Smolinski or a Robert Lane kind of type deal guys. They can throw the hit, but they also can give you offense. Yeah.
Exactly. Right. So for Toronto it'd be nice. For Dallas, you're looking at, I don't even know who you're looking at for Dallas anymore. Right? Because Ben's older. Wyatt Johnson's not quite that player, right? He's getting there. Right, like there's certain players that play that style and know how to accommodate. But
Marchment could Marchment be that guy in Dallas?
Marchment could be that guy.
Marchment could be that guy, right? Yeah. But until the playoffs, until they stop calling the playoffs the way they call it, right? When playoffs become regular season refereeing, then Marner and these guys, what we call the finesse players, they will do well. Until that point, you better get mean, you better get nasty, because that's the way they call it. I don't like it. I don't agree with it. As a referee of 35 years, I do not agree with the way that the status changes from regular season to playoffs.
Are you saying it gets tighter in the calls,
or
looser in the calls?
They ignore so much shit in the playoffs. It's unreal.
Just talking right before All-Star break. I don't know if you remember, Braden Shen had a couple game winners for St. Louis. And I don't know if you remember that Vancouver game, but he decked.
Yeah.
He decked, I think, Elias Pettersson.
Yeah.
Just straight up knocked him down, scored the game winner right there. And no call. And
But this is my thing. Like you want skill, you want speed. Okay, that's fine. But all of a sudden, when, like you say, Braden Shen, like he literally threw a punch. Knocked the guy to the ice and took the puck away. Where's the call? Yeah. Right? And that's the problem is they revert back to 1980s refereeing. So if there's an understanding, if you're going to do it. But the teams better be ready to accept that come March and April, you better start throwing some punches, right? Like like, I don't know, like it's.
No, I do know what you're saying, and I
just don't know. I just don't know where the balance is. Like, that's what's got me.
The balance is who makes the playoffs, because I think when you look at in the hunt, the teams who don't play that way don't end up making it.
No,
they don't end up making it, or they're out in the first round quick. But you look at, because it's like November. What happens in November? Every team is hitting over their 3.5 goal line.
That's right.
Team, they're running up the numbers in November every year. It's the same shit every single year. And then what happens in March are the teams that are willing to do the dirty work in the crease.
Yep.
And they're
willing to go digging for the puck.
And they're playing defense, they're blocking shots. Those are the teams that come in and take the playoffs spots.
But my main issue with this, and actually, so Stephen Walkham, who runs the NHL officiating, he's the head of the officiating. He was actually one of my teachers at my OHL camp when I started refereeing in the OHA and the OHL. And we said to him, like, how do you justify changing your style? Like, how do you justify that? Because as a 21-year-old, I'm like, okay, hang on. Like, I call a game a certain way and I like a game a certain way. How do you justify essentially letting some guy hack a guy to get the puck and not calling it playoffs? He's flow of the game.
Yeah.
Right. So right. Yeah. And then game management, right? Game management is always your friend. Like, and so, right. So as you go through, you learn game management. And I don't care what anybody says. If you don't think there's game management, you're fucking dreaming. That's just the way it is. My issue is that a two-hander across the hands, or even one stick into the hands right now is a hook. Okay, that's fine. Come playoffs, you can grab the guy, pull him, and that's not anything. So how do you justify that total flip when you spend 6 months playing a game one way, and then for 2 months you got to play it another way? Right? You can't have it both ways. That's my issue.
Yeah, I agree with
that.
So
as a hockey, I get really pissy when I see this shit going on, whether it's my team or not. I don't care. Like, if it's call it against the Leafs, if they do it wrong, call it. I don't care. But fucking call it the way it should be called. The rule book changes considerably come playoff time. It really does. Yeah. And it changes from round 1 to round 2 to round 3 to round 4. It does. I don't care what anybody says. Watch 20 years worth of hockey. It changes. Yeah. So how do you justify it? How do you build your team? You build your team one way, and then come playoffs, it's a different game. But if you don't have the players willing to play that style, you're screwed.
You're screwed. Yeah,
you're hooped.
You have to be adaptable,
right?
You have to be adaptable to styles.
Yeah, and I'm okay with adaptability. I'm okay with that. But you bring in on, like, for instance, Jason Robertson, Nick Robertson, Marner. These guys play a skill, speed, finesse game. Come playoffs, that game, it doesn't matter. It doesn't compute. It doesn't work.
In NHL rinks, no.
No, but if you build
in European rinks and international rinks, they can get it. But it's too tight. It's too tight. The rinks are too small.
Yes,
where
in the NHL,
bigger guys you're gonna have to run into them either way.
So I realize that, but it's just I just have an issue with the justification of playoffs allows for the rule book kind of changes. I don't agree. I never have agreed.
I mean, I don't either.
Right.
But what can we do about it?
Well, this is it, right? As fans, we live and die by our teams. As bettors, that's the problem, right? You have to adjust, and Alex has said this many times. Right? You have to adjust your way of thinking when it comes to that point.
Certainly.
By the way, I'm in on Toronto, Ottawa, live draw and win in regulation. Oh, you're a brave man, John.
Yeah, I had draw from the beginning. I think a lot of us have some piece of draw.
Dumb deflections. All right, so I just, like I say, as a referee, after many years, like I got 35 years. That's what I had refereeing. Mm-hmm. My style never changed. Yeah. Game 1, game 10, game 5 of playoffs, it didn't matter. I always called the same game, and I always had good games. The players will do what what they'll do.
Right.
I just wish the NHL would adopt that same mentality.
But
right?
Goose, I think I agree, but I also think that it reconciles in the numbers, because what's the highest power play percent? What, 25 or 30? I mean, I don't even know.
Well, if you want to go with the Oilers last year, it was what, 34 or 7?
34. So
right?
so yes, giving that team a power play is obviously a huge advantage, but it's not a guaranteed goal.
No, it's not.
A call, like, calls obviously influence the game.
Yep.
But it's not a sure thing.
No, but it stands to reason. If you give the Oilers 5 power plays a game, right?
They'll hit
in the
one or
regular
two.
season, they're going to hit on 3. That's what the number said last year. If you give them 5 power plays in the playoffs, I'll bet you that number drops to 1.5.
Right. I see what you're
saying. Because the game changes. And that's my issue, is the game shouldn't change because it's playoffs. It should be called the same. And John Massey's got a good point. He says you can't justify it. It just happens. And I appreciate all of that. I've been watching hockey long enough to understand that. But they say one thing and then they do another. And they've been doing it for 10 years. Oh, we're going to clamp down. The refs are going to call the same game, right? Blah, blah, blah. Come playoffs, it's a war zone. Do I love it? I love it. Fucking let them play hockey. Let them play old-time hockey. I have no problem with that. But let them play old-time hockey all the time. Or let them play speed and finesse game all the time. You can't have it both ways, right? Like, so that's where I, as a hockey fan, as somebody who loves the game, that's where my issue is. Right? So, do I love to see a fight? Love to see a fight. Do I love to see somebody take a two-hander? No. But it happens in playoffs, and they don't call it. That's my issue, right? Is you see this tomahawk chop come across, and the guy's holding his arm because
look at Alex Pietrangelo. Look at how many he just did it this season a couple times. It's like, come on, it's not even part of the game.
No, exactly. Right, no. and he got a deuce. I actually don't even think he got a deuce.
I don't even know if he got anything. That's
right?
The problem. I know.
and here we are wondering, right? And we shouldn't be. We should be able to say Pietrangelo got a 2, if not a 5, because it's an intent to injure in my book.
Absolutely.
But right,
I think it was on Coleman too or something. But geez.
The last comment I've got on this. So if I go back to my OHA days, we would have a supervisor in the arena every game. And the supervisor would come down between periods, right? I want you to call this. I want you to call less of that, so on and so forth. So they were managing the game from the stands.
I didn't know that.
And they would come down and say, okay, so less stick calls. Well, I've just set a standard in the first period. Now you want me to change the standard. So now how do the players have to figure out what I'm doing? That's not fair to them.
So do you think that mid games in NHL, like, they're getting calls and saying, like, hey, watch out for this, watch out for that?
I would bet you 10-1 every period. There's a guy walking in there saying, okay, in the first period you called this and this and this. We want you to call less of that. Maybe keep an eye on this. So the standard changes from period to period. Now, as a hockey player, right? Because I've been both. I've been all of it. I can learn to adapt, but you shouldn't have to. If you call a trip in the first, that trip should be called in the third. I don't care if it's 5-1, 5-4, take your pick, right? Yeah. And that was my thing as a referee. My calls never changed. If I called the trip in the first, I called that trip in the third, I wouldn't care. 7-1, 4-3, tie game. Don't care. It's a penalty, plain and simple.
And the league definitely has penalty narratives, because here was the thing that everybody kind of forgot about with that first period overtrend in 18-19. That was also the year where they started cracking down more on calling more penalties in front of the crease, more goalie interference, more cross checks from behind. They were watching for that intently. So you saw a lot of that early in games, especially early in the season, and that led to a lot of scoring early because you had those power play chances. So there is definitely something to having a narrative in a certain time of year, be it playoffs or regular season. So
and Dave's like, Dave Hobrecht says playoff intensity is too high and tight checking. Penalties could be called on every shift. Penalties could be called every shift in a regular season, Dave. My issue is that, so the way it was explained to me very early on, this is very simple, and I love this one. If it takes away a scoring opportunity or gives a scoring opportunity, you call it. If it's away from the puck, two guys in the corner, one guy throws a punch, the other guy cross-checks him, that's 2 apiece. Fuck it. Let's go on. Let's play the game. Let's move.
Yeah, agreed.
Right? So, and that's your game management. I learned that very early from a couple older guys. And that's what I don't see anymore in the NHL. That's my issue, right? Like, again, I don't, call me old-fashioned, call me whatever, but it being a referee and watching the game on the ice as opposed to watching in the stands, it's a whole different fucking ball game. I don't care what anybody says.
Oh,
Get
I
on the ice,
that.
try and call a game. You'd be surprised how much you don't see or how much you do see, right? Depending on how you want to look at it. So, right. But like I say, like I learned from a lot of guys that were 20-year, 30-year, 40-year referees. A lot of guys that knew a lot of things, a lot of guys that didn't know a lot of things. Take the good from all of it and you try and make it the best you can, right? So that was kind of my motto was.
Well said.
I'm proud to say I never had a bench clearing brawl ever, but I never had a game where I didn't call a penalty either, because if a penalty was there, I called it because it's not fair to the players. It's not fair to the teams. Right. So that's kind of my take on all of that. Right. It's just, I just wish the playoffs were a little more uniform, I guess would probably be the best way to say it. And it doesn't seem to be. And that's my issue. So anyway,
I get that. That's good discussion.
Yeah. Right. So let's go around the horn. I got 4-2 Ottawa, 17 minutes left.
Yep. And then we got no score. The Devils Canes still, I think.
Really? That game's still
0-0. Yeah.
Wow.
I took the under 2.5 at the beginning of the third.
Damn.
Alex, do you take in-game live draws ever, or just?
I don't often. I will do it a little bit more in the second half, but usually I just kind of have the draw pregame. It's kind of rare that I have a game where I don't like the draw pregame and then look for it in game. But I've done it. I will do it.
Yeah, I think I saw one of your tweets about when Kraken were playing Columbus. We're about to tie the game. I saw you tweet.
Yeah. So I'll do that. Oh, definitely. Yeah. If I'm seeing like a rally kind of in the third period, then I'll grab a draw in that kind of a spot. But
Kraken just scored. 2-2.
I was going to say we got a tie game in Philly.
Well done. That's good. Glad to see. And I know Ian's got the draw in that game. I think a few people had the draw.
So
I just have Kraken money in them.
I'm seeing 3-0 in Tampa Bay with 13 left to go. 2-1 Winnipeg. 0-0 there, and 1-1 Arizona. Nashville just starting the second. Yeah. Everything in the third period except for Arizona Nashville starting the second, and then we were an hour away from LA and Edmonton. I honestly don't know how I feel about LA anymore. I honestly think that they're going to dive right. They are right. I don't see them doing anything. Like I see them actually becoming bottom dwellers in essence for the rest of the season.
Plus 225 before the break for them to miss the playoffs.
Yep. Yeah, I can see that. Actually, I remember you saying that. Best
bet.
It was
a best bet on a short day or something like that.
Yeah. I remember, and I remember thinking that's a really good bet because right now they look like a fucking tire fire. They really do.
Yeah.
But what's the problem? To me, I'm gonna read off their D-men: Anderson, Booth, Clark, Doughty, Englund, Gavrikov, Roy, and Spence. So that's the D there work because their offense doesn't seem to be the problem. I mean,
it's not. It's the defense and goaltending.
Yeah.
It's the goaltending. It would.
What if Tanev goes to LA?
It helps a lot, but it's not the end all be all. You still need to upgrade in goaltending. Cam Talbot's already blown his nut for the season. The way he played in that first half, there's no way he's even going to come to be 500 to where he was in the second half. We don't have Copley anymore. We know what David Riddick can't do, so you got to get a goalie.
March
because we What the hell is that?
Garbage disposal?
There we go.
Is that me?
Oh.
That's. Hang on. I'll tell you if it's me or not. I'll mute myself.
No. Greg, mute right, Greg. Hit a mute right quick. Yeah, it's Greg. Something going on there.
But maybe sell
Way to go, Greg.
Tanev and Markstrom can fix LA maybe.
Yeah, but what do you give up for that though?
Exactly.
First rounder?
Oh,
and
you
no.
No, you got to give up a player now and a first rounder and some picks like down the road too. That's going to cost you 3 draft picks at least. Tanev and Markstrom. Yeah.
So let's look at it from LA's point of view just for a second. So if I want Markstrom and Tanev, I'm going to give up Byfield.
Yes.
And one of the D.
Roy.
Right? Like it's Byfield, isn't it?
Yeah.
Byfield.
Yeah.
Or
Byfield.
Roy?
Byfield. Roy. A first and a third. That makes sense. Something like that. That's a lot. That makes sense.
Send up. Yeah.
But also,
Markstrom, because here's the thing, you got Markstrom in control for what, 4 more years? That's the other thing you're talking about. It's not like you're going to flip Markstrom. He's not a deadline deal. 2 after? Okay.
Right.
So yeah, right. So you're keeping 2 years in control. You got your goaltending already set for the next 3 years if you're LA. That's worth it. That's worth it when you start talking about Markstrom and Tanev. Tanev or Byfield could be a trade straight up on its own. But Tanev and Markstrom for Byfield, a first, a third, and a defenseman like a Matt Roy or something like that. That makes sense.
Or maybe a prospect that's already in the pipeline.
True, that too. Yep.
Right. Like I honestly, I don't see Conroy. I don't see Conroy letting both of them go.
Yeah, it's good.
For
good.
You know, it would have to be a really big haul to get Tanev and Markstrom out of Calgary. Right. So
I'm just thinking, what would LA? What's going to fix LA? What's going to fix them?
Tanev and Markstrom should fix LA, shouldn't
it? The goaltending, right? That's if you got if you've got Markstrom and Talbot as your 1A 1B, that fixes your goaltending right away. Like it does. You put Tanev, but Tanev is at best he's a 4, but he's probably a 5 in your defense. So, right, like. So I don't know. Like it all depends what Blake thinks. You know, like is it worth it? But at this point, he's got to think it is because like you've got Kempe 1 more year. Kopitar is on his last year, if I'm not mistaken. Like he's got a lot of contracts coming off the books, and this is kind of their window. You got PLD, but fuck, that was such a. Winnipeg's got to be laughing to the bank on that one.
That was one of the worst. That was one of the worst deals.
Yeah, right. It was bad for LA. Like I'm sure Winnipeg is just laughing about it because
it's now 4. Is it now 4-3 in the Leafs game?
4-3. Leafs are plus 250 on the draft.
All right. So I'm jumping in with Leafs money line right now. Somebody in the chat was mentioning that. So Leafs plus. I'm gonna shop around, but yeah, if anything 220 or higher, I'm all in. So
I got plus 265. I got plus 265. So but like we said, like New Jersey, LA, and possibly Carolina are your top 3 goaltender needs. Like I honestly think Toronto, if you want to include Toronto on the list, go ahead. But I think they're going to ride out Wool, Samsonov, and Jones. Right, I think that's kind of the way they're going. Poking the guy doing there. So, but. Like LA definitely needs a goaltender. New Jersey needs a goaltender, and Carolina with Kochetkov and Anderson, and you can't rely on Anderson. He's 34, so you got 3 teams. Like I, if I'm Calgary, I just don't understand how I'm not getting a haul for Markstrom and just like living with it. I just don't understand it.
Whalers on the power play.
So, oh yeah,
yeah.
So. But yeah, as far as LA goes, like I honestly think you're right, Alex. It's got to be Tanev and Markstrom, maybe Hannafin. Yeah. Like Hannafin turned down 60 mil over 8 in Calgary. Like he turned that down.
Oh yeah, Hannafin makes a lot more sense too, because then that they could re-sign him. He'd be the heir apparent to possibly when Drew Doughty retires or something like that.
Yeah, right. Okay. Exactly.
Yeah. So you set yourself up for now and the future with Calgary with that. with that trade.
Exactly. But Hannafin doesn't run a power play. That's his one knock.
Right.
So, right. But if you go 7x7, so 50 mil, give him 50 mil over 7 years. Hannafin would probably go to LA in a heartbeat.
Yep.
He's an American guy. He wants to go back to America. He's said that. Right. And he turned down 60 over 8 in Calgary, and they're not going to give him. I think that contract's still on the table from what I understand.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's going to sign it. I think he wants out of Calgary because I think he sees the rebuild coming. Well, rebuild, retool, and whatever.
Yeah, retool. Sure.
Yeah, whatever. Take your pick. It's all the same shit.
Oh, I'm in. I gotta get my earphones on.
There you go, Perlo.
Yep. I think that means Ian's probably coming back.
Hey, bud.
Now that Perlo's back in the building, do we look at Markstrom going to Calgary or going to Edmonton?
No. No, I don't think. No, I don't think they would.
Rico,
what's happening?
Yeah.
Hey, Rico, how's it going, man?
Hey, man, good. Except for I just laid a live bet before Philly scored that goal on the Kraken to win. Me and Perlo were just chatting before we bounced back in.
Yeah. Now Philly's like taking control.
They're on the power play, Philly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's not good.
Oh, we might get a
shorty.
We might get a shorty. No.
So the question is, and then John Masty could probably give this answer better than any of us. What would New Jersey give up to get Markstrom? Maybe Hannafin.
Nemec. You got to give up Nemec.
I don't think Markstrom's going anywhere. I don't think so.
I got a bad feeling. I got a bad feeling about it now because we don't know how long this Vladar injury is. That's the issue because Vladar's the guy you optimally would like to move. But if he's out, say he's out a month, you're screwed. Deadline's the 8th.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because then you only have Wolf and then the kid in the WHL. Right. So
wait, is that? Yeah, right. They don't have like a really deep pipeline in Calgary after Wolf.
No, they don't.
Nuts.
Nope.
Which is why I was hoping that I would have loved all the Hawks to package Soderblom and maybe even Stauber too to Calgary to get Wolf out of there.
Yeah,
deep in the goaltending room a little bit.
And then John's like, "Why is New Jersey buying John?" I thought we decided that New Jersey needed a goaltender.
They need a goalie bad.
Like that, they need a goaltender bad. If not, they're not making the playoffs. And the only
and that's their question. Do they get a goalie and make a run for it, or do they just say nah and sit it out and miss this one and then retool for next year? Maybe so. That's
next year, right? Yeah, right. That's the other issue. But I know there was an article linking Hannafin, so they were looking at Hannafin and Markstrom to New Jersey. So that would cure your for this year anyway. That would cure your defensive issue plus your goaltending issue.
You'd have to send Dawes back, right? You'd have to send the whoever your highest prospect goalie, because we know that's not Vanacek. So Dawes or Schmidt would have to go back the other way now.
Yeah, exactly.
Before I went out, you were asking me where Vejmelka might go. New Jersey was what I was going to tell you.
Oh, okay.
But I had to go out. I think New Jersey might give him a shot. Like that feels like, okay, look, Vejmelka is not having a great time right now, but they'll rely on their goalie coaching staff to get him to get to where he's supposed to be and throw back, Vanacek and a pick or whatever the case may be and give him a shot because when he's good, he's probably good enough. But I think New Jersey has bigger problems than that.
Yeah.
I think New Jersey has bigger problems than even goaltending. They don't have anybody.
No, like Jersey's injuries issues have definitely shown, right? But you lose 3 defensemen off of your lineup. Like any team that loses 3 NHL defensemen is going to be fucked. Like I don't care who you are.
Yeah.
But it's
that's true,
been shown you guys need Jersey needs a goaltender. Like the showing Vanacek had against Calgary was horrid. Like it really was. And you got Dawes in net tonight. So okay, so there's a shining light. But you need somebody other than that to get you through the playoffs. Like, gone are the years of Ken Dryden coming in as a rookie and winning 4 cups. Like, it's just not going to happen. Right? So, You know.
Oh, we did get the over
Like,
in the Toronto game. Thank God.
Oh yeah, that hit in a heartbeat. Yeah, and New Jersey could have signed quick and didn't. Yeah, you're right. It takes too much collateral.
Whole lot of teams that should have thought about signing quick didn't.
Yeah, and John Massey's.
Imagine how Buffalo would be right now.
That, yeah, it probably would take too much collateral right now to get them out. And yeah, New Jersey as a whole against Calgary was shite. You're right, but right, we all look at it like we all like as a group. Can we not agree that New Jersey needs a goaltender?
Well, hell yeah, definitely.
Oh,
right,
for sure. Yeah.
Like I don't see how this is much of a conversation.
They needed a goalie in October,
right? So take your pick. Like the only reason we're talking Markstrom is because we think Markstrom's going to move out of Calgary. That's my opinion. So. It has been for a while.
I don't think.
Well, again, like if I'm Calgary, Markstrom gives me back enough assets and profit to go forward.
Yeah,
right. You're not selling for this.
I just don't think Calgary. I don't think Calgary thinks that they're a team that can't go for it next year. I think that they believe that they can still keep going. I don't think they're going to trade Markstrom.
Yeah, I can see if they are all in on a run this year, which I think they would fall flat in. But then that gives them room to make a move and deal Markstrom on draft day. Yes. And then really take in something big. So that may be what they're sitting and waiting for too. We're just going to wait and roll with what we got. Yeah, and then use that collateral. Especially let's say he has a good run. He has a good run and leads them to a playoff spot. Now your value to trade him is through the roof.
Yep. But you also have to look, as you know, like I say, as we've looked at, like Markstrom's record is up and down like a fucking toilet seat. It really is over seasons,
and it's going to always be like that.
Yeah, exactly. So technically, right now, this is the best value you're going to get for him if you don't assume that you're going to make the playoffs. Right? That's a fair statement. We kind of all agree with that. Right? So that's where I look at it is that if I'm Calgary and I'm looking at 2 to 3 years down the road, regardless of Kadri and regardless of fucking Huberdeau, we're trying to get younger. So Markstrom gets us there, allows Wolf to come in, right? Again, Vladar being hurt now, that's a major issue, trying to trade Markstrom. I really do believe that. So, Alex, you're probably right. We probably don't see Markstrom move till the end of the season because of the injury to Vladar.
Yeah, Vladar. Yeah. Unless Vladar can come back healthy in time before the 8th of March, which is possible. I don't know the severity of the injury yet. So
no, this is what lower body injury was all I heard. Right.
This is what I think happened. I think they don't trade Markstrom, and I think they throw a shit ton after the cap goes up, and they move a couple players at Sam Reinhart. I think they're going to go after Sam Reinhart in the offseason.
They can't afford him, Perlo.
They can.
They don't have the cap space. Dude, they're not even close.
No, they don't. Yeah, but the cap's going to go up about $4 million. You just got to get rid of a couple players there.
They still don't have the cap space. Possible. They are capped out. They literally are capped out, and they have, I think it's one contract coming off the book, and that's fucking Dubé. That's it. Everybody else is signed into next year. So they can't. And Reinhardt?
Yeah.
They sound like the Leafs. They sound like the Leafs. Even the cap going up is not going to help them all that much.
No, it's not. Reinhardt's going to get $10 million this year, easily. No, right? Whether or not he's worth it, that's another question. He's just having a banner season, right?
I don't think he's getting $10 million. I don't think he is. Because he had one good year. Yeah. Overall, he won't. Florida's not giving him $10 million. Florida's not giving him $10 million. Who's going to give him $10 million? Who?
Somebody will.
Who?
Somebody will.
Who?
Doesn't matter who. Somebody will.
What about
Whether
Chicago?
It's Arizona,
it's not a matter
Anaheim.
of who. Someone will overpay for a good premium player that they need.
Do you want
that they think can help them to fit in well. That's the way it is.
Does he want to go? Does he want to go to Chicago for 10? Or that's where you're going to have to do. You're going to have to go to San Jose, Chicago,
That's
Something
fine.
like
Sell
that.
your soul. Sell your soul.
Yeah.
No, I don't think he will. I think he'll sign for 8, somewhere where he can make some money, and I think Calgary can do it, and I'll show you how.
I don't see it.
You
honestly don't.
You got to remember, you got a Huberdeau there, right?
Yeah, I know.
Huberdeau,
who's actually playing
Huberdeau's
better
gonna be
lately. Let's give him his credit. He's
He
playing
is.
better lately, Huberdeau. Yeah,
He's
Got
Let's be
5
honest.
points since he's been back.
absolutely. Yeah.
Kuzmenko is going to get the contract. They're going to sign Kuzmenko to an extension. Plain
Right.
and simple. You already got Sharangovich signed. You already got
Okay, here's what you do.
The only contract that falls off the books is Dubé. That's it.
You trade back.
And Hannafin. Sorry, Hannafin. If Hannafin leaves.
Right. So how much is that? $5 million. Somebody will take Backlund. Somebody will take Backlund.
Nobody will take Backlund.
Yeah, somebody will take him for sure.
No, they won't.
You know who will take him?
They won't. They won't trade Backlund because they put the fucking C on him, dude.
Teams that have to get up to the need or at the cap floor might take
floor might take him, but I don't know what his. He probably has a no trade clause.
Yeah.
I'll bet you 10-1 Backlund.
Moderate.
Backlund probably has a handshake agreement with Conroy in Calgary. You don't trade.
Yeah, we're going to talk
you
Oilers
make me
Kings in the chat. That game's
Right,
about
so-
half an hour away, so we'll
Okay,
definitely
yep,
get
let's
in
go.
on that and talk that for sure. Yeah, it was good. Actually, it was good. It was just I ordered pizza, something similar to something simple tonight.
Yeah, right. I think we're going to see goalies coming up from the minors, rookies season next year. Yeah, possibly, Nate.
Yeah.
Right. There's teams that are going to have no choice but to bring up AHL goalies because that's what they're going to be. That's what they're going to be able to afford at this point. Right.
Most glorious chance Winnipeg just had to get the 2-goal lead and they missed. I'm hanging on here with Winnipeg. I need that just as much as I need I already cashed the puck line, which was the best bet, but we need the Jets to win too. That's big. That's going to make this
just took
night a lot better.
Eve isn't looking happy about it.
That's a bad time to take a penalty. That's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's for sure. What do we got? 6 minutes left in the third.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So like I say, I don't see it, Perlo. I really don't. But stranger things have happened, right? They really have. It all depends who goes out the door, right?
As soon as Hannafin is gone, they've got shit. Yeah, I'll bet. Well, what are we going to?
Columbus is on the board, by the way, 3-1. So the Lightning are still in very good shape there, 3-1.
Any chance?
You may want to get. You know what? I'm going to take a shot with live over 230 at plus 250, I should say, with over 5.5 there, Lightning and Jackets now, because they're going to have to pull the goalie soon. And you got that opportunity for 2. It's worth it at plus 250. I'll take my chances. Price was
switching hours these third periods. Yeah, you're right. Goose is always right.
Yeah, I'll take a shot with that. I've already hit
I got RW on my side. Look out.
Yeah. It's the witching hour. Exactly, Alex, with these third periods. You're right. 100%. Yep. That's what it feels like.
And Cooper, I don't know. Does the coach for Columbus like to go early like Cooper does?
He's kind of like in the middle. Like he's not overly, he doesn't pull the goalie extremely early, but he's not like an old school, Daryl Sutter.
1 minute
Like, 1
left.
minute left in the third period. Comes out. Yeah, this Devils game. This is unbelievable to me that we're going to have our third. What is this? Our third. It would be of the season. Our third scoreless regulation game going to overtime.
That's
Only
crazy.
2 other times,
especially between those two teams.
Yeah,
I never would have bet
this
that.
Devils game.
Now with
Vanderhoff
Vandercheck
got a 2-game suspension. What for, John? Big Z got a 2-gamer. What for?
He hit someone in the head today.
It was in the
Raymond.
Oh, did he?
Yep.
Yeah. It was one of those ones where, middle of the ice, he just lays a shoulder in and kind of gets him in the head. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but.
Yeah.
Hit to the head, hit on Lucas Raymond. Okay. All right. You would like to think that, Nate? But I'd rather see Matthews, kind of trying to impose his will here. He's been
hang on.
virtually
That's the extra attacker for the Penguins here.
Oh, okay. So Leafs.
There we go.
Leafs worked off the Leafs worked off the power play. We're back to 5-on-5 in Toronto.
Jets win.
3:20 left. Jets win.
Yep, 2-1.
I got the
Okay.
Jets.
Hang on.
I had the Jets and the
Here we
under
go
on that
again.
one, so that was good.
Rode that 2-0 start and got it home. Yep.
All my small bets are coming in. So like my big bets are not doing well. But
I got to say, this is one of the best games I've seen Ottawa play in a long time, as far as that goes.
Yeah, they were winning before the break.
Yeah.
That's what they got Hellebuck for. Games like that, to bring it when your team needs a good performance. He was good. Pittsburgh did push late into the game and got the job done. So way to go. That's big. Big to get the Jets in the win column there. Yeah.
Oh, Christ.
Well, you get a 2-for-1 ticket to the Ottawa Senators games now. Did you see that? You buy a ticket to the game, you get a second game free.
That's the way they got to attract the fans right now. What else are they going to do to get people with fucking asses in the seats?
Right on the Senators Twitter site.
Yeah.
Well, I realize that, John, but it's one of the best games I've seen them play, like across the board. Right? I realize it is only Toronto, but they played a decent game. They played good defensively. They've responded on goals, right? Like it's a good game by them.
Yeah.
If they played like this, they'd be fucking in the playoffs at this point.
Again,
so we got under 2 minutes left.
We're about to see 0-0 going to overtime with New Jersey and Carolina. Amazing. Third time this year.
That was a great over pick by me. I was set on that over 6.5.
You can put me in
real
the
good
conversation too. I had that.
Cracker money line will make my night. All right. So
at least with the other two unders, the other two 0-0 games going to overtime. One was a Philly Islanders game. Doesn't shock me. The last one was Winnipeg, Toronto. That even didn't shock me because, Samsonov was playing well. Jets were trending under. This legitimately shocks me that we have a Devils Hurricanes going to overtime at no score. Gosh, Korpisalo just made a great save on Matthews. Yep.
I'm getting plus 400 on the draw in Seattle and Philly.
I'm already on that draw pregame, so I'm just rooting it on here. Get a tying goal, hopefully, from Seattle here, down 3-2.
I just grabbed it at plus 400.
Yep.
I got Toronto team total over.
Yep, Predators just went up 2-1 on Arizona. Yep, 2-1 Preds over the Yotes.
So there's the timeout in Toronto.
Columbus
That means
scored. Look out here, 3-2 now.
Oh, nice! I got Columbus plus 1.5. I got
Columbus plus price. I've got the live over 5.5 as well in that game.
That was the only live bet I took on stream so far. Was over 5.5 in the first. So
it's got a shot now.
Down to the hook.
Here we go. Yep. Here we go now. Yep.
I got Columbus money line too, but I also have a plus 1.5. I took both.
I'm taking a chance. I got plus 400 on draw in Columbus, Tampa Bay as well.
Yeah. And I just realized I have Toronto team total over 3.5 against Ottawa. I forgot I made that bet, so
yeah,
that'd be nice.
Arizona's on a power play, by the way, down 2-1 though now. Yep.
Empty net in Toronto. Ottawa had possession. They missed it. There's a nice one.
They tell you to shoot for the empty net though now. They don't want you to. They want you to actually try for the empty net when you can.
Yep.
They're not as don't dare go for the empty net unless you get the red line. You have to get to the center ice line first.
Yeah.
I did, Alex. I grabbed that draw. Oh, here we go. Come on, boys.
Officially overtime in Hartford, Lee, says John.
Yeah, I saw that.
Funny.
Oh,
yeah.
Jesus. Fuck.
You're seeing in real time what 57 years of fucking Leaf stress does to a human being.
Has anyone been watching that Devils Carolina game closely? Anyone have a thought on who wins an OT?
Hopefully the Devils, Matt, because I have the Devils small plus 140 pregame. So
all right, I'll ride with you.
I hope so. He's played well, Vanacek, actually. No bullshit. This has actually been one of the better games of his season so far. He's made a couple, especially in the third. He's made a couple of nice saves.
I just
But
got
you
in
get
at
the bad
minus
Vanacek more than
105.
likely next time. Yeah, it's around even money now.
I just need something, man. It's been the worst day that I've had betting wise in a long time.
Started out that way for me, but we've had some little glimmers of wins here. The Jets game was huge. This Toronto live bet's going to probably fall short, but we have the over here. Draw would be
I'm
beautiful.
going to take a chance. I grabbed New Jersey to win in overtime at plus 190. I'm going to take a shot
and to win in, that means to win in overtime. That means it loses if it goes to a shootout. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like those three-way options with the overtime bets. Yep.
Yeah.
A lot of books don't have those.
No, it's bet 365 for me, right? So here, I'm gonna rub my rabbit. Excuse me while I rub my rabbit for good luck. There we go.
The rabbit of good luck. Yeah.
Got my lucky rabbit's foot out. Oh shit! He just missed. Fuck. God damn it.
The Leafs have had a couple chances here. They definitely have. Yeah.
No, that's game. Open net. 5-3.
There it is. Yep. Empty net. 5-3.
If you don't have Toronto on, turn it on right now. It's getting interesting.
Yeah, we got a little bit of Donnybrook.
Riley just freaking did him in there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he fed it to him.
Riley's going to take something.
But
man.
also let it be said, don't walk in on an empty net and take a slap shot from 5 feet out and fucking not expecting.
No, I don't care. Riley's going to get a game. Riley's going to get a game. We're going to get a game.
Oh yeah, he'll get a couple for it.
Yeah,
you gotta make a little move on the empty net, a little forehand, backhand, top shelf.
Right.
He didn't have to do. There's lots of things you could do. He didn't have to do that.
Or you could do the Craig Smith.
I think that's one of those rules where you wind up and you slap her into an empty net like 2 feet away. Yeah, that's bad look.
You're chewing my stick.
Yeah.
I've done that twice in all the years I played hockey. Go fuck yourself. You want to pull a fucking shit like that?
Yeah.
And if it was a Toronto player doing it and a fucking Edmonton or an Ottawa player hit him like that, I'd be same thing.
I don't care.
You don't fucking pull that shit.
I don't care.
Well, you don't slam it in from fucking 2 feet out, Perlo. It's the code of conduct. It's a code of ethics. We all know
it is an old school code. I can tell you that. Yeah.
You could Patrick Stefan it and miss the empty net and then give up the goal.
I'll be honest,
to lose the game.
That's the other
one. It's not the worst thing to get pissed about.
He just cross-checked him in the head, dude.
You're fucking right.
You're done.
Or you could be a Buchnevich and slash your stick against the boards after you score an empty netter.
Yeah.
That's another one.
Or the old Jamie Benn where he scored after breaking his stick on his ankle or on his thigh multiple times on TV. Then he scored to get the monkey off the back.
The cross check was to the side of the face.
It was a celebration.
We might. I hate to say it. He's getting suspended. He's probably going to get.
That's a 5. That's a 5.
And Toronto has no defense already. That was a stupid way to solve.
Yeah, it's not a good play, Perlo. But from a player's point of view, I appreciate
it. I don't care. You don't do that.
You don't think about it in that time. You're just pissed off.
I don't care. You don't do
empty net or Tampa 4-2. There's our live over.
We got the over.
Occupancy and me both getting the live.
So that'll be a 5-minute. That'll be a 5-minute match. That'll be an intent to injure. He'll get 5, probably 6, somewhere in that area.
He's going to get a couple games for that one. And Toronto has no defense already, so they're screwed.
Riley is like he's the guy. He's their best guy all around, no doubt.
He is. Stupid move. Stupid.
Come on, dude.
Except when he let Pierre Engvall walk into the crease and get the game winner the other night.
Right.
Some weak stuff.
Zadorov just got 2 games for that play earlier.
I think he's going to get more than 2.
I think he'll get more than that.
Actually, there's going to be something. No,
he'll probably get the 5. That way he can't appeal it.
I didn't see the check.
It was terrible.
Oh fuck!
That was a stupid move.
Oh yeah, fucking cleared him.
Yeah.
There's I understand why he's pissed. I get it, but there's worse. People have done way worse shit on the ice than that. Way worse.
Yeah, but all you got to do is go off the ice. You got a couple minutes. Put Reeves out there, and Reeves take 5 games. Just go do something.
You don't have a couple minutes, Perlo. You got 5.1 seconds, and he wasn't looking at the clock. He's looking at the player being a fucking goof, and he hit him.
I don't
Plain and simple. I have no
Oh
issues
my
with
God!
it.
Did you guys just see that Carolina goal?
There's no way you do that. No.
Carolina
Yep,
scored.
1-0 Carolina. Yep.
Of course.
What did
He
you
just hit it out of the air.
What did you get Reeves?
That game was a fucking disaster for me. That game, total disaster. Devils,
I don't know why I
everything lost.
jumped on
Devils. First period over.
And guess who's on for the last 5 seconds? Reeves.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You let him do that.
Yeah.
You go off and you bring Reeves out, and Reeves takes a 5 game against somebody, and then Riley just pays him whatever his 5 games is. That's why you got Reeves to go out there and do that. You don't do that. Why would Riley?
But with 5 seconds left, Perlo, I wouldn't let that happen as a referee. Reeves wouldn't get anywhere near anybody, and they're not going to let him. The point and fact of the matter is, you got an open net, you tap it in, you fucking skate away, it's all good. When you wind up and slap it in like that, you're going to get something. That's the way it is. That's the way the game is played. It comes back to when me and Occupancy were talking earlier, playoff hockey as opposed to regular season hockey. There is a way of doing things. The Ottawa player did it wrong. He's going to get hit. If he didn't think he was going to, he's fucking dreaming. Plain and simple.
They're going.
It's frowned upon. What he did is frowned. Long term, going back years and decades, it is frowned upon to do that. Slap her into an empty net.
Next game, Brady. Actually, Dave, that's the last game between Toronto and Ottawa this year. That's it. That was the last game. So unless they see each other in the playoffs next year, will get settled. So But plain and simple, Perlo, if it was an Edmonton player that did that, you would expect to get hit. If it was a Calgary player, I would expect him to get hit. If it was a Toronto player, I'd expect him to get hit. Plain and simple.
Yeah.
So
if it was a Chicago Blackhawks player, though, you got to let it go. They've had a tough year.
But what I'm saying is,
he's an AHL guy playing in the show, so you got to let it go.
The ref's going to blow the whistle because they scored. You put Reeves out there, and you got to drop the puck. And you tell them take anybody and just start beating the shit out of it. Who cares if you take 5 games? But
Perlo, as soon as that puck but as soon as the puck hit the ice with 5 seconds left, where was the linesman? Right beside Reeves.
Putting Reeves out there,
Reeves isn't getting anybody. Yeah, that's what you're missing here. As a referee, if that shit happens, I'm right beside. As a linesman, I am right there. That shit's not happening in my game. As a player, I appreciate what Riley did. Do I agree that he should have cross-checked him in the face? No. He should have cleaned him into the boards is what he should have done. But as a player, I understand why he hit the guy. Do I agree with the hit? No. Should have did a little different. But I understand why he got hit. And if that Ottawa player didn't know he was getting hit for that shit, then he's a fucking idiot. Plain and simple.
I agree with you there. 100%.
Right? So that's
the
all I'm
Kraken,
saying.
by the way, extra attacker down 3-2.
Right? Riley shouldn't have come in and cleaned him with the stick. He should have fucking pinned him into the boards and fucking hurt him. That's what he should have done.
Yeah.
Right? We all know it. That's why I don't understand why this conversation's happening. I don't agree with the high stick to the face. That's not the way it's done. You clean him. You fucking plant him right into the board. Right? Is he going to get 5 games? Probably. Is he going to get fined? Probably. Whatever. You fucking deserve it. Don't pull a fucking Bush League move like that. Now, here's my question, because I'm not an Ottawa guy. Who wears 71 for Ottawa? Which player is that? Anybody know offhand?
Oh, off the top of my head.
71 is it Grieg?
It was Ridley Gregg.
Yeah. Ridley Gregg. Yeah.
Okay.
The guy that scored the goal? Yeah, right. Ridley Gregg. Yep.
Ridley knows better.
Ridley Gregg.
If I'm not mistaken, his old man played in the NHL. He should fucking know better than that. So
Flyers hang on 3-2. 3-2 Philadelphia.
So that's what I have to say about that.
Yeah. The Flyers hang on them.
Yep, 3-2.
Is that minus 110 on the open, both sides?
Who are you talking about, Matt? That's
I'm talking about
taking his bunk for dinner.
Yeah, Riley should have taken Greg's mom out to dinner and never called her back. That would have been a real.
That's
like,
Right
payback
on,
right there,
right
yeah.
on, buddy. I love that. That's great. That's awesome. She's a puck bunny. Is that what you're telling me? Well, we know. We should be using that term anymore. I'm really sorry. Didn't want to offend anybody. But
Coyotes. Coyotes just tied it against Nashville 2-2.
Oh, yeah, on a power play.
Seriously.
You do have the draw on that
Wow.
game, and boy, that would be a nice little bankroll boost on a night that's not been all the best by any stretch of the imagination.
Okay, so we got Edmonton, LA just starting. What do we got going there?
Yeah.
Anything? Do we like the over?
Yeah,
You
let's
think
talk
Edmonton's
Edmonton, LA. That game is about to start. There are a couple of angles I like. I think LA has a good start. You know, Edmonton did play last night in Anaheim. There are a couple of things I'm going to look at here with the Kings. I'm doing something a little different with them. I like a little split over 1.5 first period, both teams to score first period, but I like LA team total over 1 plus 145 at BetMGM. So that's Kings team total over 1 plus 145. So one goal means we don't lose. One goal is a push, but in the chance they score 2 in the first period, we cash at plus 145.
Oh, that's on the first period alone.
First period
All
team
right.
total for the Kings.
All right. Okay.
I just got the Oilers money line. I don't think that Kings team is. I don't care about the coaching change. I'm normally on with Ian on that.
I care for one night, Perlo. Like long term, is it going to really push them forward? We'll see. But tonight, I think they should. And plus, this is the team that's beaten them 2 years in a row in the first round of the playoffs. So
yeah, I just
the
think
Kings aren't playing great tonight. That's something wrong.
I think they've got a serious
do we
problem in the room there. So
Hey, Ian, can I jump
Do we
in
like
with
the
with the Kings
McDavid to
look
score,
for the
yeah.
first you got here real quick?
What was that?
Oh, I was just gonna say something. If people don't have the 1 at their books, you can do the over 1/2 and the over 1.5 and use the -1 calculator. I could pop it in the chat.
Right.
And I'm getting around a plus 140, so pretty similar to what.
Very similar.
Yeah.
Correct. Yep. Yeah, very similar. Yeah, you could do like a split bet. Like you could lay minus 175 on the Kings to score a goal in the first period, but you're laying a significant price on that. That's why I went with over 1 instead.
Already started. I'm already looking at an over 6 at minus 125.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping for a couple more minutes of no score, and then I'll grab that over 6.
I have the under 6.5 in that game.
The full game.
So
okay, but that was pregame, right? That was pregame, Perlo?
Pre-game, yeah.
Yeah.
Pre-game, yeah.
Okay.
So does Rico too, if he's still there. Where are you, Rico?
He's
there.
He's out for a second.
Hey, I'm good.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
What
are you wearing tonight there,
I have a full beer. I haven't drank it yet. So here we go. Cheers to everyone. Chin up, everyone. It hasn't been last night betting.
I was wearing the Leaf jersey earlier, then the Columbus one, then I'm back to the Dallas one because they're the one that made me money today. So
yeah, made money on Dallas. Yeah.
Well, I had Montreal plus 1.5.
I'm so sorry. I just realized
that's a rough day, Matt. That's a rough day, brother.
Matt had that 5.5 over on the Seattle Philly game, and my gosh, that's just like
so.
I've taken enough gut punches, and already today. Why am I going through another one? Yeah,
we got Doug in the chat asking David Rittich over 26.5 saves, yay or nay. When was the last time LA played? A couple days ago.
Skinner over saves.
Before the break.
I think LA will pepper the Edmonton goal tonight.
So my answer to you, Doug, would be no, because if this is the first game after the break, they could conceivably pull Rittich if he gets 3, 2 on 16 or 3 on 18 or something like that.
How's that?
If you think he's going to play,
what did that Columbus game?
If you think David Rittich is going to play the full game, then yes, take the 26.5 over, because I can see
6
Edmonton just kind of
They landed on a 6.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was the score though?
4-2 Bolts.
Fuck.
Yeah.
That hurt.
Yeah, it ended 4-2 Tampa Bay. Yeah, there's only one game on now. It's Arizona, and they just went to the second intermission. So we've got a nice little 20-minute intermission here with.
All I'm getting is the only game I can get now is the LA game when it comes on. That's in 20 minutes here, as far as that goes. Actually, 10 minutes. Sorry. So, all right. So if LA loses tonight, how much, like how hot does it get in LA? They've already fired the coach, right? Do they make a trade out of desperation if they lose to Edmonton tonight?
It's just one game, but I'd be disappointed if they look bad and they have lack of energy and they don't carry the play tonight. You're playing a team that ended your season twice, and you got the coach.
That's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting at, Ian. Like if they come out and they look like they played 5 in the last 7, and you're Rob Blake, what do you do? Right, you've already fired the coach, so what do you do? Right?
What you do is you trade Drew Doughty to Dallas, says Matt. There you go. Yeah. This guy, it always comes back to the fucking Stars, man. Fucking Stars. Yeah. What would this NHL
hey,
be
we'll send
without
you TJ
Dallas?
Brody, Matt. We'll send you TJ Brody for. We'll take Marchman. There you go. There's your trade.
No.
Pass.
TJ Brody for Marchman. You're not. That's not a serious offer there.
Oh, here I'll throw in Giordano. I'll give you Giordano and Brody. We'll take Marchman.
The Stars already have 2 of the oldest guys in the league. They don't need a third. They were actually talking about that during the Stars Leafs game on Wednesday night. They're like 3 of the 4 oldest players in the NHL are on the ice tonight.
It's true. Yeah, that's true. There's a few old fogies in that game. You're right when you think of Suter and you think of Giordano in particular. Yeah,
and Pavelski
and Joe. The only Joe Pavelski can still play at a pretty high level of the 3.
Yeah, he still plays like he's 28, but he's on that Tom Brady diet.
Yeah, TB12, keeping everyone 10 years younger than they really are. Yeah.
What you mean? What you mean? The 9-year-old virgin sacrificed behind the garage? And everybody said my soda bloom and Reichel for Wolfenhuber was bad.
I think I need to work on that. The whole midsection's getting a little flabby here for yours truly, so got to work on that. Yep. I got to find out what this diet's all about. Yeah. All right, so that's my stance on the game. I think the Kings can strike early, get on the board, take a shot with their team total over, a little over 1.5, and a little both teams to score in the first period. Then we'll see where things stand at that point.
I don't mind that.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm just looking at the bet boost here. I got, I like that. So Bet365 has a bet boost on. Money line Oilers, over 4.5 for Edmonton, and McDavid to score a goal at plus 600.
There you go. Yeah. There's a great fair trade right there. Dallas will trade Suter for Matthews and a 4th-round pick, and Toronto keeps 85% of its salary. Yep. There's no doubt. Yeah. You know what? Actually, fucking Mike Milbury back in the day might have made that trade. Yeah. Yeah.
I came in and heard Mike Milbury. That's
Those glory days of the Islanders when he ran the team from a management standpoint. Yeah.
All right. Well, you know what? We're almost into the last game. I'm going to call it. So we got 7 guys here. I want to see some votes.
Okay.
What am I calling the rabbit? Is it Tucker or is it Lanny?
Yeah,
Lanny. Who votes for Lanny? Let me see your hand.
There we go. Yeah. Wow.
Lanny it is.
That's already
Lanny
majority.
The rabbit.
No love for Tucker.
There you go.
I've heard other things called Tucker. Yeah.
And the boss upstairs wanted Lanny as well, so she wins. So all right. So now here's the next question I got for everybody.
Yeah.
What the fuck is going to happen with Phoenix or with Arizona? Where are they going?
Utah. You know, if they don't stay there, probably.
You think they're heading to Utah? You think
owner of Utah has a couple extra funds for that. So,
but do you think the league will give up on the $1.2 billion expansion fee?
Bettman will do anything for $1. I mean, the guy.
To be honest with you, occupancy, I always thought they were going to end up in Houston. I honestly thought they were going to end up in Houston.
You know, I've never been to Houston, so I don't know if it'd be a good hockey town, but I don't know.
Apparently,
how much more of a fan base are you getting to go to Houston? Like, you're not.
Well,
Utah's
apparently
gonna
Houston has an AHL team. They've got an 18.5 or 18.7 seat arena. Apparently, it's a great
They don't have
hockey
an
town.
AHL team.
Yeah,
I
but
thought
you're
they
not
did.
They have
getting.
the rink, I think, though. They
They
do.
used to have the Houston Arrows, but that's not a team anymore. The Texas Stars are just outside of Austin, Texas.
Oh, okay. All right. My mistake then. Okay.
You're not going to get more of a fan base in because they already have Dallas there, so I don't see them expanding there for a long time. Utah is a whole new market, so I could see that for sure.
But it's such an isolated city. Like who's your natural rival? Vegas, maybe, I guess. Right? Like, I don't know. It just if you put them in Houston,
Arizona would be a good
put them
rivalry.
in Houston, now you've got Houston and Dallas, right? You've got that automatic Texas rivalry. Like, to me, that just and apparently the arena there is fantastic. Apparently, so
yeah. Reno doesn't have pro hockey, do they, Matt? Reno?
No, so the Coyotes owner owns a big resort casino here in Reno called the Grand Sierra, and they've just approved a massive overhaul of a new arena that the UNR basketball team is going to play at. And so from what I've heard under the radar is that Tucson is moving to Reno. They just don't want to make it public because they have to build the arena and they want to keep Tucson season ticket holders. So
fine. And those Mexicans love minor league, scary.
All right,
I don't know, Bailey.
Impromptu bargain bin special pick for this late game, Oilers Kings. I'm doing it with the bad seed, the underachiever, the guy that apparently Winnipeg fleeced and got rid of.
PLD.
Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm going to take it.
PLD
plus 430. Look at that price. Come on, that price. First game with the new coach. Maybe it's a breath of fresh air. Who the hell knows with this guy? But I'm taking a shot.
True. That's not a bad shot, I guess. Yeah.
Plus 430, Pierre-Luc Dubois for the Kings tonight. Finds the back of the net. We can only hope.
Well, add Corey Perry to it, too.
Corey Perry.
I'd rather have Perry.
MVP, baby.
Yeah.
I'd rather have Perry plus 500.
Corey Perry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there too.
Actually,
you know what?
If
let's
they
get
let it
creative
sit for another 2 years, the fucking thing's going to fall down anyway. So
yeah, let's get some props going. This is the only game. We got to make it a little more entertaining, and that's just rather than just stick to sides and totals. You look at that second line; it was amazing with Draisaitl, Perry, and Kane last night. They were awesome. Kane got the hat trick, but Knobloch put that line together, and there was instant magic with the three of them. And I think they're going to end up being on the same line again tonight. So Perry's not a bad option, and Perry's the one with the value because he's the guy that got moved up to that second line. You know, Kane and Draisaitl have already been top six guys, obviously. So there's legit value with Perry.
Yeah, I like Perry because he played with them. I mean, it was his original team. It's a good look for sure.
Yeah, plus 400 I'm seeing. Butano, Bet Rivers at plus 400. Yep.
Perry never played in LA.
What are you talking about?
No,
Perry was Anaheim.
In Anaheim, not
it's
LA.
just the next county over.
Yeah.
Wrong Cali team. Yeah.
Wrong Cali team.
I was like thinking back of Perry's little after obviously being on the Ducks. He was in Dallas and he was in Tampa, then Montreal. I was like, wait, when was he in LA? I don't remember that.
He wasn't in LA.
Yeah, I was like, hang on.
I'm thinking Anaheim.
Yeah, I don't know. I grabbed Perry at plus 500 for an anytime goal.
Let's go.
Love it. He's gonna score eventually, right? I mean,
yeah, I'm going to take plus 500 on Perry, plus 430 on PLD. One for each team. There we go. Let's go. Yep.
Massey's on LaFerriere. What's LaFerriere? Is he on the assist dock yet, or is he still just anytime goal?
LaFerriere's playing with Dubois, actually, and Jared Anderson Dolan. It's the hyphenated name line. Pierre-Luc Dubois, Jared Anderson Dolan. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's the hyphen line. Yeah.
I think
best I can find is LaFerriere for an anytime goal.
Yeah.
I took LaFerriere.
Yeah, let me take a look.
Yeah. I just
he might be worth a sprinkle. I mean, then you're
Plus
kind of like,
$4.50.
if LaFerriere or Luc Dubois score, then, you know, you're happy either way.
Yeah, maybe a Laferriere too. Why not?
Today can't get any worse for me, you know.
You hit 1 out of 3, you'll be profitable.
I'm just gonna put $10 on every player in the game and hope that it's a 15-14 score.
Right there, you go.
No, this is strategic.
And you hope every third and fourth line guy scores.
Yeah.
Is this game nationally televised? This game?
Canada, yes. I don't think it is in the States.
It is in Canada, yeah. It's on. It's the Hockey Night in Canada late game.
Yeah.
I'm just seeing. I don't know if ESPN Plus.
So NHL Network.
Yeah.
Oh, NHL Network.
Oh,
looks like it.
Yeah, it won't have this. Yeah.
And then we have
Since we're going on
somebody in the chat.
Going on a bunch of gold props. Do you guys think the overhits?
Bailey, this is Bailey was looking for
plus money?
Anything in Edmonton or anything in
I like
Arizona.
goals early opposed to later, especially King goals. Like I say, I like over team total for the Kings over 1, plus 145 first period. And over 1.5 first period, and a smaller sprinkle on both teams to score. And it could settle down after that. But I think early you'll see some fireworks. Kings are going to come out flying because of the coaching change. They will. And because it's Edmonton they're playing. There should be early pace, and then it'll settle down.
The Tito's is talking, but I just threw 4 units on the first period over to try and win my day back. So all in on first period over.
Wow.
First period over, and that's the Edmonton game.
Be careful,
right?
my friend. Small bets with these props.
Hey, with Rittich, anything's possible.
Ian, throw up the disclaimer, man.
You need to have money to bet with when you're on this show Tuesday, Matt. So be careful with that. Yeah.
I'm good. I only play with fun
Bailey,
money, so don't worry.
Very good.
Bailey, if you want to get adventuresome, you can bet Roman Josi to score the 5th goal of the game, plus 1,400. If you're feeling adventuresome.
How much my books don't have that, unfortunately.
Very interesting call by Jim Hiller, giving Dave Riddick the start, not Cam Talbot. So that's
right?
telling. Yep.
You know,
I actually like that. I'm going to grab Josi for the 5th goal. 14-1.
Josi prop. Yeah, I mean,
yep.
Someone's got to score.
Right? It's 2-2, right?
Not going to end 2-2.
No, exactly, right? It can go to overtime for all I care.
It should though. They should bring back the tie. I'm sick of 3-on-3 overtime. It's like I feel like it's destroying the game. It's just not hockey. It's a skills competition out there. It's not hockey.
Moneyline Kings plus 110, banking on Oilers to be tired. Okay. Riley is the man. Well, Bailey, if you think Riley's the man, and you grab him for the 5th goal, or if you have the option with your book, you can get him for multi-goal. Bet365 would let you bet him for 2 goals or 3 goals or more, right? So you have some options that way. I don't mind the O'Reilly look. O'Reilly, I think he's a decent look, but between him and Josi, they're the only 2 that have scored so far. So
you see the O'Reilly Saros new commercial for Mass Mutual. It's pretty funny.
No,
it's not bad. It's not bad. I agree. Yeah.
No goal. They just keep asking like, "Hey, Saros, you got any financial plans? Financial goals?" No goal. It's a decent one.
He's trying to visualize keeping the puck out of the net, but he's asking about your future, and he's like saying no goal. Yeah, it's ha ha ha. Like it's
not too bad.
Yeah, cornball chuckles. Cornball chuckles is what I call it. Yep.
Yes.
There's a lot of commercials like that. Yep.
Actually, I'm grabbing Edmonton puck line in the first period plus 175.
Yeah, Josh, I see in the chat. I agree that it ends the game, but when we were all watching games a decade ago, and we were seeing 4-on-4 OTs and these grinding kind of games, it's a different atmosphere. It's not the same at all.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Right, I agree with you.
You know what would go a long way? You know what would go a long way to getting this back to the Mendoza line for me is this draw on the night. Is this draw hitting in this Arizona game? That would be a big help. 2-2 going to the 3rd there.
Right now, it's sitting at Freeway, yeah, it's plus 165 for me. So I'll wait. I'm going to hope that Yossi goal prop comes in for me. It's definitely better hockey 4-on-4. It's definitely better hockey 5-on-5. The 3-on-3, the issue with that is that, and we all see it, right? They go in, oh, it's not a good place, and we back out, and then we reset. They spend fucking 3 minutes resetting. It's boring.
Look at the Wallman goal today. The Wallman goal, it was one pinch by Pettersson, and Wallman stuck out at the blue line, and he made a quick turn, and he was all alone. And then they got him when they called the penalty shot, but there's too much space. There's too much freedom.
Yeah.
So the majority of the consensus opinions on social media about that incident at the end of the Leaf game is that that's an unwritten rule. Shouldn't have done what he did, Ridley Gregg, with the slap shot, but Riley should have done his physicality in a different manner, like maybe punch him a few times. That's what he should have done. Punch him a few times is fine. Cross-check too upside the head there with the stick is not fine, and that's what's going to get.
And that's my point. I would have planned.
I like the response from Riley. I just don't like that type of response. Yeah.
No, I think he was expecting. I think he was expecting Riley Gregg maybe to lift his stick or something like that too. So usually, if you go in with your fist like that, some guy sees you coming, which you had enough time, he would probably put his stick up, and then you're getting it in the face. So
he's going to get something for it.
It's a split-second thing, but yeah, he will get something.
My issue, Rico, is that Greg didn't think he was going to get anything for that because you could tell he wasn't ready for it.
Exactly. Usually players have their stick up ready by their face along the boards to protect themselves.
If we've played the game, we're all old enough. We played the game. You do that shit, you're going to get hit. Like the fact that he's lollygagging down the boards.
It's a little hot dog move. It's like a little disrespect to the opponent there.
Right. So again, and like I said, do I agree with the high stick? No, not even maybe. I don't.
No.
But I do understand the thought process, which is kind of stupid to say it that way, but that's the way I look at it, right? I understand why he did it. I don't like what he did to do it. I would have planted him in the boards. I would have fucking creamed him into the boards. So, right. But let's look at it this way. Next year, Leafs in Ottawa. Well, that's going to be fun.
That's going to be good viewing.
Fun.
Yep.
I guess they're not
hopefully Ottawa's fucking ready to be a playoff team by next year finally, and we'll get both teams good at the same time. And the animosity and the juice will be back in the rivalry, and we'll have
Battle of Ontario will be back, baby. Oh it'll be so much fun.
No, I can't. I'd be stoked for that.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, you're next ref too, Goose, right? So you would have probably let Riley get in a couple extra punches instead of one cross check to the face.
Well, and see, this is where I have my issues. As a player, I understand. I get it. I don't agree with the high stick. As a referee, I don't agree with the high stick, but I would expect a body check, right? You know what I mean? So I see it from both sides. My issue is Greg didn't anticipate anything. So that's your fault. Like, it really is. But it doesn't screw the high stick, right? So I don't know. It's one of those things for me, right? Because as soon as I seen him wind up, I'm like, he's going to get hit. Super chat. What the hell is going on? Is that you, Matt?
Oh yeah, I think it's the Robinson clan in the background that you're hearing. Yeah, probably.
Was that me?
I think so.
It's my dad.
You got a party.
My dad and his buddy, who are huge Niners fans, obviously up for the Super Bowl. They're watching the Golden State game, but I think right now they're talking about the movie Dune.
I keep seeing it pop up on
Who
Netflix.
needs the Golden State game when the movie Dune is a topic of conversation?
There are definitely a few cocktails in over there. It's my dad's buddy's birthday too, so he's had.
To be quite honest with you, I do have interest in that game. Suns are one of my stronger bets in the NBA tonight. So
Ian, I know you have your subscription and all this, but were you talking Super Bowl picks or just leans on?
We will. You know what we'll do? Arizona Nashville's back. We'll go through the first period of the Oiler game. When the Oilers game is at first intermission, Arizona-Nashville will be over. There'll be no other hockey in the first intermission of the Oiler game. That's when we'll do some Super Bowl talk, and we'll start talking about the big game. Yeah, break down. I'll give you a lot of what I'm on. Side, total, player props, you name it. We'll definitely go through that. First intermission. Oilers and Kings. We'll go through Super Bowl bets.
Yeah, some are calling it for a bit of a lower scoring, like 23-16 type game, eh?
I'll get to what your thought process needs to be if you're betting the total. Are you on the side of efficiency or are you on the side of pace? That's going to be your question.
But the Chiefs haven't let up 20 or 21 points in ever. I mean, something like that. I forget. I'm not really an NFL capper. Mostly stick to NHL, MLB, but
actually double that. Probably take 20 minutes to tell everything that I'm on for this game tomorrow. Quite honestly, yeah.
Well, grab a pen and paper, boys. Ian's letting the hair down tonight.
Right,
Alex was being nice. He said it would take you 10.
Yeah, I'm letting the bankroll down tonight a little bit as well. Yeah.
All right.
I'll say this: Winnipeg was enormous for me. I'm just looking at the results tonight. Like it's a loss overall so far in hockey, but if I didn't have Winnipeg puck line and money line cashing, it would really have hurt a lot more.
Today was. I mean, brunch is always weird, but Vancouver having a 3-1 lead going into the third. I mean, kudos, I guess, to Red Wings bettors, but I mean, I don't know. To me, that Vancouver just let their fans down. They let everyone down today.
They played a great game, and they made a couple of mistakes with the puck, and they ended up in the back of their net.
I just grabbed Edmonton Oilers puck line first 10 minutes at plus 240.
Wow.
I'm taking. I know I haven't did this in a long time, but I'm taking Nurse to score a goal at plus 750.
Ooh,
wow, Darnell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that this is a spot for Nurse here.
Oh,
he's playing with Desjardins tonight, who basically will just not even go into the offensive zone at all. He's free. He has ability. He's got free reign to score tonight. And I think they're going to use their D. They're on the road, and they're probably forwards are a little tired. I could see Nurse potting one tonight, so I'm taking Nurse.
Arizona's just taking the lead, 3-2.
Perfect.
Nice shot.
There we go.
Valimaki, and his shot got tipped on the way home. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's gonna make my night. Decent.
You have Arizona, Pearl. You have Arizona tonight.
I took them live in regulation at plus 200 for 2 units.
Oh,
so,
Connor Ingram wants to beat him. You know,
I'm smelling.
We're underway, by the way, in LA. Edmonton and LA are underway now.
Okay, I gotta find a broadcast.
I got the under in this game, and I got the Oilers. I think the Oilers will win.
I was going to say that's offside. Yeah, that was offside.
But even if the Oilers win, I get that Coyotes game. Everything.
Let's find that goal horn randomly going.
I'm still in the red tonight for sure.
Oh no, Doug. There's been more than a few games where the goal horn's gone off randomly during a game.
Oh, Minnesota last night, right? Twice in 2 minutes.
3 or 4 times that I've seen it happen.
I mean, I've seen it happen just last night.
Yeah, Minnesota. That was really weird last night. Yep.
Jim Hiller.
Well, that's
where did this guy come from?
Well, he was the assistant. He was an assistant under McClellan the last couple of years, so he's just taken over. And
now it's his turn
for 21 years. Yep.
He played in the NHL for a long time.
Jim Hiller. Yep.
Nice.
Did he really?
Yep.
Yeah, he played in LA. Played for LA.
Oh, okay. I was going to say I didn't recognize the name. Landon.
There he is. Landon. Yeah.
Cheers, brother.
Landon. Hey, I was going to get you guys motivated me. I've been feeling like shit for the past few days. Had the flu. Whole family's had it. And I said, if these fuckers are on here, I'm going to have a beer with these fucks.
There you go. Right on, brother.
Get out of bed.
Okay, Orlando.
What's going on, y'all? How goes it?
Go Stars, baby. It wasn't pretty, but they got the dub. That's all that matters.
I was just to say, yeah.
Sorry to hear you got the plague going through your house, brother.
Hey, thanks, man. Everyone's on the mend. It's just that time of year, where they have this fucking someone looks at you and you get the flu.
Well, and you got.
So what do y'all want for this first period? First period over? Yeah. I got a 10-year-old,
first period over.
But
Alex wakes up in the morning and it's something. It's flu, bad back, creaky neck, something. Poor guy. I mean, Alex has just had one thing after another here. Oh, look who's there.
That's Ian. That's Mama Rob.
There's
Mom
Mama Rob.
Me and Rye Rob.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, Mama Rob.
Hi.
The crazy Ice Guys family. You were looking at them all right now.
He said the crazy Ice Guys family.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure.
She doesn't approve of the sports betting, but she appreciates that there's a
and
good
there's
crew.
a Stars jersey.
There's two
right
Stars
there.
guys. Yeah.
Sports investing.
Love that.
Investing, not betting. Investing.
Yeah, it's sports investing.
Like
So.
It's good.
That's right.
Are we a Leafs fan?
Cool. Oh, you're good.
Nice to meet you. There we
I was
go.
a Dallas fan today.
We don't gamble here. We win. So.
We invest.
For money.
Most of the time we do. Some of the time we do.
Well, in the long
Not as
run,
much tonight, though, unfortunately.
So,
No, actually, not
Yotes
yesterday.
goals.
Yeah, the Jets were big. Yeah.
So I
Okay,
jumped on
so
the
in
team
the,
total the first period for Edmonton over 1 at plus 125. I mean, at worst, I think I get a push. But Big Sip Dave has been looking okay these past few games. I'm just waiting for the wheels to come off.
That's true.
Oh, they'll come
up
off in the
4-2
second.
Arizona. They just added to their lead. Power
No,
play.
no,
goal.
What they put
yeah.
They put 2 up in the span of what is it, like 10 to go in the third?
I'm
That
Yeah,
looking.
Arizona,
15 to
that
go.
Arizona
Yep.
pick.
I think it's
was really
student night
helpful.
in the mullet.
Yeah.
I
Nick
got,
Small.
uh,
Yep.
I
I
might
got the over
Future
1.5
families being
right
formed
now,
tonight
minus
there.
110.
I might even break even tonight.
Well, when UC Soros is only okay, they don't win Nashville. That's simple as that. Yep.
So
When he's not spectacular, they have a much harder time. That's what you're going to notice with them.
Where
the
does
rest of the
where does he
season.
sit with the shortest goalies of all time? Because I know they're always talking about that, right?
Yeah.
How does he sit in the history of goaltenders? Is he pretty
Darren Pang.
small?
nice, Doug.
He is definitely not the like right now. We're in an era where the goalies are bigger. They cover more of the net. Like this guy's 5'11", 180. That's not covering a whole lot of the net compared to a lot of other goalies today.
Yeah,
Sounds
no
like
Darren
Mike.
Pang
Sounds like
matches
Mike
those, man.
Palmatier.
Yeah.
I mean, when Valimaki's
But
laser
that-
in from the blue line. Yeah.
That's not small all time though. It's like it used to be. I don't think Fuhr was much more than that. I think he was somewhere around
I got-
5'11".
I got plus 100 on the over 1.5 live in the Edmonton game so far.
Up, Nicky Ballstead, as Don Cherry would say, just got a penalty for Arizona.
Nicky Balls.
Ballstead. He never said Bukestad. He always said Ballstead. I mean, Darren Pang is irregularly short. Like he comes in at 5'5", 155 pounds.
Yeah, Darren Pang was the shortest of all time.
He's not only like a feather as far as weight is concerned, but he's obviously very small height wise too. Yep.
Matthew
guy
Phillips on the Caps.
But what he
another
makes
guy.
up for in size, what he lacks in size, he makes up for in heart and just being a great guy, great all around guy.
Oh, I
Pang-
could name a
Pang
bunch
is one
of
the best. Yeah.
Jason Blake didn't
Arthur-
have size, but he was great.
Yeah.
Arthur
Richard
Zerbe.
Park.
Swear to God, I
Arthur
hit left
Zerbe.
and right.
Zerbe,
on
yep.
totals today.
Yep.
Yeah,
Nice,
that was
Doug.
another one.
Pokey Reddick. There's a name I haven't heard for.
There it is. Yeah, that's a good old school reference. Yeah.
Yeah. And for whatever reason, I always remember Mike Palmatier as being small, but he was 5'9", so I guess in the grand scheme of things, that's small for a goalie. But
Well, speaking of Mikes, you could probably Mike Vernon too. He wasn't too tall, was he?
no,
he wasn't.
Muggsy Bogues.
Up, power play goal, Nashville. They're not dead yet. 4-3.
Shut up.
Wow, you got a little explosion here in the third period of this.
What was
Predators
the
game.
last year playoffs? Did Edmonton and LA play?
Wasn't it last year?
No, I'm just wondering. I just forgot. What was the?
Yeah, Muggsy Bogues, 5'3", 136.
Right.
Yeah.
So
You played
Alex,
like you was 6'11".
Yeah.
So Alex, here's something. This is totally off fucking kilter, but whatever. So a buddy of mine played hockey with Freddie Brathwaite back when they were both 14, 15. Freddie might be 5'9", but he's hung like a fucking horse apparently, down to his knee. No word of a fucking lie.
That's crazy that you still think about that, Goose.
Hey,
That's crazy that that's still in your mind.
Buddy told me about that years ago, and it's just one of those things that just because he said Freddie was actually so embarrassed about it.
Yeah.
Like he said, Freddie literally went out of his way not to, like, you know what I mean? It was one of those things, but yeah, Freddie's like this.
Okay, so all right, if you're on that topic, before I go to the washroom to check mine, Vladimir Guerrero Sr. used to sit down to take a shit, and he used to have to put it on the outside of the toilet instead of the inside because it would be in the water.
Jeez.
Wow. I'll tell you the temperature. Yeah, that's just too much. You know,
like, what the hell did I got myself in here?
That's when you got some.
Over here looking at hockey trivia. Y'all talking about some crazy
Yeah,
shit.
I've heard that too. Look at that. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, Gump Horsley was 5'7". John, you're right.
They just
Yeah.
signed
was
his youngest son.
I was just going to say Gump Horsley, yeah, but that was back in the day.
Yeah.
That is back in the day.
That's a pull.
Yeah.
That's a pull.
Yeah.
Like I say, Buddy played hockey with Freddie in the Ontario.
When we're talking about people's schlongs, it's time to change the subject. Right now.
Late night betcast getting weird. Yeah. Yes, it is still. Will.
That's for the Patreon exclusive.
Yeah,
it's one of those things, right? When you have enough people going through like a certain community, whether it's hockey, whatever, right? This shit event it invariably comes out at some point. So never fails.
True. Yeah.
Actually, we were talking the other day. I was talking to a buddy of mine back in Ontario, and we had a kid used to come into town every year. We used to run a yearly hockey tournament. This kid would come in and fucking put up 9 goals a game. He was a fucking fantastic little player. Never went farther than, I think he made it to the ECHL. But he was one of these kids like at 9. He's putting 9, 10, 12 fucking goals in every game. Kid was fantastic. The old man played major junior A, I think, as far as what he went. But the name kind of popped up, and we looked on his hockey DB. Never made it. Never had a sniff of anything, you know. And this was a kid that at that age,
which shows, Goose, how hard it is to make it into the national.
Right.
Well, that's a
and
different.
not only make it,
but it was also
to stay in it long term. Yeah.
Yeah, but this was also at a time occupancy in Ontario. So in Ontario, and starting in like 86, they took body contact out all the way up to bantam. So you could dangle pucks till the cows came home. Nobody could hit you. All of a sudden, you walk into bantam. Yeah, it was fucking killer. You walk into bantam, guys are cleaning you. Right?
Oh, I think we started checking in age 12 or 14.
Oh, yeah, no. Well, when I started playing, it was 6 years old. You were hitting. You could hit.
Yeah.
Right. And then my peewee year, they took body contact.
We're called little people, damn it, Goose.
Right. Well, I was 6 foot at 13. Right. I couldn't hit anybody. But then you walk into bantam, and all of a sudden, guys are fucking smoking you left, right, and center. You weren't ready for it. You weren't prepared for it. So. But like I say, this kid, he would dangle all day long. His old man taught him how to skate. He was a fantastic skater. So he would dangle left, right, and center all game long. And then I think once he hit bantam, he was only 5'6", 5'5". Guy started to clean his clock. He'd come across the blue line, right, head down, hanging on the puck. And they'd wham, fucking done. So went to get a doob and came back, was like, oh, ha, ha. So, but like, that's the thing. Like, and I always said that, like you drop body contact out for a couple of years, and then all of a sudden you get into an age bracket 14, 15, where there's a discrepancy in the height or the weight. The little kid's got no fucking, like you're done. Like you're in trouble.
Yeah, but those I mean, I'm sure you've experienced this, but I remember when I'd be playing and, every clinic, they spent like 15, 20 minutes showing you how to get hit, how to take a hit on the boards. No, I'm telling you, I played travel and I played varsity.
Yeah, no. So
I mean, all our clinics was how to take a hit.
Yeah, no. So if you played, in Ontario, in my hometown, it was either house league or all-star.
Kings on the power play,
right? So if you were in all-star, you got better coaching. If you were in house league, you had Johnny's dad.
Yeah, no, house. Right? No. They didn't show us that in house league. They showed us that in travel.
But that was the problem, right? Like, right, you'd play house league hockey, and you still had teams coming in from, 50, 60 miles away, right? So they were still travel, but it was just
50,
house league.
60 for house league.
Yeah, man.
How? Why? No, I mean, house league usually was like the town kids who were,
No, see, they expanded it in my second year of Bantam, right? So we had teams coming in like Collingwood. So in Ontario, you've got a really kind of like a concentrated area of towns that are about an hour 15 minutes travel. So you got, and Ian would know this.
But
So
is
you
it
got
just like is it a mega rink? Is it just like a rink?
No, it's just a shit ton of towns that are really close by. And if you've only got 2 or 3 house league teams in Bantam or in Pee Wee, then you would have teams come in to play, right?
It just must be different because from
it is right.
Different in Canada. Yeah.
It is, yeah. It like depends on how you want to look at it, right? We, like I say, we always just had house league and all star was kind of the terms we used. But even house league, you would travel, like we could go a half hour to Coldwater, a town called Penetang, or a town called Elmville. Yeah. We went to school with all these guys, like we knew everybody. But when it came to these games of hockey, man, look the fuck out. Like it was killer hockey. It was
tooth for a tooth, eye for an eye.
Yep. Right. We're playing and then Monday you'd go to school and you'd see the guy, he'd have the black eye, you're missing a tooth, you'd give the thumbs up and away you'd go. Right.
That's right. Yeah. Bud's off the ice, but hey, you're sworn enemies on and competitive bastards,
But the thing was, when you were house league, you didn't get a coach. You got Johnny's dad, Billy's mom, right? You know what I mean? Shit like that. If you were an all-star, if you paid extra money, then you got the guys that knew what the fuck they were talking about.
Yeah, so, that makes sense.
Right?
That's true. The power play for the Kings was an issue going into the break. It still is.
But to be honest with you, that's where I got lucky. My old man played hockey up until he was 60, and he played with a couple of ex-NHLers. If you've ever heard of Wayne King, played for the California Golden Seals. A gentleman named Wally Boyer played for 5 NHL teams through the 50s and 60s. So I learned hockey from guys who knew what they were talking about. That's cool. Right? So it was different for me, right?
Yeah.
So Wally Wally played in Manitoba. Telling you, 5'8", and the guy could skate like.
Oh wow! Predators just tied at 4-4. The draw is alive once again.
Are happy.
Wow! And then Wayne King.
I'm seeing Wayne King, Niagara Falls Flyers, Midland, Ontario.
Yep.
A couple of years in the Seals. Yeah, my uncle.
That's him.
Used to go to. So the Seals used to play down the road from me at a Cal
No
Palace.
shit.
Yeah, so my uncle, old time Bay Area guy, would always go to Seals games back then. Yeah.
Nice. Was a big Seals fan. Right on, Matt. Yeah, like Wayne for anybody that doesn't know or haven't looked him up, Wayne is Aboriginal. He's an Indian, right? He's a Huron Indian. And he would tell stories like he'd be in the corner and the guys would be like, "You fucking wagon burner, you that like," and of course this is the early 70s, so the racism was rampant back then. But Wayne, he could snapshot a puck better than most guys and harder than most guys could slap shot, like and fucking solid boy. But
nice.
Like these are the guys I hung around with when Dad was playing old timers hockey, so I learned hockey from guys that knew what the fuck they were talking about, right? So that was kind of my edge up on everybody. So
points for Skinner, made a few big saves just now. Yeah.
We're not going to get a goal here in the first period.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because I just jumped in and grabbed plus 150 in the first period over. So I was looking at this pace and thinking maybe things could turn in the second half, but it's looking a little dicey at the moment.
Kings are doing some good things. They've drawn a penalty. They're winning some battles for loose pucks, drawing penalties, getting chances, just not yet gone in for them. Reminds me of Colorado early in that game against Florida earlier. Yeah, you know how that ended for them.
Yeah, hopefully not the same.
Nothing later. Sure. 3 hours later. Yeah.
As long as I get one Oilers goal here and that's it in the first, I'll be happy. That'll take care of one of mine anyway.
I really would love having this draw come through for me. That would really be a nice help tonight on a more.
I have the draw. I have the draw on this too, but stupid me, I took more on the in reg for Arizona Live. So, I mean, it's
not that bad. I mean, if they hold on to win, you're good, and if they blow a lead and go in OT, you're good.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm better if Arizona wins.
2 goals in the first round.
Penalty to LA now. Yeah.
What's good, Alex?
Hey, how's it going, Landon? I heard you were sick. I've been sick too, man. It sucks.
Yeah, man.
Oh, fuck, Matt. You killed me, buddy.
It's going around right now, sicknesses.
Yeah. Everybody wash their hands.
Live from a flip phone. The fact that you still have a flip phone is rather funny too, dude.
Hey, I got my kid one. I said, "You're gonna get a dumb phone, man." He's like, "What is that?" I'm about to find out.
I don't have I've got an iPhone, but I'd have to trade it in for a flip phone if there's not 2 goals in this first game. I'm gonna be prepaying my minutes.
You're gonna be on Cricket Wireless.
You guys carrying burner phones now? That's crazy.
Matt, this is probably one of your first
minutes.
really, really painful betting days. I've had a few of these. I've had more than a few of these.
I should have taken the hint when I took all 4 first period overs on the 10 a.m. games, and then had the Stars puck line in the first, and all 5 missed. Like before I even took a shower, I was down, 5 units.
Yeah,
I should have taken that as a hint.
You'll have Saturdays like that, man.
Yeah,
that's the way
Saturdays and brunch are it's the biggest gamble in the week. Like I feel like the trends and all the shit we look at with NHL, like these regular games during the week usually fit into them, but sometimes just these the Saturday games or brunch games, just you don't know. You don't know who's going out the night before.
I'm getting worried. The way Matt's talking, he's making it sound like he'll be making his first weekly Tuesday appearance on the show on some street corner there in
the library.
Internet
connection.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be in a coffee shop because I'm gonna have to shut my Wi-Fi off.
I was gonna say you'll have to cannon the string out. Oh, hey, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, he's like, hey, water's free, right?
Nah.
Hey, man, I used to post up at Starbucks in school because internet at the house was shit because you have all my dumbass roommates downloading Napster, legal shit. So I go to the Starbucks and, you'd always have a conversation with a nice couple. Hey, I think you're in my class. No, I'm not. Well, hey, what are you doing? It's like a way to spark up a
it must be
conversation
nice, John, to consider that. I should have laid off Saturdays as I do often. There is no laying off when you do a show 7 days a week. Nobody wants to hear you come on the show and say I'm past
nothing. Right.
Do you and Alex, when y'all have the betcast, tend to lean more on, hey, I'm going to hold back hands for the betcast and not
we do.
try to pick a card?
Like I can tell you now on the 27th, look at those matchups. That's going to be one where there's some good spots. Obviously, we're talking about 2 weeks away, but I'll probably have a lot pregame and a lot that I'm waiting for in game.
Yeah.
Just blindly looking off matchups. I can kind of guess that around it. Where some days, like some Saturdays, there's a ton of games, but the matchups aren't good.
For those of you that are wondering what Alex is talking about, he's talking about our second betcast that's free for all coming up in February, Tuesday, February 27th. Let me rhyme off these games and tell me if you're not fired up for Tuesday, February 27th coming up. We've got a few of the games here: Vegas, Toronto, Carolina, Minnesota, St. Louis, Winnipeg, LA, Calgary, Dallas, Colorado. How good is that? And Pittsburgh, Vancouver, February 22nd. Yeah.
That's as strong of a night as you're going to probably get in the rest of the month, to be honest.
Vancouver money.
Yeah.
If Edmonton could hit the net, they'd probably be up 2-0 already.
Yeah.
Good movement on the power play there. Good puck movement. Yeah. This is a big early penalty kill here for LA. When you look at
it is.
We're trying to get this good vibes going, positive energy, positive momentum, but they give up a power play goal here. That would be tough.
I'm still at a commercial break. My stream is a couple minutes behind here.
Oh, you're not watching on NHL Network, or?
No, it's this third party.
You know what, Matt? Matt, when you're not talking, we'll mute your mic. That's what we'll do. We'll mute your mic. When you're ready to say something, we'll unmute you. How's that?
Yeah, sorry, I forgot that I was on. I meant to be on mute, so I apologize for that.
Oh, that's okay. All good. Yeah, all good. Yeah. Yeah, it's Matt's crazy family, and no, I'm kidding. Yeah. They sound crazy.
Can't be any worse than Goose here.
It's the echo in that house. There's great acoustics in there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So I'm just seeing the Englund penalty, holding the stick.
I know. I've been at a lot of Saturday night house parties. Trust me, the noise is very similar.
Oh,
there.
for sure.
It's like just a bunch of cackling people having fun. and a few
When
drinks.
people talk louder and it starts getting louder and louder, and you just look over and like, damn, it doesn't sound that loud.
Everybody's so loud.
But especially if you're sober and everyone else is drunk. But damn.
Oh yeah.
We're getting to the Super Bowl breakdown at first intermission of this Oilers game, Max.
Oh yeah.
We'll dive into the Super Bowl head first, and we'll give you everything that we like there. Side total, player props, you name it. We'll see about that Niners opinion there, Matt. We'll see. Yeah.
I got Casey.
I mean, after today, I wouldn't tail any of my picks. So if I was you, I would take Chiefs money line right now.
I have taken Chiefs money line. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah.
So did I.
Uh-oh. Who's on? Are you burning your house down again, Perlo? Come on.
The toaster strudel's on fire there.
Oh, geez.
Do not blow the blunt smoke toward the smoke detector, okay?
Hey, it's not a betcast. The Perlo smoke detector doesn't
60
go off.
seconds for the hot pockets. It's not not 4 minutes there.
Like we heard like a fire alarm coming from Perlo last year. We legitimately thought there was a fire in his home. Yeah. Yeah. It's just
Like he sat there for a minute too. I don't think he even realized it was coming from his place.
Yeah.
I think
we're like, we're all like looking at smoke on the screen. We're like, how about that?
I think if he wasn't on the Betcast, he probably wouldn't have realized right away, and you probably saved his life. Or
Maybe.
You got any big plans for Super Bowl, Ian? Are you gonna go watch it somewhere? Or are you
yeah, party with the usual crew that I have. Friends that are still in the area that some, it's funny, the friends group that I've got, some have been in this area for, as long as I have. Some moved away and have come back, and they're back in the circle again. So it's pretty weird how that dynamic works. Some of them, they went away for like 5 or 6 years, and now they're back, and it's like, hey, good to see you again. Yep.
Did you go to high school there? You like where you stay at now? You grew up around there?
Yeah, around those areas. Stayed close. I'm an only child, so stayed close to home, to relatives and fam and all that. Someone's got to keep an eye on them. If I don't, who the fuck will, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not a brothers and sisters guy, unfortunately. Well, I don't know if I'm actually totally happy not having a brother and a sister.
Same here. Same here.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah. I don't have to hear their problems. I've got enough. Yeah. Because that's what happens. Your brother and your sister, they got problems. You got to support them and be there for them, and help them out. And I got to help me out. I got to worry about me, my issues. Yeah. Yeah.
So while we've got a quick break in the action, I totally forgot to say thank you to Ian and to everybody else. For those of you who don't know, my mom was in the hospital. Thought I was going to be fucking off going back to see her. She came out all good. I want to thank Ian for the mention. I want to thank Alex for the mention, and for everybody else who sent me little messages along the way. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Oh, wonderful. Glad to hear that. Really glad to hear that.
Yeah. Low iron, right? She hadn't been eating fucking shit but cereal for who knows how long. So low iron. So the heart was all over the place. So she's home, all good. So I heard Ian talking about hometown, and I'm like, shit, that's right too. I forgot to say that. So greatly appreciated everything, guys.
No doubt. We're glad to hear everything's good. That's the main thing. Yeah. Yep. That's all it's all about. We want parents to be well, because I have parents that have had health issues too, multiple times. So you always want them to be well and get through them.
And that's the same thing with Ian, right? Like for me, it's my hometown. Right. So when I go back, I always run into buddies and friends who I haven't seen. And, I've been here now 15 years. So it's like, hey, how you doing? How you been? Right. It's just like you never left, right? Kind of deal. And then there's the ones you go, fuck, please don't see me kind of shit.
Yeah. I have more of that in Chicago.
Yeah, for sure. Right. For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, is your family still in Midland, Goose?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I got my mom. My mom's in Midland. My brother's out here in BC. Dad's passed now 9 years. Okay. So, yeah. So
Okay, well, saying that, I'm in Barrie, man, and my wife's a nurse in Midland, so she commutes there every morning. And if there's
Is she
anything,
really? She's up at Georgian Bay. She's up at GBGH.
She's at the mental health center. Basically, she's at
okay.
Yeah. So yeah, dude. If there's anything you need me to run up there, you need a favor, you need anything from me, I'm a lot closer than you are. So
I appreciate that, Rico. I really do. So real quick, and I won't hog the conversation. How long has your wife been at the mental health center?
Like probably 12 years.
Okay, Mom's been retired longer than that. That was actually where Mom was working when she retired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So so it's one of those things where
it's all connected.
Yeah, still, dude. Right. It's not far from me to give you a hand.
And that's the good thing. Like I've got a couple cousins still in town, but I've got friends that 30-year, 40-year, 50-year friends that I put in 2 calls literally the day of, and I'm like, hey man, go check the house, do this for me, and they're like, yeah, no problem, we got you, right? We got your back kind of deal. So so it makes it an hour
drive to my parents right now. So even 40 minutes to go see somebody that you love is not a big deal for me.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Rico. Greatly appreciated.
Yeah, anytime.
No worries. So all right, so what do we we're still looking for a goal in that first period, aren't we?
Yeah, and this thing that draw just came in for you, right, Ian?
Yes, it did. We got OT here with Arizona.
Can you give me one good
did that. That's a big help for the night because we look like we're going to drop first. We're going to drop all 3 with this first period in this Oilers game.
Who wins in overtime?
I might not even get one goal from LA.
Probably Yotes in OT. I'd say Yotes win it. Or if it goes to a shootout, then I would definitely lean more towards Yotes.
I'm gonna take Preds. I'm not gonna bet it. It's just a lean.
Yeah.
By lean, I mean like I'm like one elbow lean.
I will definitely take my draw in that game, which will help.
Be happy, man. I was looking at the fucking Preds or draw too for that second chance bet or whatever. The 2 option bet.
Yeah,
I like that one sometimes when the game is close at the end.
Nashville's a draw team. Arizona is not so much. That's why I didn't play that pregame.
Yeah.
Say a good bounce back for Ingram, right? After being pulled last game.
Sure, yeah. And against his old team, second time this year.
Oh, wow. That's right. Corey Perry's so fucking old. I didn't realize he played with the Ducks. Like, they were doing the whole tribute to him.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I'm not the most, informed hockey fan.
No, sorry, 4-on-4. My bad. They both teams got a penalty on that last scrum, so it's 4-on-4.
Hey, Goose, what'd you think about the Toronto tribute to Pierre Engvall? The hell was that?
That's so stupid, so absurd. Yeah.
Who was I listening to? I was listening to Rhett Warner. 100 games minimum, and do something substantial for the team, or else you don't deserve shit.
Yeah, wait. Pierre, they gave him like a video tribute.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Pierre Engvall got it.
I missed that. Well, that's weird.
Yeah. No, right at the first break.
More fucking stupid.
Come say hi to the guys.
Yeah.
Here's the boss, boys.
Hey.
Hi. How are you?
Ian,
how's it going?
Occupancy, Furlow, Rico, Lando, and Alex.
Cool. Hi, guys.
Hey, good to see ya. How are you?
You're the person that has to put up with that, dude.
Yeah, good.
I love you for putting up with Goose.
Doing our favorite thing.
Yeah.
I know, right?
Yep.
We love you for putting up with Goose. We love him too.
I know.
We love him. So stressed about the Leafs.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I hope he takes good care of you. It seems like he does. Making dinner.
Yeah.
He seemed like a gentleman.
He knows better not to.
Yeah, you'll give him shit if he doesn't. Yeah.
He knows where I sleep.
He has to cater to your every whim. And
I know where and when.
Yeah.
And if you're not, send an email to Labano and we'll let us know. We'll fix that shit.
We'll have our podcast kit too.
We'll have our 4-legged friend come in for a quick visit here in a heartbeat when he comes in as well.
Yeah, nice.
Hey, what did you name the furry friend?
Lanny.
Lanny?
Yeah, Lanny the rabbit.
Lanny the rabbit.
Lanny's going to be the name. Yep.
But he's not a ginger, but okay.
Yeah, I know. You can only do so much.
He's gray now.
Yeah, and Lanny's fucking gray as can be.
Yeah.
Well, he's near.
Have you ever owned a pet rabbit? Man, those things are a fucking hassle, dude.
I haven't, but I had a friend who had one, and it was nuts. Like,
well, you just shake them and they like poop, don't they? Like, you just
yeah,
grab them out.
yeah, pretty much.
I have people that let them run around their house. I'm like, oh, this is the last time I'm coming to your house.
Up, Predators win. Predators overtime 5-4.
My little lead.
Good call, yeah.
Way to go, Landon. Yep.
I didn't take it though. It's not as good as some
correct prediction though. That's
right. Yeah.
Credit.
I would like to see some transparency on this show. I love those fucking comments when people ask for transparency.
Cat too, right?
Have you ever heard those on the show? Where like they're asking for asking for people to post the records and shit of like, one time, Alex, it was about you. They said, I can't see how Alex is profitable with draws and shit.
Oh yeah, right.
Remember that, Cat?
Yeah, I do. And then I posted it. I'm like 39%, and I'm still profitable in draws. So
yeah. Nice math there. It's almost profit, not percentage.
Say hi to the boys.
Yeah.
Say hi to the boys. There you are.
There he is.
Oh, there's a boy. There's the boy.
Hey, Rich, how's it going?
How's Rich doing?
It's Yep. Rich, what's going on, buddy? Hola.
Pretty good. A little bit late to the party, but
better late than never.
Better late than never. That's right.
I was with you guys earlier, but missed about the last hour. So, here, let me get rid of this.
Hey, we got the Oilers Kings going. I mean, the Kings have done everything but score. I mean, they've had a nice period. 10-4. They're carrying the play, and Skinner's been terrific. Like he made a acrobatic stack pad save like a couple minutes ago. Yeah.
Yes.
You know what Nasi would say right now, right? Oilers to score the next goal for sure.
Oh yeah, and that's probably that. I would definitely look at Oilers' second period puck line.
Like this is deflating for LA again. Just kind of
I
Colorado.
I like Oilers' second period puck line for sure.
Yeah.
Oilers to score the next goal would be.
Yeah, too. Oilers to score first goal in second period. That'd be a better price than just overall.
I'm just going to clear the first three here and then.
We'll just call that the Massey.
Yeah.
Is he in the chat still?
No, that's fine. I'll get it.
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
I don't think so. Oh yeah, I think he is. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure he would be all over that right now because LA's carried the play pretty much for sure.
Wow.
But Oilers puck line second period.
Penguins Facebook after their loss to the Jets. It just popped up on my feed. I'm looking at the comments to the post-game article from the Penguins Facebook. It's like 7 of the 8 comments fire Sullivan. Wow.
Jeez.
I mean, and that's a guy that's given them championships, and that's a guy that's had a lot of success there. And fans are still kind of had enough.
That fan base will not respond well when they have to rebuild.
Yeah.
No. Did you guys see that puck on the glass out of bounds play in that Pittsburgh game last night where they reviewed it for like 20 minutes?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That play against Pittsburgh, and Crosby was like, he was totally convinced it was out of, like, they took a long time. And that was a key moment of the game last night. And going into Winnipeg and not getting any points tonight too, that was just heartbreaking 2 nights in a row for Pittsburgh.
Yeah, tough stretch for them right now.
Last night was a little bit more heartbreaking because I thought they played better last night than they did tonight. They deserved what they got, and that was losing that game because they had a bad start, bad first period. Winnipeg was ready off the hop. Last night they probably deserved a little bit better fate. Looks like it's going to be scoreless heading into the intermission here with Oilers and the Kings. Really good period, other than not getting the lead for LA, but they did a lot of things right there. Skinner, by the way,
I recognize that.
Yeah,
Kane's getting the same one they give me for the fucking. I got hit from behind there about 2 weeks ago on the fucking highway in Calgary. Guy drove right into the back of me and I got fucking grade 1 whiplash. Fuck me.
Oh, we got ourselves a little brouhaha. It's not much. It's going to dissipate. A little scrum at the end of the period here.
Just an exchange of phone numbers. Hey, where are we going for a beer afterwards?
Yeah, that's about it. Yeah. Well, the people involved, it's like Evan Bouchard and Fogle and McLeod. It's not like it's a candidate of people that you would expect to throw down here. Yeah. So it dissipated pretty quickly.
But what are you getting for snow up there, Rico? You getting shitty weather again, or what?
Nothing, man. It was like +8,
No,
+9, +6. All the snow just melted. And I'm going to Mexico. I'm flying to Puerto Vallarta on Thursday, and it's like usually I want to escape the winter, but it's been like
no winter to escape right now.
Dude, there's
That's the
nothing
thing
here.
It was 60
Like,
Fahrenheit.
I'd feel better if
yesterday.
I was going skiing somewhere.
Yep.
Yeah, I hear you. No, that's good.
We only had about 7.5 inches of snow in St. Paul this whole winter.
It's
Like
messed
nuts.
up, man.
Wow.
And I bet on the Waste Management to golf tournament, and plays suspended, and like they're getting rain and shit down in like Arizona and Vegas.
I know, it's crazy.
Are they really?
We're getting shit weather. Eddie Lack telling me yesterday, I've got all these people I'm hosting for the Waste Management Open. Like he got like a little, I don't know, area there where they can all sit. And he's got these people that are down there. And apparently it's just the weather shitting on them this weekend. They got to finish the tournament Monday, which is a disaster because everyone's ready to call it a weekend after Sunday. They don't want to stick around for another day on Monday.
Yeah.
When they're already hung over after 3 bender type of days when you go to that thing. Yeah.
The wasted management.
Wasted management. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Will in the chat saying they cut off the alcohol too.
Yeah.
Oh boy, that's not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Well,
not a tournament you want to cut the alcohol off of.
You want to start a riot, do that shit. Cut off the alcohol.
I don't even watch golf, and I know that's like the biggest party in the golf year. So
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it is.
They let them hoot and holler and make noise while the guy's in like mid swing. It's the only tournament that's really, they'll allow it. Yeah. Because you're supposed to be silent at all times, and you're supposed to watch here as he gets that putt for the hole.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, for any of us who golf, there's nothing worse than guys watching you try and swing a fucking club and not say a sound. Like, fuck off.
Yeah.
That's got to be the worst thing.
All right, Super Bowl time, guys. We are at the first intermission here. Oilers and Kings.
All right.
Super Bowl.
Hang on.
49ers.
I got my
pen and paper ready. Pen and paper ready.
yeah, everybody need their notes. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, just
Let's
wait.
start with Alex here.
We'll get ready.
Alex, primary. First of all, a side either bet or lean, a total bet or lean on the side of the total, and then any props. Just a few that you like the most.
We're all in this together, fellas. Unless you take the tails on the coin flip.
I got to head out for a little. I got to head out for a little bit. I just got Chiefs on the roll. That's it. Chiefs.
Okay.
Win.
There you go. All right, Chiefs. It is. All right, Alex. What do you got?
Yeah. So I have Niners money line minus $1.20. That's my largest bet, and it's just a unit. Like nothing.
So Alex is wrong. Okay.
Whoa, Pearl from the top rope already.
It's $1.15. Yeah. Can you guys hear me, or when I go in and out, or?
Yeah, just went in and out briefly. Yeah.
No, you're good.
Okay. All right. So Niners money line minus $1.20. First quarter under 9.5 minus 115. Kyle Juszczyk to get 2 or more receptions at plus 138.
Oh, I do like that.
I always bet this every year. Over 2.5 players to throw attempt to pass. So a flea flicker or some kind of gadget goofy play that usually cashes in. I got that plus 150. First touchdown type is rushing at plus 125. That I think that moved to like plus 110 now, but there's still great value in that. I definitely think the first touchdown will be run in by somebody. And then the exotic Taylor Swift prop I have is that it was minus 160 when I bet it that she won't be shown with a drink in her hand. That's now been ballooned up to minus 220, so it's unplayable at this point.
That is a fucked up bet.
There you go. Alex B. Smith. He rips off his entire card in 60 seconds. I'll get one bet of analysis in.
That's a beauty.
Double that. Yeah. Probably.
And that was Juszczyk for over 2 receptions.
Yeah, Juszczyk. Yeah, 2 or more receptions. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to try to be quick. As quick as I won't be quick, but I'll try to be as much as possible here. I'm on the other side of Alex here with Kansas City. To me, it's just how many times have I got to be betting against Kansas City and not being rewarded for it? And I kind of feel that way here. I mean, the underdog track record is outstanding for Mahomes, 10-1-1 ATS. He's only lost 3 times in 17 playoff games. 2 of the losses were to Brady, one with New England in the AFC Championship, one with Tampa when he had no offensive line in that Super Bowl either against Tampa. They were decimated. And then the only other loss he had was against Cincinnati and Joe Burrow. And to me, he, in his 3 playoff losses, played one truly bad half of football where you can say, you know what, Mahomes, that's on you as to why you lost the game. But the Tampa game, the O-line was decimated. The New England game, it was in his rookie year, and he still scored, I think, 34 points. It was a classic. It went to overtime, and the only reason New England won is they won the coin toss. And, of course, back then it was the old rules. You win the coin toss, you can win the game with a touchdown. New England scored a touchdown. Kansas City never got the ball in that overtime of the AFC Championship game. So I like KC here. It's just you got coaching staff that I trust. Reed's awesome with time to prepare. Spagnuolo has been magnificent in the defensive coordinator spot. And to be honest, I think their defense is better than – you got a better defense catching points because I didn't love what I saw was out of San Fran's defense in the games against Green Bay and Detroit. So I'm on that. I'm on the fence with the total because I love my overs. I don't love the over in this game. I'm worried about the 6-minute drives, the time-consuming drives, the propensity for both teams to run the ball. So I'm going to wait to see how this game starts and see if I bet the total live. And then for props, I'm going to sound like an auctioneer because if I don't, we'll be here until 3 a.m. listening to what I like in this game. All right, so we're going to rip through these as quick as possible here. Purdy under passing yards, 248. Purdy under pass attempts under 31.5 because I think they're going to run the ball a lot. And it's not going to be more on Todd Monken for Shanahan. I know Shanahan's had issues winning the big game, but he is not going to make the mistake of failing to attack a 28th ranked Kansas City run defense by throwing the ball 40 times. He's not going to do that and make that mistake Todd Monken made. You're going to see a lot of run plays, and that's why I don't think Brock Purdy will exceed 31 pass attempts here in this game. I like Purdy over 3.5 rush attempts, though, at plus 130. This guy has shown the propensity here in the playoffs. 3rd down, I need a 1st down. I can run it and get it myself, and I think he can get 4+ rush attempts here in this game. And I like that even more than the rushing yards with Purdy, simply because you've got to factor in kneel downs, at some point in this game, halftime or, of course, at the end of the game. And that counts toward a quarterback's rushing yards. Purdy under 1.5 passing touchdowns as well. And this correlates with the pass attempts prop. I don't think he's going to throw 2 or more touchdown passes. There's going to be some rushing touchdowns from McCaffrey, and some other means of scoring touchdowns in this game, I think, for the 49ers. I also have Purdy INT minus 110. He has been more mistake prone the last few games. We've seen him throw an interception. So I think that's probably worth a look there. And then I've got lots on McCaffrey here. Over 89.5 rushing yards, over 127.5 rushing and receiving yards, over 18.5 rushing attempts, because I think it's McCaffrey early and McCaffrey often in this game. No question about that. And the one thing about Kansas City, and it worries me being on the Chiefs, is that their run defense in between the tackles, the up the middle run plays, you can gash KC a little bit. And who's a physical, tough runner to exploit that? Yeah, run CMC. Yep. So everything McCaffrey there I'm interested in, the rushing yards, the rush attempts, the rushing and receiving, and a little sprinkle on the Super Bowl MVP at plus 500 for McCaffrey in this. Even as someone on KC, you can't be stupid. You can't load up everything KC. Sure, I took KC from a side perspective, but you got to be able to bet some pro San Francisco props as well. Or else you're setting yourself up for maybe a nightmare Super Bowl if San Francisco wins and plays well. So you got to balance the portfolio a little bit. So that's why I took a little McCaffrey. And there's a long shot MVP prop I like on the KC side. Now, even though Mahomes is probably a great chance to win it, McCaffrey on the San Fran side, probably even Purdy, you can't rule it out. But there is another MVP prop I like there as well. I like Kittle over receiving yards. And here's the one that I'm going with for San Francisco that's a bit of a long shot. I like Samuel over receptions. Kyle Juszczyk, though, Alex mentioned him. To get a reception, minus 150. Over 2.5 receiving yards, minus 112. And I'm going for it with him to get a touchdown at 10-1, plus 1,000. If you look at Juszczyk, he almost scored against Detroit. They had a red zone play in mind for him, and he got tackled at the 4 against Detroit. He was that close to scoring. And go back to the last time we saw Shanahan versus Reed, 49ers Chiefs in the Super Bowl a few years ago. Guess who scored a touchdown in that game for San Francisco? Yeah, Kyle Juszczyk. So don't put it past the 49ers. Have something in mind to get Juszczyk the ball down by the goal line. So I think at plus 1,000, that Kyle Juszczyk prop is worth a look. Those are my 49ers player props. Chiefs player props. Look, everybody and his brother, I'm sure, with the Swift and Kelsey relationship floating around tomorrow is going to like Kelsey props. But it does make a lot of sense. 6.5 receptions over, 70.5 receiving yards over. Simply because, look, the connection has been rediscovered with Mahomes and Kelsey here in the playoffs. They look like they got that chemistry back. 49ers haven't always been adept at shutting down the tight end. So it's an opportunity for Kelsey to have a successful, productive game. Rashee Rice, receptions and receiving yards, 6.5, 65.5 over, and the touchdown prop for him at plus 150. I'm going to take a shot with MVS, Valdez-Scantling, over 17.5 receiving yards. I mean, he only, I think, had 1 or 2 catches against Baltimore, but one of them was the big one to put the game away and cashed his receiving yards prop. And he is starting to get, not drop as many passes. And I think Mahomes is going to go into this game with a little bit of more confidence in him. And the other prop that I really like, I like Pacheco as well, over rushing yards, over rush attempts. I think you're going to see a lot of that. I like Mahomes over rush attempts as well here in this game for the Chiefs. And one more player that I like for the Chiefs as far as props. It's another tight end besides Kelsey, and I'm talking about Noah Gray. If you actually watch suddenly the last couple of games, Noah Gray for the Kansas City Chiefs, he's been involved. He's caught a few passes. He's been targeted a lot more. You can get Noah Gray over 1.5 receptions at like even money, plus 100. I think it's a solid bet. I think he can get to 2 receptions here because he's actually been targeted quite a bit. And he's been on the field a lot more for the Chiefs the last few games. So Noah Gray for KC over 1.5 receptions, as well as over 11.5 receiving yards for him in that game. And then for touchdown props, like I said, I already mentioned Juszczyk. I'm taking that shot. I'm taking a shot with Noah Gray plus 900, MVS plus 650. I mentioned Rice. I mean, Kelsey and Pacheco are like even money, but they have a great chance to score a touchdown, both of them, for Kansas City, Kelsey and Pacheco. And then a couple more touchdown props for San Francisco. Juszczyk 10-1, I mentioned. Kittle plus 190, Samuel plus 150, and Ayuk for the 49ers as well, plus 180. Those are the main ones. There's a couple smaller ones, but that's the majority of my Super Bowl betting menu. That's not bad. 5 minutes for all that.
That's not bad.
Not bad.
That's wicked, Ian. And honestly, I'm glad I just did an audio record on this instead of trying to write it all down, because I'll revisit this at noon tomorrow. Because I used to listen to you on Sports Rage with Cam and Gabe all the time. And
nice.
The golf guy, you're the best, man. You go into it better than anybody. Like, that was awesome. That's a pro take on you. Take what you want to hear, but that is the rundown right there. That's awesome.
Yep.
I appreciate it very much. That is, I hope these bets work out. I will say this: as far as the props that I like the most, the running back props I really do like both sides. Pacheco, McCaffrey.
Yep.
I really like the rush attempts for Purdy in particular, and the Juszczyk longer shots. Just him to get a catch, him to get 2.5 receiving yards over, and the 10-1. I really think that's got a real shot, a real legit shot.
Yeah,
I'm really high on the Juszczyk props.
I might add that to mine.
Yeah.
That Juszczyk is going to
and he
cash
scored in the
all
Super
at
Bowl.
once.
Last 49er Chiefs Super Bowl, Juszczyk scored a touchdown. I mean, 10-1.
Those two props will cash all at once, Ian. They will.
Yeah.
Right. It'll be a reception plus the touchdown. They'll both cash in a heartbeat.
And he almost had that
I've been
against
betting
Detroit.
Juszczyk.
They threw it to him at the 5, and he got tackled at the 4 against the Lions in the NFC Championship. So, I think it's live. There we go. Anybody else? We'll go around the horn. Anybody else? Any Super Bowl bets you really like as of now?
The only other one that you didn't touch on was Mahomes rushing attempts. I'm anticipating KC win.
That's a good
one. A couple kneel downs, right? So I think it's at 4.5 6.5. I expect to see at least, that many out of him, no problem. His legs will get put in. I'm going to say right now, if 49ers win, it's going to be CMC for the MVP. If the Chiefs win, it's going to be Kelsey.
Oh, I forgot.
And
I
if
forgot
Chiefs
my
win,
long shot MVP prop for Kansas City. I mentioned, well, it's not a long shot, but I took McCaffrey plus 500 for San Fran. I took it 32-1 Pacheco. I took a shot.
I like that.
32.
I like that. He can run for 2 touchdowns to get that.
Yep. Pacheco. That's my look. Quarterback 9 times out of 10 wins the MVP in the Super Bowl. I get that.
No, normally, right?
32-1 at Pacheco. Worth a small sprinkle because I could see him dominating the offense here for Kansas City.
Yeah. The only other one that you didn't touch on, and I think is going to happen, or at least I'm hoping on it, is Kelsey with a multi-touchdown game.
Yeah,
that's the only other one that I add in. Other than that, yours and mine are pretty mirrored as far as that goes.
I can't help you with the novelty props, unfortunately. No, I can't.
Gatorade. I don't. Yeah, we don't have any intel on Gatorade this year. A couple of years ago, when it was Bucks and Chiefs, we found out about blue Gatorade, and then you were better off betting 8-1 on blue Gatorade than you were Bucks money line in that game. So if something comes out before kickoff, maybe.
To me, the Gatorade is the easiest one of the bunch. It's red. Plain and simple, it's red because either team has red in their color. Nothing else works. So if you're going to bet Gatorade, I'm betting red.
That's actually not good. And I'm going to tell you why. Because Super Bowl jerseys, all the players either want to keep them or they get auctioned off. So a team wearing white, they would not want to have any red Gatorade stains on them. So that's something I've actually heard from a source.
And it's in the line too,
but it gets around everybody. That's the thing. So they're saying that even on the sidelines, certain heavier colors they just avoid.
I'll tell you what the options are. It's blue. The favorite is blue at plus 225, orange plus 400, clear water plus 250. I'm going with water. Just a little fun bet. Why not? They're going to dump water on the coach at the end. Lime, yellow, green, which I still think that Gatorade's green plus 400. Red pinkish plus 400. There you are.
Yep.
Does any team like lime Gatorade? Like who drinks lime Gatorade?
It never gets poured. I don't think you've ever seen a lime Gatorade.
No, because teams that drink lemon lime Gatorade don't get to Super Bowls.
Well, is there any bettors that bet unders, like under touchdown scores, under yards, or anything? It's just
of course. Well, I've got a few unders. I do.
Yeah, I know. Brock Purdy under 1.5 touchdown thrown. I like that one, but I like a Deebo Samuel.
Last year was purple.
I think Mahomes over rushing yards. I think Mahomes going to run, but I also like Christian McCaffrey, basically MVP. Because I think he's going to basically, if Christian McCaffrey gets 3 touchdowns tomorrow night, I think he's the MVP if the Niners win. So I think a McCaffrey, dark horse, a little bit touchdown MVP or like MVP of the game.
If you like players' yards under, your best bet is to bet them like maybe 20 minutes before kickoff, especially like any props under involving Travis Kelce, because the public will steam the shit out of it because obviously he's the man of the hour. So if you like unders with certain people, you might want to wait until literally an hour to 30 minutes before kickoff.
Yeah, and just so everybody, if you don't have the chat up, Terry Ray Vegas just came in with a really nice one. Juice check to score the first touchdown is a juicy plus 4,500.
Yeah.
So if you
get worth throwing a buckle,
right?
3-yard reception with the touchdown to score first, you're gonna
you're gonna have a big bomb, really get down to the goal line within the 5, and they're gonna slam it home with juice check, or run them out in the little flats with the screen. That guy is a baller, dude. He plays every play hard, no matter what. If he's blocking, if he's running, catching, and the coaches really like those kind of guys.
Somebody said Usher last song. Usher last song, which I think that's already steamed up now because everybody knows that Lil Jon and Ludacris will be there. But I have for first song, I have My Way plus 500.
Yeah, Kevin came in with My Way as well.
Oh, okay, yeah, I bet that like right when it opened, like maybe 2.5 weeks. That's actually the first Super Bowl bet I made before anything game related. So he opens his show in Vegas with that song. That's why.
Okay. All right.
Now that is really taking a shot. I thought I was taking a shot with use check just to score a touchdown 10-1, 45-1 for first touchdown. I might sprinkle on that. What the hell? Just a couple.
I like that look. It makes sense, right? It really does.
If it was the first touchdown. Yep.
If they're at the 5-yard line, everybody's going to expect McCaffrey.
Yeah.
You throw Juice out in the flat, right?
Juice
nice,
is loose.
Simple little swing pass, boom. Yep. Right? Makes sense as far as that goes.
We're back in action here at Crypto.
Oh, Bailey, we are so degenerate here. Like,
yeah. If anybody's looking,
dumb props, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Well, all right, who's starting? I'll start here. 1-800. Hi.
The key to and Ian, I know you talk about this because you don't bet a lot of the exotic and novelty props, but the key to any Super Bowl halftime show is to look and see if those artists are on tour or they have a residency, and to look at setlist.fm to find their set list. I won so much money on Katy Perry that Super Bowl because she ran her whole set list basically, at least the first 5 songs or whatever. That was the easiest money you could make in any kind of betting event, honestly.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that from more than a few places, Alex, for sure. All right, so Aaron's looking. Aaron's back to the game. How's the game looking to us? Is it Edmonton?
Kings and power play again. Skinner's just magnificent so far tonight. You know, and this has been Skinner for the last month. At least,
let's see. It was even money for Edmonton first goal in the second period, so I didn't take that. I was waiting for something better. Now with this power play, I should be able to grab something a little bit better. Let's see.
Yeah.
Oilers plus 105, or I can go Oilers first goal in the second period plus 135. So that's what I'm gonna jump in on.
Yeah.
Oilers to score first in the second period at MGM plus 135.
I took Edmonton on the 3-way money line.
A hard game to bet live right now because you're still waiting to see first goal and then see if things get going.
Well, in KC plus 3 minus 160 with what the fuck? Joe Average fan.
I would be concerned if the Oilers don't cash on this power play though about them getting scored on first.
Oh, plus 3 minus 160 with the under 51 at minus 194. Oh, okay, you're parlaying those. Okay, I see where you're going. Okay, all right. I'm like, I'm not touching 194. Fuck that shit. So I see what Joe did. He did a parlay.
Yeah.
I think we see Edmonton start to take over though a little bit. They've been, rusty on the Kings side. They're coming back. Long layoff. The second and third period. They had a lot of adrenaline probably in that first period, but second and third, I feel like Edmonton's just more of a cohesive unit right now.
What a stop.
I know Edmonton.
What a glove save Skinner there. Oh my goodness, this guy. Holy shit.
Oh, big save. Yeah. I know Edmonton played last night, but they look flat. They really do.
Little fatigued, but they got a goalie that's, on his game right now. And again, this is the problems that plague the Kings, just not finishing enough. Before the All-Star break, during a lot of their losses. And
over 2 keys cheaper than a 6-point tease. Oh? Over 2 keys cheaper. 2K cheaper. Yes. All right. Yeah, I can't make any sense out of that one. Okay. Well, what time we got? Look at that. That's about right.
Hey,
Pumpkin
goal! Time. Power play goal. And it's Dubois! Yeah! Carolyn Dubois, you down with PLD? Yeah, you know me.
Well done, Ian.
Wizardry. Well done.
It wasn't really a good
PLD,
goal.
Yeah, you know me. You're down with PLD. Yeah, you know me.
Yeah, by the time he did something.
Every last.
Yeah, right.
Rocket.
They're about to have him drive the Zambonis so they get the fucking money out of the guy, dude. Like, come on.
That brings me back to my bouncing days, Ian.
There we go. Cash at plus, what the hell was that price again? Plus 430, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Pierre-Luc Dubois, that's got to feel good for him. Now he's got to turn this into a, consistency. That's what he's got. You got to produce for this team. You brought him in here to be a difference maker, a game breaker. That's a huge weight off their shoulders because if they had gone that power play not scoring and the shots being what they are and still 0-0, it'd be starting to get a little, here we go again type of feeling, right?
Yep.
Yeah, we'll see some flow now because Edmonton's going to have to open up just a little bit more. Up 2-on-1 LA. They scored.
Yeah.
It did go in. Yep. Under the bar and out, and it's 2-0 Kings. Just like that. Goals in less than a minute apart.
No, nothing Skinner can do on that 2-on-1.
No, he was done like dinner.
Yeah.
Look who got the friggin' goal too. The old man, the old foot soldier, the old war horse, Trevor Lewis. Fourth liner.
Chugging down.
One of the old holdovers from the original Kings Cup teams.
Oh, wait, I was just about to say, I'm like, is it just him and Doughty? And like, he's like one of like 3 people left over from the Cup team?
Yep.
There's 3 players left from that Cup team.
Huh.
So let's see here. Where are we? That's period 2. I don't want period 2. I want the whole game.
Unbelievable. It seemed like the goal. Wow, all of a sudden, we've got frenetic pace. And right, if that was not blocked, that shot Edmonton just took might have been 2-1.
So if you're feeling lucky with Edmonton, you can get them at plus 375 right now.
Yeah. This is frustrating for me, though, because guess who had, goals in the first and goals in that, and now we're getting the explosion.
You know what? I'm going to grab the draw at plus 450. Yeah, I just grabbed the draw at plus 450.
Yeah, I might pick up a little bit of that too. That's worth grabbing.
What about the over? Over 5.5?
Over 5.5 right now.
125.
Oh, that's not bad. It's still 5.5. I'm surprised.
Minus 125 on DraftKings.
That's good.
You like that?
That's worth taking. Yeah, I could see 6 goals in this game the way it's going right now.
That was a great pass to Trevor Lewis. 100% right.
Yeah,
no doubt. That was a phenomenal pass. Yep. By the way, I should point out it's a different sport, but one of my better bets today, Stanford against USC, and they're just destroying USC. I mean, USC in college basketball this year is brutal.
Did
I like
Purdue
UC
end
Davis
up winning their
tonight.
game, Ian?
What was that?
Did Purdue win their game against Indiana tonight?
I think they did. Did they cover is the question.
Yeah, that's the other question.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they won because that was in West Lafayette there, Mackey Arena, they call it.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Indiana, Purdue. Gonzaga beat Kentucky today. That was a little bit of a surprise there. Didn't think they'd had it in them to go down the road and beat a good team.
That's a good win for them on the road.
Yeah, they hadn't had many this year. Okay, Nebraska pummeled Michigan. I like the look of that.
Oh. Yeah, the game line, 3-way. What the hell? 2-way. 2-way's plus 75. If you like the 3-way, you can get.
They won by 20, 79-59 Purdue.
That was a 17.5? 16.
Yep, they covered. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, shit. Okay. You guys take big chances. Taking the draw is crazy. Not really, VA.
That was phenomenal.
It's only 2-0.
Wow. Yep.
If Edmonton wakes up and puts 2 goals in and doesn't allow the Kings to score another one, there's your draw. If it was 3-0 or 4-0, yeah, that's a bigger chance. But to get the draw, what did we take it at? 400, 425?
450 at 450. So
450.
I grabbed 430. So
right, like you know, so it's just VA's like
a 2-goal lead. A 2-goal lead's ever safe.
Yeah, it's only 2 goals, right?
Exactly right. This is far from over, especially if Edmonton gets the next goal with their firepower. They're not out of a game. Yep.
Yeah, if it was San Jose or somebody, then I wouldn't be anywhere near it. But it's Edmonton, right?
The question is, are they going to have the stamina to come back like they did last night? Yeah.
Right, the thing is that all they got to do is tighten up, right? They just got to play simple defensive hockey, and then all you got to do is pot 2 goals in the next 30 minutes of game time.
Yeah,
very easily conceivable. As far as that goes.
Very easily could happen, but so far everything I've seen tonight tells me this could be a Kings night.
I'm not disagreeing with you there. It's definitely again, it's a money spot, right? It's plus 450. How do you not take a little bite of that just on the off chance.
All right, y'all. I'm kind of getting started to get a little achy again, so I'm gonna take the shot with you guys and give you cheers, and then I'm gonna go lay down and get some rest. So, cheers to you guys.
Cheers, Alex. You stuck it. You hung in there way longer than I thought. I thought maybe you'd hang in there, give us an hour, maybe 2, and
I tried to go as long as I could. So,
but it's a sign that you're getting better. And remember, no show tomorrow, and that's
I know.
Alex is
I'm
gonna
grateful
have
for
Super Bowl Sunday to relax. I'll have Super Bowl Sunday to relax. If you want to get our analysis on 2 Sunday games, we gave you those at the end of the show today. So just go rewatch the end of the Saturday show.
I'll tweet out if I like anything tomorrow. I don't right offhand. I don't like anything. I don't because you got 3 of the 4 teams playing second of back-to-backs, and who knows? They can just all coast and say, "Fuck it, we're trying to watch the game later." So
you got Vancouver off a frustrating loss today.
True.
Blew a 3-1 lead, lost in OT. Washington got the huge upset that was gift wrapped for them by a complete and utter no-show by the Boston Bruins today. Vancouver team total over 3.5 tomorrow. For sure will be on my card. For sure.
Okay.
Tomorrow.
All right, good stuff, guys. So enjoy the rest of the night.
Alex.
Enjoy all the Super Bowl stuff, and we'll see you guys. Hopefully, we'll see you guys on Monday.
100% Monday. Yes.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Good.
So, all right, later, y'all.
Take care.
Night, Alex.
You're the best, man.
Thanks. See ya.
And on that note, I'm second man out. Pumpkin time for the old boy. Everybody be good. It's always a blast, guys.
Absolutely. Good to see you, Goose. We'll see you. And by the way, our next free betcast is Tuesday, February 27. We have 2 Patreon exclusive betcasts as well.
I'm
going to say it now. I shouldn't say anything. I won't give the date away, but the first of the 2 Patreon exclusive betcasts is this week. That's all I'll say. It's this week. It's later this week. There you go. Yeah.
Rich, good to see you, brother.
Same time.
Rico, good to see you. Thanks for your offer as always. Greg, take care. Everybody else be good.
You too, Goose.
Chat. Cheers. Happy Super Bowl, everybody. Don't get too fucked up.
Yeah.
And be good. See you on the other
financially
side.
or alcohol-wise. Yeah.
Exactly. Excellent. And Lanny says goodbye.
Good night, Lanny. Good night, Lanny. Yeah.
Later, boys.
He needs a
Cheers.
handlebar mustache now, too. Yep. Good stuff there with Goose. Rich, let's talk because we haven't seen you as much as the other guys tonight. Your Canucks here. Are you concerned? 2 losses in a row. Hasn't happened often.
I think a lot of it could you're going to have ebbs and flows to a season.
Yeah.
No matter what you do, it's pretty unsustainable record, or definitely nothing that anybody expected. So I think it's just a little adversity to hit the sails. I don't think it's anything to worry about. I think it's normal part of a season. Part of learning how to play when you're at the top of the schedule, top of the standings.
Yeah, you got a bullseye on your back. Everyone knows you're good now when you play Vancouver. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're on the road and this, that, and the other. So the early starts aren't really ever something I look to bet. I don't always follow that good advice, but so yeah, for all those reasons, I think it's just it's a regular season. We're still looking good in the standings. Like, look bigger picture than like this micro little section of the schedule. I don't think it's anything to really be concerned about.
Yeah.
Once you start getting into Winnipeg territory, then
I agree. I mean, they played a really good game against Detroit today. They did. They just made a couple of bad turnovers that led to those 2 goals in the third period that tied the game for Detroit. Other than that, though, they were the better team for the majority of that game. There's nothing to panic about. Even if they were to lose tomorrow to Washington, which would be kind of bad, kind of disappointing, it's still not a reason to panic. This is a little grueling schedule with the travel and the road games coming out of the break. But I do think they'll respond the right way tomorrow. And like I said, Washington did Washington really snap their 5-game losing streak, or did Boston snap the losing streak for them? That's what you have to ask.
Yeah, that was a complete
That's what it
no-show.
looked like to me. Yeah, it was a no-show.
That's
right.
So bizarre.
Yep.
They go from getting booed off the ice against Calgary to like absolutely spanking Vancouver to getting booed off the ice again.
Yep. No, it was just.
So that's just mental, right?
To see that.
Not even there.
It's on
on goal.
Yeah. Oh, shit. LA almost scored again. Wow. How'd they miss that? Too much passing there. This is a critical moment in the game. If LA gets this to 3-zip with Edmonton on a back-to-back, it might be enough. But if this stays 2-0 and Edmonton gets the next goal, as I always say, 3-0 before 2-1, it's critical for the team with a 2-0 lead to get it to 3-0 before 2-1, as I always say.
And if you bet on Bet365, it's a cash if you bet the money line.
Yep.
Which I love.
All right, I'm going to, you know what? I don't want to just, park the bus here and not make any live bets. It's a little harder when there's only one game. Yeah, try to make room to, get some live bets going. But now be very careful with this because, it's been a, up and down night, more downs than ups with the live bets. Again, Winnipeg was the highlight of the night for me, cashing those two. And we had Toronto, Ottawa over. We had some wins, too. We had the draw with the Arizona Nationals. It wasn't all bad, but it's just, you always hope for better. The New Jersey-Carolina game hurt. It did a little bit. It was my second biggest position, the goals in the Devils-Hurricanes game behind the Winnipeg bets. So that's why that one hurt a bit. But I'm going to grab just a very, very small, because of the price here that we've got here, over 5.5 at plus 140 live with the Oilers and the Kings. Because Oilers are pressing and they're opening up, which they have to because they're down 2-0. So take a little small shot with that. They got to get more than 8 shots, though. That's the one thing. They haven't tested David Riddick as much. Max, the best bet for me, because you're right, we don't have a show tomorrow. So we technically didn't give out a best bet, obviously, today when we talked about the 2 Sunday games for tomorrow. I'll probably post on Twitter X tomorrow an official Ice Guys best bet for Sunday, even though we don't have a show tomorrow. But I'll tell you right now, it's probably going to be that Vancouver team total over 3.5 tomorrow. So that's probably what it's going to end up being. I can't see the losing streak extending to the point where they lose to Washington tomorrow, coming off this kind of loss today. And Washington coming off of satisfying win, too. I don't trust Washington to string 2 wins together either. So I'm going to look at what the price is on that. The price should be pretty reasonable, actually, on a team total over with the Canucks in that game tomorrow. So I think it'll be 3.5 with like minus 120 if I had to guess. Let me see. It's over 3.5 plus 112 at Pinnacle for the Canucks team total over 3. That's really good to get a nice plus price on that. Yeah, that'll be my best bet tomorrow.
Inside scoop.
Probably going to be Thatcher Demko versus Darcy Kemper in net because we saw DeSmith for Vancouver against Detroit. We saw Charlie Lindgren for Washington today against Boston. So you would think tomorrow back-to-back both teams you'll see Demko and Kemper. Edmonton buzzing, but to be honest with you, LA's defending very well. Yeah, they are defending well. Edmonton's got the puck in the offensive zone for several. Oh, there's a chance. Draisaitl. Oh, blocked. Yeah, Edmonton's got the pressure going right now. LA's just in survival mode right now. What a nice move Draisaitl just made. He did like a little sachet, as Doc Emmerich would say. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my. David Riddick. He finally lived up to that billing. Big save, Dave. Wow. That's a nice little sequence of goaltending there to keep it 2-0. Oh, and he robbed Perry, too, right on the doorstep. Perry, we got him at plus 500. Oh, my goodness. What a chance. Perry, all he has to do is elevate it. And he didn't. It's easy to say that now, but, at the moment, you see the opening and then it closes. But when wait a minute, if I had just roofed it a little bit, got the puck up in the air, I could have scored. That's a great save, though, by Riddick. Landon. Can't hear you right now. I think Landon's trying to...
Shit, I was double muted.
There we go.
With you're about 30 seconds ahead of me, so when you're doing the play-by-play, even though I know what's going to happen, I'm still like, he's about to fucking score.
Yeah.
Because I don't know about y'all. I've been on Corey Perry plus money on shots over goal. I'm gonna keep taking it at 2 until the books adjust. It was plus 140 last night, and now it went down to plus 105. So they're catching on. I mean, I think he's already got 1 shot on goal tonight at least. Or that was 1.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, if you find shots on it, because someone was talking about Lafreniere for the Rangers the other day. He'd been.
Yeah, that's right, Dave.
Over. Yeah.
Sorry, Dave said that was our fucking goal. That was our worm goal. Should have Earthworm Jim that shit. If y'all shout out to Sega Genesis.
Yeah.
You ever play Earthworm Jim? That game was the shit.
That was about as good a sequence of saves in a short period of time as I've seen from David Riddick in a long time. That was really well done.
I mean, he's playing above the back of his baseball card, though, as you say right now, right?
Yeah. Yes. And to be honest, it's not an easy game for him because he hasn't faced a ton of. What a save on Perry! And then he was like doing the splits when Kane shot it right into his chest. But still, I mean, you got to give him credit. That was excellent. Oh. Everyone says David Riddick works hard, so there you go. Will Ferrell at the game tonight. They're showing him on camera.
We'll do it live.
What are they checking? They're checking to see what maybe the puck went in, maybe it crossed the line. I don't think it did, but I think they're checking to make sure.
So who's the 49ers mascot? If Taylor Swift's a Chiefs mascot, like who's the big 49ers guy out in the media that's on the in the owner's box or that people might be cheering for? Is it the yeah, I don't know.
I don't think they have as much of that even though they're closer to 2, like being California. You would think they would have, like the LA Rams. Basically, the bandwagon fan is ripe for that, right? But you don't really see it. 49ers have a legacy, though. They're like the Steelers fans, just really like people 49ers fans all over I'm in Texas and see 49ers fans more so than even Texans fans. It's my team down in Houston, and we're in the same state. So, like, you see more 49ers, obviously Cowboys. But that's a good question, Rico. I think whoever needs some fucking more plays or stream plays should be jumping on the 49er bandwagon,
Yeah, I don't know. When that line came out, people were like, all the Swifties are betting the Chiefs, so the line just went sideways like a point or two one way. It's like, okay. All right.
They never bet a game in their life, and they just put that. That's a crazy thing about all these states especially in the U.S., legalizing it. You have a lot of money. You can't really look at the money and size of bets and be like, oh, the public's on this, because especially in an anomaly event like the Super Bowl.
Well, yeah, I mean, the Sharps got to get to juice back, so they got to switch the line. There could be a bunch of Swifties betting on this game as soon as the Chiefs were going to the Super Bowl. It's like, okay, this doesn't make a ton of sense here.
No. Yeah, Kyle Juszczyk's wife with the designing all those jackets there. She's become a hit.
Huh?
Julia Roberts, Niners fan, yeah, but I'm saying like it's no one like relevant.
Like who's waving the Niners flag if they win the Super Bowl? Like who's besides?
Oh, final score, John. That's a good question. Final score in the Super Bowl.
23-16 Niners. Chiefs. 23-16 Chiefs. Sorry, I jumped the gun. That's my bad.
I think I'll go 23-20 Kansas City. 23-20.
23-21.
Yeah.
Kansas City.
There, 23-21. All right. I think it's going to be right close to that total where it is right now. I think it will fall just below, but like into the low to mid 40s, I think is what I envision the total points in this game. I actually do lean under, but I'm not betting the Super Bowl under.
Ian, so that's
but the difference is last year. Yeah, last year, Rich, I loved the over. I loved it. I thought for sure that was going to be high scoring, Eagles and Chiefs, and it turned out it was. This year, I don't feel that way about the game.
No.
What about no offensive score on the first drive? Minus 125.
I'd like it more if
it was plus.
Honestly, if I know Kansas City has the ball first. One thing I am worried about is San Francisco getting the ball first, and they're very good usually on those opening drives.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah.
Oilers to the PP. Let's go.
Yeah.
Connor McDavid goal right here. Let's go. He's pissed off. You saw him in the earlier clips. He was about to break his stick.
Yeah. Here's their chance. Big opportunity for the Oilers.
You usually don't see any life out of that guy. Like he can't tell if he's happy. He's like the what's his face?
Stoneface.
Play for the Spurs. The robot. What's his name? Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's like that. You know, he doesn't show any assassin on the play on the field, but on the court, ice, whatever.
100% right.
But no personality. Like not even if you say he's in it or what. Like, let's go, McDavid. Oh,
wow! Kempe short-handed breakaway, stoned by Skinner. Wow. Not a good power play for Edmonton. They can't even set up right now. Shout out to everyone that's still watching, by the way. We've still got 57 people watching. We appreciate that. It is later in the night now, so appreciate you guys hanging in there. We'll be with you till the end of this game. But as soon as this game's over, we're shutting it down. Right away. Like right when that final horn goes, it's like, bam, we're going off the air.
That's what I should have done after the last Betcast, Ian, on the Patreon one.
Yeah.
When we shut down, and then like we were still sitting back, we had
not tonight, Landon. This is 100%,
I know,
1,000% for sure. Like
I'm saying, I should have shut it down because I wouldn't bet Hawaii second half money line for college basketball like at 12 a.m.
Yeah.
Oh, I got crushed, dude. I was like, I bet like their team total. It took everything in the second half. Rainbow Warriors, and I didn't find my pot of gold.
They're playing tonight against UC Davis. Yeah. I like UC Davis plus.
What kind of a rainbow is Hawaii Warriors when you can't do that for our guy Landon there, right? Not much of a rainbow,
Lucky Charms, no milk.
Basically
what happened. Wait, how about that? Favorite cereal? What do you think all time? Some Canadian cereal, Ian.
Oh, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, 100%. I love that cereal. Yeah.
Gotta go with the honeycomb.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch is a good one where
you wanted me to date myself with an old song. Whenever you say honeycomb, I think of that old song. I'm a walking, talking honeycomb. Well, a honeycomb, won't you be my baby? Well, a honeycomb, be my own. Want a good white without a honeycomb.
Shit or something.
That's like a 60s song. Or it may even be a 50s song. So it tells you my musical variety right there.
You got a large lexicon. That's what I was saying. I don't want to go to karaoke night with Ian because I'm just going to be buying drinks. I'm not going to try and go song for song with Ian.
Holy boys! I was watching a stream earlier, and all of a sudden I saw Hungry Knives like singing that for the next half hour while I was watching the Betcast. Hungry Knives. He needs a goal, and he looks
that's definitely coming in the rotation.
Yeah. Shout out to John Massey, who had the original.
I think he's the one that,
Yeah. He sparked it, but Ian delivered. Execution.
Lexicon.
Yeah.
It's growing. Yeah. There's been a couple of good additions lately.
It was so funny, Ian, when you're asking, like, I know y'all don't like it or didn't want, but you'd be surprised. It's like getting known for something, right? Like you fucking stand out a little bit, have some personality, have some fun with it. You can just sit out here and read. That's why it blows my mind. And people are like, we just get to the picks. Like, if you want that, then go to a blog, like read a fucking site, You don't come here with Ice Guys for just picks. It's the analysis and sometimes, what's going on in like, it doesn't matter. Like, everybody that's always like, I just want the picks. It's like,
that's what we do. We try to bring entertainment too. Exactly right. entertainment, and we talk NHL. We don't just give the picks. We want to talk about the games last night, some stories around the league, breaking news. Exactly. Trust me, the picks and betting, and everyone needs to realize this, will always be at the forefront of what we do. And it will always be the focal point. Make no mistake about it. Of course, we're a betting show. But that doesn't mean we can't talk about last night's games. Doesn't mean we can't talk about the latest trades that went down. Doesn't mean we can't talk about the coach that just got fired and some of the news around the league, some of the things that aren't necessarily directly pertaining to NHL betting. We try to bring that into the show as well.
100%.
Yep. But I know I see that all the time. Like we do our 30-minute rambling with the recap, and we talk about, Tom McClellan got fired. Sean Monahan got traded. Elias Lindholm got traded. I get to the picks. All right, we get it already. Get to the games. I see that sometimes. It's like, guys, it's a show here. There's a structure to it. There's a format. There's topics we got to hit. Yeah.
For sure. It's all about structure. And if somebody watches your show every day like I do, I know that you do that at the beginning of the show, and then you have the mid and then the end. And then you know that consistency every day. And that's important when you watch a show, because if somebody's going to tune in, you're going to enjoy all of it. And then if somebody's looking for this particular part of the show, they know what they're looking for. So, the content is consistent on your show, which is great.
Yeah. That was a great contribution. You're right. Me singing Honeycomb a minute ago is probably more of a contributing factor than the majority of the live bets here tonight. So I'm in the same boat too. How many live
Hungry
bets?
Hungry
Nice. I was going to say, Hungry Nice is right up there with the Calgary Sternums.
I thought of Matthew Nice getting lifted up by Austin Matthews, like in Dirty Dancing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like, let's go, man.
Can't quit you.
The guy that did that song is a hell of a singer, Eric Carmen, and he started in the Raspberries, which was a 70s group.
Ian, do you play any instruments? I can see you playing like the accordion or something weird.
No, I mostly stuck to piano and organs, like just, those kind of instruments. Yeah.
Play some Guitar Hero.
Yeah, piano and organ. Not skilled enough for the guitar. I'll pick away and it'll sound like shit.
Dude, I got my kid in this School of Rock, so like the Jack Black movie, they actually have a franchise.
Oh, yeah. That's
educational music places, right? So he's done a couple of shows, and it's actually the little guy behind me over here. He's at the AAC when he went to skate out with Jason Robertson. And it's a funny story because he's like, Tyler Sagan just grunted at me, Dad. I was like, yeah, he's kind of weird, whatever. Because he got to go dress out and skate with them. But they like if music lessons were like that, which is basically like, hey, do you want to learn the drums, a guitar, or keyboard with like actual songs that like classic rock, I would have been all for that. But you know what I had when I had a fucking recorder playing Hot Cross Buns, and like that's as far as my musical career went. Like they were trying to like it's pretty cool to see like what's out there now, and the kid, he loves it. He really does like going. They literally have band rehearsal and they're teaching him how to play "Smoke on the Water," shit like that.
Oh, great song. Oh, Deep Purple, man. Great.
A little bit of T-Rex.
Great tune. A little bang a gong.
Children of the Revolution. No, Children of B-side. Children of the Revolution.
Yeah.
And he's literally come down and playing the guitar. Like, so we have a babysitter come out while me and my wife go to date night. He brings the guitar down and he's playing. I'm like, what are you doing, dude? Here, trying to show off. But
we got a penalty at LA, almost a big open ice collision there. Ooh. Mikey Anderson. Yeah, that sounds a lot like School of Rock, what you were describing, no doubt. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they literally go and rent out like a steakhouse or a VFW, which is like a Lions club, and they have like an all-day concert where all the kids go out there and they put on. Oh, we're getting a little bit out of hand here.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, getting a little chippy here.
Yeah, right. Like you feel like you have to learn at a young age, Alex.
Oh man, I found it. There we go. I knew I'd find it on here. Here we go.
Oh shit.
Oh, let's go.
Look at those eyebrows, bro.
Be my baby, well, the honeycomb be my home.
Song I was talking
about.
Like here. Jimmy Rogers.
So bad.
Honeycomb, 1957. Only 10 years before the Leafs won their last Stanley Cup.
Hey, shout out to the
another Oilers power play.
11.
Oh, what a save, Riddick! Oh my gosh! Oh my, what am I seeing from this guy? He's playing outstanding here in this period.
Hey, Ian, that bit y'all did on Patreon for the goal song was pretty cool. You and Alex.
Yeah,
that was cool. I like
I
that y'all brought
appreciate
him up
that.
too.
Goal song video, yeah, we had fun doing that. That and the jersey video, we enjoyed that. Someone's lost a stick here too on this Edmonton power play. Edmonton buzzing
Do
here.
you think more teams are going to go to that, though, or like the individual goal song, like baseball walk-up songs?
I think so. You're already seeing it in baseball. Everyone's got their own choice of song that they take the batter's box with. Personal song choice. I kind of hope it doesn't go to the hockey because yeah, if they want to do it that way, give everyone their own individual song, fine. But I like that there's a team-wide song, in the majority of buildings. Like
Yeah, it gets the
Vancouver
fans
has
all into it.
Minds,
Engaged,
right? Dallas has Pantera. Detroit now is Eminem Without Me. Yeah.
Arizona Coyotes, that one is pretty sick.
That's a good one too with the Black Keys, Baby I'm Howling for You, yep. Which is a perfect fitting song for them theme wise, yep. Da 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 da. Yep. That's the song, Baby I'm Howling for You, yep.
Edmonton's goal song is pretty annoying, but it's catchy as hell.
Oh, Edmonton? Yeah, that's Fluxland. That's the old 90s Euro song. Whoa, 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 oh, 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 oh. It was a huge hit back in the day, yep. So far, so good for the Kings here. They're surviving. Edmonton's had a bunch of chances. Riddick's been big time. Here's McDavid zipping around. But he missed the net. Oh my gosh. Trevor Lewis just sacrificing his body against a ripper of a slap shot from Bouchard. That is sacrifice right there. That's why you need a Trevor Lewis. That's why you want Trevor Lewis on your team for shit like that. Taking a 110-mile-an-hour slap.
Push bomb to the face.
Yeah.
He was there for their last cup, wasn't he?
Yep. Blocks a million shots. Good defensively. He's not going to give you much offensively, although he did score earlier. But you need guys like that. You do. Can't win cups without them. That's a gut check penalty kill by LA, and good goaltending from Riddick too.
Riddick was once a Leaf too, wasn't he? A couple of years ago.
Yeah, briefly. Yep.
Third rounder.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah, Dave said he loves Vancouver's goal song. How could you not? Simple Minds.
I initially didn't like it as a choice for a goal song. I love the song. I've always loved the song. Don't you forget about. But I was just wondering if it was a good fit as a goal song in a big time hockey venue and hockey atmosphere. And I'm starting to change my mind. It's fine. Yeah.
It's just what the crowd gets into it. You look around, people are going to be singing it, and it's definitely it wouldn't be something I would put like, oh yeah, this is top of the mind when it comes to 80s. This would be a good goal song.
Yeah.
Well, there's the added degree of difficulty when something's going to be played frequently, so you have to find something that
people tolerate, right?
Yeah.
Can't be like, who let the dogs out every time?
Goals, and
Gosh, another penalty to LA. LA's just trying to. It's like, here, Edmonton, get back into this hockey game. We'll take a stupid, too many men penalty.
Yeah. DJ Smith's on that bench too, isn't he?
He is. He's an assistant now. Yep. Oh wow! Short-handed chance for the Kings. Missed the net though.
Yeah, Real Deal said he's a fan of the individual goal song, like specific song per goal scorer. I think it's cool, but I also like the team. I don't know. It's tough.
See that the way that Skinner made that save just now on coming down the right wing, kind of went like this with his arm to make the save. That as Doc Emmerich, if he was doing play-by-play, you know what he'd say on that call? He would have said shrugged away by Skinner. He used that word a lot, shrugged. Yeah. Shrugged for like an arm or elbow save or a shoulder save, and he'd say waffle boarded when the goalie made the save with the blocker. Waffle boarded by Skinner. Yeah. Yeah. Shrugged away. Yep. Sashayed. You know what I love too, Doc? Swaggered. He swaggered through the defense. Yeah. Swaggered. That guy's nobody's going to match him for vocabulary and different ways to say the same thing. Yeah. 10 different ways to describe passing that puck or clearing the zone or shooting that puck or the goalie making that save.
But the words elicit a certain visual representation
in his mind,
accurately represent what just happened. If you're listening, not watching, it's amazing. Yeah.
Amazing. Just off the top of my head, pitchforked, lobbed, wedged, nubbed, drubbed, spirited, foisted, skyhooked. You could go on and on with the words and the vocab, and he had the verbs to describe the movement of the puck. Yanked, chopped, hurried, careened, soccered, ladled, paddled, shrugged, like I said, foisted already, spirited, like I say, swaggered. Unbelievable vocabulary on that guy, Doc Emmerich. And of course, pitchfork is there's a reason why pitchforked is used. Pitchforked is when it's like you go on your backhand and you push it right up in the air, the puck out of the zone. That's where you use pitchfork to describe it. Yeah.
I heard sandwedged last week. Yeah. It might have been Kenny Albert, and it was perfect because it was just
it was like a golf swing. Golf swing, when you hatchet it like that. Hatcheted. That's actually one I heard from Doc once. Hatcheted. Yeah. Yeah. It's amazing. Yep. Yeah, that's a good one. Sandwedged. Yep. There's one he'd use not often, but a few times during a game when you basically bank the puck off the boards, off the boards, and it bounces off the boards to one of your teammates. It's like you're trying to play the angles. He'd sometimes say he'd angled it, but sometimes he would say, and he geometrically plays that one through to whoever. Yeah. Geometrically. Yeah. Only Doc. So a bank shot or an angle pass off the boards that goes to a teammate geometrically plays it through to Crosby. You'd only hear him say stuff like that.
Yeah.
All right, what do we do with this third period? If this again, we apologize. This is only the one game, but it's a very difficult game to bet live because it's a tight game. It's 2-0. I've already got these goal props. The good news is we hit Pierre-Luc Dubois. I have Perry and Laferriere in this game as well. 2 more goal props, and Perry got robbed in that period of a goal too. So that close to actually his goal prop cashing. But we're profitable with those 3 because. PLD was plus 430, Perry was plus 500, and Laferriere plus 450. But we're all 1 and 2 is the worst we can be, and it's still more than enough for profit. Careen, that's a good one, Dave. Yep. Doc would say that quite often. Yeah, careening it. Careened through the zone or careened out of the zone. They're talking about the Canadian Olympic projections again. The thing is a year away, and it just got announced that they were doing the 4-nation face-off during the All-Star festivities, and we're already trying to project the lineup and the roster for Canada. I can't believe there's so many people. I said this the other day. How are we ignoring Aiden Hill this much as a potential to make Canada at the Olympics? I mean, I see Binnington and I see all these other choices for goaltenders for Canada ahead of Aiden Hill. Some people didn't even put Aiden Hill on their roster. Are people worried that this
change?
Yeah, I mean, I get it. It's a sudden burst onto the scene for Aiden Hill. I get it. It just last year he goes on the run of a lifetime in the playoffs, but he was awesome, and he led the team to a Stanley Cup victory. And I know it's only been half a season this year, but again, he's looked terrific. There's nothing that we have seen from Aiden Hill that tells us, wow, it's a flash in the pan. We can't trust this guy long term to be good. So from that standpoint, in terms of the way he has played in net for the Golden Knights from the start of the playoffs last year to now, he is among the best goaltenders from Canada during that time, in my opinion, the way he's played. He's got to be in the consideration. He's got to be considered.
When do they do the selections, do you think? Like 6 months or?
I don't even think I don't think it'll be that long, that far away or far ahead. I think it's probably going to be a month to two before the event starts. And I think they're going to factor in a little bit of next year's regular season performance going into that. Dallas Stars is a good one.
I would bet
That
on
is,
him to be the leading, the number one seed.
Yeah.
I don't see his play changing.
Yeah, I mean, he should right now. He'd be on my roster. I don't know. Again, I'll leave it up to the coach whether he's starting or not. You know, the way he plays in the tournament will dictate that. But he absolutely should be on the roster. Aiden Hill, in my opinion. Yeah, Landon knows that one. Terry, the Pantera Dallas Stars goal song.
And I may or may not have seen Dimebag Darrell's chopper motorcycle at a gentleman's club in Dallas.
Really? There you go.
So, we get to see a little bit of the band locally. You can see them around, not just at the game, but also afterwards, entertainment-wise. So, you walk in there, literally, you got this big-ass chopper there. It was Dimebag Darrell's.
Get to the chopper, as Arnold Schwarzenegger would say. Yeah.
Yeah, Pantera is such a great band, man. They're so good.
Yeah, even with the lead singer controversy, whatever, back and forth. I can't remember that first guy's name, Jason something.
Yeah, they're a good back in disco, man. You give this love, or the Cowboys from Hell. The beginning of the song, Cowboys from Hell, the guitar riff, you just pump that right up.
Like, the hair on the back of your neck stands on end when you hear that. Absolutely, yeah.
Good song.
No one talks about them enough as to the strength of their instrumental and their guitar play. Pantera. You just look at them as some loud, metal band.
Oh, Cemetery Gates. You want to slow it down a little bit? Just listen to Cemetery Gates. Even that little riff, sick. Man. Yeah.
I'm trying to think of the song. There's a song I'm thinking.
Yeah, it'd be sick if they were still around and guys could play live in the AAC, like for a Stars game, but they didn't really get to see the song. Definitely overarched their time as a band and being together. But I always found it interesting, like Edmonton, they have that live band in the arena. It's kind of like a marching band type thing, right?
Oh, I know what that song is now. The Pantera one I was thinking of. Use your mouth for war. Use it for what it's for. That was a good one. There's Mouth for War. Yeah.
So many.
And Walk, of course. Walk is just incredible. That's like
what did you say?
Legendary Pantera
what
song.
Do you say?
Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me?
That'll make you want to fight. Then I don't know what would.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pantera's on tour right
5
now.
minutes alone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fucking shit. I think they might have just come to Toronto. I don't know.
See, that's the metal I like. I like metal with a little vocal, a little, melody, and Pantera had that. The metal I don't like is just the real heavy like death metal type of shit, which is
Icelandic shit.
That I can't get into. That's hard to get into that. Yeah.
They get some crazy shit. They're chanting in like Viking or Nordic, and they get the whole crowd to be quiet so he can then do some kind of like throat chant thing, and he's just beating his chest. Yeah.
Like, what the hell are you saying?
Sounds like Deftones for sure. Deftones is the best.
Yeah.
I don't even classify them as new metal. A lot of people try to put them in there. Like, no way. You know, they're leaps and bounds better than Limp Bizkit and Linkin Park, for that matter. I mean, as far as true, well, that time was be rock. I mean, alternative, right? But Deftones for sure. It's a shame that they're never the same after the bassist got hurt and everything.
Yeah, there's always there's something that goes on either behind the scenes, or there's the fracture in the relationship of the band, or there's an accident, or there's a death, or a passing, or something. There's something that always leads to the end of a band at some point. It seems it's like they're never destined to keep going on and on forever, unless you're the Rolling Stones. Apparently, they've broken all the rules in that regard. Still going, putting out a new album when like Mick and Keith Richards and all these guys are like almost 80 years old. And performing and touring still. That's insane.
Dude, longevity. I mean,
who
else can say original band members, right? Because like take Journey, for example. Yeah. They had a contest for a lead singer replacement, and now they're touring. But I mean, I guess that Rolling Stones, they really are most original band members, right?
Yeah. Keith and Mick.
How do you not get sick of so many fucking people, man? That's like, oh.
The only guy they've lost really is
I guess
Charlie.
the money
Charlie
does
Wood, the drummer. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, Megadeth was good. In My Darkest Hour. Yep. They had Symphony of Destruction. Yeah, they had some good songs.
I'm still salty about Metallica, though.
Uh-oh.
Did you put out the fire, Pearl?
I kept thinking Run to the Hills.
Yeah.
That wasn't Megadeth, though. That was Iron Maiden, that one. Oh, Perlo. Look at who's back.
Yeah, I told you I'd be
there
back.
There he is, yep. 2-0 Kings. What do you think here going into the third? What are your observations of the game so far?
Well, I don't know if you want to take my observation. I took Edmonton minus 0.5 second period, and that didn't work out. So I would say that, like, you think there would be a push for Edmonton here, but I don't know. I got the under in the game, so I'm happy.
That's
with
looking
that.
good. Yep. That is definitely looking good. Yep.
Yeah. I figure Edmonton comes out hard here, but I mean, I don't know if it's going to actually happen or not.
The only
might be a
energy
homer
level
pick
back
too,
to back,
so.
sixth period and 2 nights. Do they have it in them?
Yeah. But does LA, if LA tries to shut it down, are they going to be able to shut it down?
Yeah.
True.
They park the bus. Edmonton keeps coming. Are they going to be able to sit on the bus long enough, right? I think Edmonton.
I think Edmonton's going to have a good push here in the third. That's my lean.
So my bet stay too.
I'm not sure that LA is going to be able to hold it back for the whole thing. I wouldn't even be surprised if Edmonton wins the game in the third, to tell you the honest truth. You got Rittich in net. LA is not really doing
very good, to be honest. I couldn't believe some of the saves he made that period.
Yeah, he has been good, but it's still, it's still Rittich, no matter what you say.
Yes,
and,
I do agree with that.
No matter what you say, it's still Rittich. And I don't like the way LA played that second period, even though they did get up. So if they're playing back on their heels, I wouldn't be surprised if Edmonton comes and ties it at least.
Yep.
At least. Like what they did in Anaheim. Well, but that's Anaheim. It's a little different. So, yeah, I kind of look at Edmonton maybe to win the third, maybe 2-1. I don't think LA is going to come balls out here.
This end, LA can let teams hang around, and we've seen sometimes lack of killer instinct, and we've seen them blow. They have blown leads during this bad run they've had, but will they do it tonight? Because they looked the first period, they looked awesome. They did not have as good a second period, but it's still been a good step in the right direction for the Kings tonight, and I think it'll be interesting to see if they come out strong.
How much does Edmonton want this one?
Yeah.
Like that's really what it comes down to. Are they just like, yeah, they should want it, but how much does Edmonton want it?
Yeah, they want it, but it's can the physical stamina of back-to-back first time since the All-Star break overcome?
Yeah,
I'm writing the new coach bump.
With the Kings, yes.
Yeah, like until proven otherwise, that's been a.
There was no way I was
betting
betting Edmonton tonight for the first game for Hiller. No way. But there's still 20 minutes to go. I've seen this with Edmonton before. They're dangerous. You have to respect their ability to strike quickly.
What about Oilers plus 1.5 or plus 1.5 plus 160?
They do have a power play to begin the third for another minute 6. You can get, you're right, plus 1.5 right now with them. But it was still a very good beginning, about a plus price. Yep, plus 160 in that range. I don't think the Kings are giving up this game. I think they're playing well. They're going to see it through to the end, but it is tempting when I see that price. I'll say that plus 1.5, plus 160.
The problem is you saw a Dubois that looks like he's like psyched.
Yeah, he looks engaged. He looks locked in, dialed in. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that hasn't happened very often this year.
No, it hasn't. No. So
I
think he really did. I think he really didn't like the coach, and now he looks engaged. So it's kind of hard to take. Yeah, it's kind of hard to take Edmonton to overcome an LA team that looks like they're kind of gelling right now. So it's hard, but at plus 250 or something like that, they might be able to do it. See how angry they are. Yeah, I would take it. I would look at the third and see how angry they are in the first period, and then maybe you might be able to make a case for it. But. Who did they? Edmonton's going home after this one.
For one game against Detroit, then they're going back to St. Louis, Dallas, Arizona.
Weird schedule. Like, what kind of fucked up scheduling is that by the NHL?
Road game.
Yeah.
They've done that so many times this year. Let's go home for one friggin' game and put them back on the road for 5 in a row afterwards. Oh man.
Yeah.
Maybe they have no choice, but I don't know the inner workings of how they come up with this schedule, and maybe there's building conflicts, and I get all that, but you got to be better than that. That's asinine to put a team home for one game and then have them go out on the road for 5 more after.
My gut says that there's going to be a lot of goals in the third. So like 2.5, over 2.5 in the third or something like that. I don't know who scores them, but or both teams to score in the third at least. At least I would say that.
Which is plus 125. Which actually I might sprinkle on that. I don't trust the over 2.5, but both teams to score third period. Plus 125. I didn't realize the price was going to be that good. I thought it would be like minus 110 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take that. I'm in plus 125. Both teams to score third period.
Yeah.
Both teams get 2 days off after this game. For what that's worth. I don't know.
Right. Yeah. They're probably going to go balls out here, I would imagine. Edmonton certainly is. They have no reason not to.
I agree with that. They could be a little fatigued here, Edmonton. Now they've got this power play for the minute to start the third. What do they do with it is the question.
Are they going to just give up here, or are they really going to go like?
Oh, wow. Nugent Hopkins
I
just
think
got
they're.
stoned by Riddick.
Yeah.
They're in the zone. They're good pressure right now, moving the puck well. Great save a moment ago by Riddick. Really, really good puck pressure by the Kings, too. Like, they're not letting the Oilers have too much time to make plays with that puck. There's always someone getting a stick in the lane, converging on the puck carrier, two men trying to win a puck battle, outnumbering the Oilers a little bit. Yeah.
They know that this is like, we got to get this right now. And I would say both teams to score first period is a good or third period is a good play. I don't think this is going to be a soft third period at all. And I could seriously see Edmonton scoring two here. I could see it.
They had a great chance there on the power play, but again, this has been a solid evening here for Mr. Riddick.
Yeah, he's played well. Yeah.
You know what? The Kings seem to be, maybe it's just the energy of having a coaching change and it gets everyone on their toes, but they're skating a lot better now. It's probably the rest too.
Practicing a new energy with a new coach and stuff.
Yeah,
like
they're
that.
definitely, the energy is terrific for the Kings tonight. You can see it. They're competing all over the ice. Every puck battle is contested. See, Edmonton gets the puck and there's already someone right on their ass trying to get it back. Like, there's no time and space to make plays for the Oilers here.
I also think playing a back-to-back is harder coming out of a break than it is in the middle of a 20-game section that's continuous hockey, where you're playing 3 nights a week or 4 nights a week.
Really? Never really looked at it that way, but you might be right.
Your legs aren't just kind of,
Well, to be honest with you right now, Edmonton, this is one of the easiest, if not the easiest, back-to-back in the NHL. When you play LA, then Anaheim, or Anaheim, then LA. Because there's no air travel, and it's only a bus trip down the highway. Yep.
No, I like Edmonton in this period, at least. Minus 0.5 from what I'm seeing right now. LA is kind of like they are coming out hard here in the third. Like, let's just give it a shot. So, yeah, I like Edmonton minus 0.5 third period. Whatever you get.
Hey, what if the Oilers come back and win? Thanks Skinner just now. He robbed LA of a 3-0 goal just now.
Yep, and he's looking fantastic too. Like,
oh yeah, he hasn't
he's
played
looking really good.
He couldn't do much on the 2 goals. Good. Dubois was a good shot, and the other was a 2-on-1, and a great pass. Yep. Well, Kings, we got a little up and down flare going on here now. Yep.
Pretty low shot total up till now too. So, like, it just seems like they were kind of waiting for the third to do something. So, yeah. What are you getting for over 1.5 third period right now? Live bet.
Right now, the over third period total is now minus 150 over 1.5. Still a pretty good sizable price with it.
Yeah, it's a pretty good price. Or pretty high price. But I can see it. I don't think either one of these teams are leaving without.
I don't know if Knobloch's a pull the goalie down 3 guy, though. Not as sold on him being that. Although we haven't seen many instances. We haven't had many instances of his team trailing by 3 since he's been the head coach. To know.
Yeah, if LA scores first, then you're done on that one for sure. Yeah. No doubt about that.
That's what I think. You know what I might do here? We'll get crazy here. Not crazy, but 3-1 LA sounds exactly to me what this final score could be. 3-1 Kings right now is plus 475. I'm going to sprinkle a little on that. Correct score prop. 3-1 LA plus 475. There we go. We'll lock that in. Just for a little added fun. Small bets here. It's not like it's going to be catastrophic if it loses. Devils Hurricanes overs for me were much more catastrophic losing those than anything here in this late game with the live bets. McDavid's frustrated. I don't know about quit, but he's frustrated. He slammed his stick. He broke his stick on the bench at the end of the second period. He's just frustrated. When things aren't going well for him and the team, that's what he starts doing, McDavid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look for a penalty.
Yes. Gets all pissed off and upset. We've had like 5 minutes of continuous action here. No whistles. Oh, just as I say that, icing.
That being said, do I have this right on Betway? You got Oilers and Reg at plus 2,500. I mean,
it shouldn't be that high. 700 is around that. This is around plus 700 is what it should be on Edmonton right now. If I were to find 25 to 1 on Edmonton right now, even I might be compelled to sprinkle a little something on that.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting on Betway. Wow. In regulation right now, plus 2,500.
Oh, regulation. Okay. Thought you meant straight
in regulation, not money line, but in regulation.
Oh, okay. Now
even that makes like some sense to a certain extent.
Oh, rebound and a goal for the LA Kings. I think it's number 55 QB Quentin Byfield. Yep, 3-0 LA.
Yeah, 3-0 LA. All the bets are off. There's no bets now.
Going to be denied tonight. It looks like. Yep.
Yeah.
No, the puck was just there and slammed in by Byfield. Don't look now, but all of a sudden. This is with 2 losses in 3 games for Edmonton now after the 16 in a row, but they're still 17-2. It's still pretty damn good.
Yeah, it's still good. Yeah. Rico is on. You were on LA, weren't you, Rico? Is he still in? Yeah. Oh no, he's off. He was on LA. Probably should have been too, but.
Yeah, LA, just the coach. Now the question becomes: if LA wins tonight, do we ride this team now? Do they have a win streak in them? I think they might. They are. Remember, they were supposed to be one of the better teams in the West this year.
Yeah,
they had a decent time to gel, and if you're going to win the first game,
I say you ride it. I say you go back, you back them the next game. Yep, I agree.
Look at the way Byfield celebrated that goal.
Yeah.
Under McClellan, you didn't see that. He's kind of old school. He doesn't want you to celebrate or just whatever. He's like one of those, you score a goal, like act like you scored a goal.
They started a road trip in Buffalo.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've been there before. Act like you've been there before. But this coach seems to be like, no, celebrate, guys. Have fun. So that's something that you might want to look at going forward too, because this coach is like, let's have fun, boys. Let's have fun. So, yeah. It was a tough spot for Edmonton for sure. That's why my biggest bet was on the under, because I just thought that they would try to grind it out. And that's pretty much what they did. But, yeah. Now I don't know. Like there's nothing now. You could score nobody to score for the rest of the game. That would be what I would do.
Yeah.
No goals for the rest of the game. I don't know what you're getting on that, but
in the first period, I bet a live over 4.5. So I want to see 2 more goals.
Oh shit! Sorry about that.
I put that with the Kings win. So never say never.
Never say never. Yep. It's never over. Till
If they
it's
get
over.
one and then pull the goalie, that's my team.
LA Kings shutout is -135 right now.
That's pretty doable too.
I think that's a pretty damn good bet. I'm going to put that in. So who was on? Alex was on the 49ers. And Ian, you're on the Chiefs, right?
Yep.
Who
I am
else
on. I'm done losing money betting against the Chiefs last 2 weeks. And look, I thought Buffalo and Baltimore were going to have a good chance. I would never bet Baltimore if I knew Todd Monken was going to throw the ball 36 times and only run it 15 times. If I knew that was the game plan going in, I would say no, abort this bet. I'm not putting anything on Baltimore.
Yeah, I had
see
the
that
Chiefs.
coming.
Yeah, I had the Chiefs on that one too.
Yeah,
I had the Chiefs all the way.
I got to go on the Chiefs here. I mean, people are going to say it's, I know the narrative in the media. A lot of the talking heads like Kansas City, they're going to be the popular side. I get that, but popular side does win sometimes.
If you kill the run, then for 49, if you kill the run, I mean, you're putting it on a quarterback that he's a great quarterback, but he's never been there.
And let's be real. I mean, let's be real too about the 49ers too, about Purdy. He's been really good in a year and a half as a quarterback, but he started to be a little bit more inconsistent, a little more interceptions creeping into his game the last few weeks.
Yeah.
And it's his first Super Bowl.
He's never been there.
Yeah.
He's not Mahomes. Like, let's face it. He's not. He's
who's he going up against? The defensive coordinator.
Spagnuolo.
Pretty good.
Yep.
Yeah, he's pretty. Yeah. That guy's pretty good.
The guy can coach a little bit, just a little bit.
Yeah. Just a little bit. Yeah. And that's the other thing. I take the Chiefs defense too. So I take the better quarterback.
Right now you do. I mean, earlier in the season, you could say they were pretty close, but San Fran's defense has gone downhill a little bit the last few weeks.
Yeah. Aren't they young too? Like it's a young team. Like it sort of feels like when Edmonton was playing the Islanders back in the day before they went on their run. That's what it feels like. So
don't forget, Spagnuolo's won 3 Super Bowls, one of them with the Giants too. 2 with Kansas City, but the one with Coughlin, Eli Manning, and the Giants way back, like in 2008 when they beat New England.
Right. Yeah. I might be wrong on the Chiefs, but I think as long as you take away the running game, and I think they can with that defense, I think Mahomes can get her done. So I'll take the Chiefs for sure.
Gosh, if he wins this Super Bowl and gets what would be his 3rd Super Bowl, oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Upper echelon.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he might have
I was going to say the halftime scores.
Yep.
Yeah, and look at Andy Reid. Andy Reid was one of the better coaches to never win a Super Bowl. Like, look how far he's gone until Mahomes fell on his lap, and all of a sudden he's
now he could get his 3rd tomorrow night.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Up, Corey Perry getting shit stirred up. This is usually what he does when they're down in the game.
Shocking.
Yep.
Sorry, boys. I had to grab a little late night snack there.
No, that's okay. That's exactly what I'll be doing when we wrap up in about 20 minutes. Well, probably not even that. Probably be 15 minutes when this game ends because it doesn't look like we're seeing overtime tonight.
No. Pepperettes, cheese, crackers, and olives and radishes, man. Just a little charcuterie board I had made up earlier. So that's a rifle I got.
Yep. Everybody get their rest for tomorrow. Yep. For the big day ahead.
You taking a full day off tomorrow, Ian?
It is. It's going to be nice. I'll be able to sleep in tomorrow. I'm going to get all my capping. And it's a short card tomorrow for, like, I've already done all my Super Bowl handicapping. That's done. Everything's been sent out already. I've
been enjoying your show there for basketball and all that stuff like that you're doing. That's been pretty cool.
Yeah, well, that's going to be around moving forward year round, but for the next month it'll also be simulcast on the Ice Guys channel while we try to build up the subscriber count for the personal channel that I had to restart.
Yeah.
So for the time being, for the next month or so, all my personal shows outside of the Ice Guys, the other sports, they'll be simulcast on the Ice Guys channel as well.
Were you doing that before?
I was not simulcasting on the Ice Guys channel before. I was only putting those.
But you had it on your. I didn't even know, but you were doing it on your own show.
No. I do. I've got the basketball and just basically all the other sports. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I'm not a football or basketball guy, but I've been getting into it now, and I've been not doing too bad. I've actually been doing better at basketball and football this year than NHL, because this has been a tough year in the NHL. This has been really tough. Trying to find your spots here. I've been learning a lot this year in the NHL with this kind of parity that's been going on, but basketball has been pretty straightforward for the most part. So it hasn't been too bad.
Yeah. And like I said, basketball, I'm having a good hockey season. I'm not having a great hockey season so far. That's how I would characterize it right now.
Me too.
Yeah. But basketball has been phenomenal for the most part, start to finish. Like, it's definitely, and as you can see, I post the current stats on Twitter for my results, and it's hands down more profitable for me than hockey right now. Like, hockey's like treading along at like 5-6 units of profit on the season. It's like 23 in NBA and close to 40 in college. College has been crazy.
Boom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm about where you are too. Now I'm up about 100 units, but I mean, I play high units. So.
Well, yeah, your average unit size is like, you're probably doing 2 unit, 5 unit, that type of stuff. Everything for me is like quarter unit to half a unit per bet. High volume, but everything in that same range.
Yeah. If I was playing the units you are at, I'd probably be right around there too. It's been a tough year. It's been tough. I've learned a lot. If I were to do it again, I'd be playing a lot of more 2-pick parlays, plus 1.5 money line, because like trying to get an in reg or a puck line this year is not the way to go for most games. It's just way too much parity to do that.
Yeah.
This is the first year in a long time that's been like that too. It's been a while. So I don't even know if it's ever been like this. I don't think it's ever been this tight.
We've had a few years, but you're right. There's a little more variance in the results, I think, this season than what we've seen in the past. Jared Roberson asking over 3.5 a good bet now. Problem is it's minus 170. That's your first problem, or my first problem with that bet. The second one is I don't know if Edmonton will pull the goalie. I'm not sold on Knobloch being I'm down by 3 goals pulling the goalie coach. Like, wow.
I don't think so. No.
Yeah. So to me, it's not worth it at minus 170.
I think
if it gets down to even money, then maybe I'd take it, but not now.
I think a better bet would be for Edmonton to score the next goal if you're going to do anything. I think they will want to pot one against LA here.
Yeah.
So like that would be my better bet. Yeah. I think they could pot one here.
Looking like a team that's like, okay, we're probably not coming back tonight. Let's move along and on.
Yeah. And I think LA is very happy with that. If you can bet 3-0. I already did. I bet LA shutout at -137. So I don't think Edmonton's going to score a goal here. I already bet it. So yeah, if you can still get a decent price on the shutout for LA, then I would do that probably.
But we're seeing a glimpse of why we liked LA coming into the season. They don't need a goalie. They don't need a Marty Brodeur goalie to win games. But they do need a goalie to make good saves, not give up the bad goal. Tonight, Riddick's been that for them. But the problem is you don't always get Riddick being that way. And they need that more consistency.
He's been pretty consistent for a while now. It's almost like he got to end that narrative here. Riddick has been pretty good.
He has been better lately. And look, Talbot was really struggling before the break. And I think Jim Hiller, that's kind of why he went with Riddick tonight. Rewarding the guy that's been better the last few weeks. And that's been, what's Riddick's numbers? Yeah, look at 2.09 goals against, 925 save percentage. Now, there was some San Jose games, multiple San Jose games in the mix there, but you still got to give him credit. He's played really well. 3 San Jose games, you do have to factor that in. But, everything, 2 goals allowed to Colorado. Pretty good. 4 goals allowed to St. Louis, which was the loss, but I don't think he played terrible. It's getting rough now, as you would expect. 3-0 game. He was very good when they beat Nashville right before the break. I remember that too.
When you think about it, Riddick never really has had a chance to just ride it. He's always been in tough spots his whole career. They've always played him in tough spots, and I wonder if you just let him ride, what he could do, because it's not like he doesn't have talent. If you let him ride and give him confidence, I don't know, it might be all right. He's always had to play the back end of back-to-backs everywhere he's ever been. So
every NHL goalie is good.
Yep. See, there was an extra whack on Riddick there by Janmark for Edmonton, and Kings didn't take kindly to that. Don't paw around our goaltender. That's the reaction.
And that's good to see. I don't know if we were seeing that all year for LA too. This kind of fight a little bit. So
that's the thing. This is not a long enough sample size. Like Aiden Hill, even at the beginning when Aiden Hill started to catch fire with the Golden Knights, I'm like, wait a minute, there's only a few games. I need to see more. But he showed me more. He showed me the second round conference finals and the Stanley Cup final. He kept getting better as well throughout that run. That's what I need to see out of Riddick. This is a decent little run he has going now, but you got to see way more than just this to really be convinced. Yeah.
Power play.
I'm not gonna buy it. I'm not gonna buy it, but I'll put it in my back pocket right now. He's giving you enough to go maybe.
Sort of like Martin Jones last year in Seattle at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, I'm with Alex here. We got to pump the brakes on the Riddick praise. We got to see a lot more. 100%.
Yeah, Alex put that in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't argue with Alex because I've got my ass kicked on goaltenders with him enough. So I'll go with Alex.
And everybody's fresh right now coming out of the break. It's not like you played 8 games and 12 nights.
Yeah, I'm just saying you put it. I'll put it in my back pocket right now. He's looked good enough for me to go. Maybe. Yeah. I'm not like before. If it was Riddick, I would be like for sure team total over. I'm not going to do that now with him right now.
It's funny you mentioned Nick Bosa sack max. I actually like under sacks for the game, under 4.5.
Is that for a full sack? Because I know that is okay.
Yeah.
Well, for Bosa 450, I'm assuming that's one.
I think that's a full sack for Max's prop. Yeah, okay. Definitely liking under 4.5. I don't think the pass rush is going to be that big of an issue for either side, quite honestly. I think because the quarterbacks do such a good job getting away from that. So that's exactly in terms of the passing yards, over-unders for the passing yards. Purdy under. I actually lean to Mahomes under as well, but I like Purdy under more because I think they're really going to rely on McCaffrey, the run game, quite a bit. And I could see if it's a close game, Mahomes maybe throwing it a bit more at that point in the game than maybe Purdy would. So I actually, and I think, look, Mahomes has gone under his passing yards in each of the last 2 playoff games against the Bills and the Ravens. So he's very capable of going under again. I would certainly lean under before over with Mahomes, but of the two, I like the Purdy under passing yards even more.
I would look at Mahomes. I don't know what the over is on his running yards, but
under pass attempts is even better, I think, with Purdy. Under 31.5 pass attempts. That's really good, I think.
I would look at Mahomes for running. I think he's going to run a lot in this game. I don't think he's going to be throwing like he's going to be pressured, and he's going to use his run game. So I would take Mahomes over yards for running as well, because he's going to use every avenue he can have. Like, that's what Mahomes is. He's going to keep you guessing all the time. He's not going to pass. He's not like a lot of other quarterbacks. He's going to use everything he's got, and I think he's going to run a lot. So I would take that. And I'm not an NFL guy, by the way.
Unbelievable. Chris Knobloch, folks, is pulling the goalie down 3-0 with 5:37 to go. So we haven't seen Knobloch in these spots. When's the last time Edmonton's been down by 3 goals? So we don't have a book on Chris Knobloch as to what he does, but he's pulling Skinner with more. Like, this is even shattering what Patrick Waugh would do.
This is not even Cooper-like or Waugh-like. Yeah, this is crazy.
Is it still 4-on-4?
At the same time. Wow.
It's 6-on-5 right now. Yep.
Kudos to the guy. Kudos to the guy in the chat that said LA over.
Well, I need Edmonton to get one because I sprinkled on that both teams to score for third period plus 125. Yeah.
So
that would be a fitting end of the day, right? I lose a both teams to score bet, or I lose a bet of any kind because it's a David Riddick shutout. Like, seriously, what a fitting way to end the day it would be.
Yeah. Good for Knobloch for doing that, though. I mean, seriously.
We're going to lose anyway, he figures. But, what the hell? Give it a shot. Give it a whirl.
Yeah. You score one here, you never know.
Yep. Oh, backhand toward the empty net, but wide. Icing Kings.
Well, so now we know Knobloch is going to do this sort of thing.
Well, we'll have to keep that in mind. We'll have to keep that in the back of our mind, in our mental notes right there. Chris Knobloch will pull the goalie down by 3, and sometimes with over 5 minutes left.
Yeah.
I mean, this is definitely Patrick Waugh type of stuff right here. Yep.
It's really I got 5 units on the King shutout though, so I'm not liking this too.
Oh no.
I'm on that too.
You're on that.
I was wondering if they're doing it.
Yep.
If they would do it if it was 4-1, or if they're doing it because it's 3 donut.
Yeah, probably was not a wise bet.
I think they have they think they have a chance.
I'm probably chasing a little bit on that one, but yeah, there's still probably happening, but
well, they just need an empty net. They get the empty net.
Then
it should be over. Yeah. It should be over.
Yeah. It's probably not a bad thing, but it's more than likely they'll catch the empty net or something there. But this is the Oilers, so.
Little drama to end the night.
Yeah, lots of drama. 5 units. That's a pretty
Mucho
big,
pearls.
Pretty big. 5 pearls, yeah.
empty, but no, nothing yet on either side. Still 3:45 to go. Another clearance by LA. Probably another icing. Yep.
I got to say that I don't get steamed up too much, but the Rangers giving up that third goal yesterday, I was steamed for like 3 hours. I was so mad.
I'm sure you weren't alone. Yeah.
I had Chicago under 2.5 in that game, and Shesterkin. And you know what? That's props to Ian. Ian was the one that said, I don't want to do that because Shesterkin right now. And I think that's why I was more angry than anything, because you were bang on that one. So mad. So mad.
Yeah, I mean, Shesterkin, they got the win against Chicago, but, you know.
What the hell was he doing way out on that play? Like,
yeah, it was not smart. Yeah.
I'm fading Shesterkin now for a while until I see.
There we go. What's everyone doing for the Super Bowl tomorrow? Wings are on the menu for the party I'm at. I know for a fact wings will be one of the food items. So, well, typical football food. Yeah.
Yeah, we got a wicked party we go to every year. We booked the back room of a place where there's pool tables, there's dartboards, and there's a big screen, and like former workers and
that's good.
Friends we've been together for the last few years. We just go back there, and I made sure I went in there and I bought some squares on that Super Bowl board already this week. So
yeah, I got roped into doing a squares too with someone. I'm like, gosh, I get a million requests to do the squares.
Wow.
Squares.
Yeah, I know.
The only squares I want to be on is the Hollywood squares and be the winner on that. That's about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, $20 a square. I mean, like a couple of them or whatever. You just got to buy them at the bar that you're at. I don't want to go to another place and buy squares. When I'm watching a Super Bowl, I want to buy the squares on the board at the bar that I'm at.
Yeah.
That's the spot I'm at.
Do you have anything on the total there, Ian, for that game?
Very tough. Actually, I forgot to go in depth about the total as to what you value. If you think that both teams, if you think the pace is going to override efficiency, where you're going to get these 6, 7, 8 minute drives. I'm sure you're going to see a lot of 6, 7, 8 minute drives on both teams because both are going to run the ball. Neither one plays with a lot of pace. Kansas City really bleeds the play clock on offense. Then you would take the under because you think the pace won't be there, but you also think the efficiency won't be there in the red zone. You get that combination of the pace we're going to see from both offenses, and if you think both offenses are going to struggle to finish drives with touchdowns inside the 20, then you should be on the under in this game, 100%. Because if those two things happen, it will stay under. However, if you think that when these two teams are just so good with their red zone execution that even with these 6-minute drives, 7-minute drives, they're going to score a lot of touchdowns when they get down there, then that's the pathway for this game to still go over the total. So that's what you have to basically determine. Do you think the pace will override the efficiency, or do you think the efficiency in the red zone will override the pace? And I'm unsure of that, so that's why I'm not betting the total, or I have a very neutral stance on it right now.
If the Niners get into the red zone on a regular basis,
Kings scored.
Empty netter Kings.
Yeah, okay. Oh God, thank God I got 5 units. There's no way now that I'm going to lose my 5 units on that one.
Yeah, that probably means that the all she wrote for the both teams to score, because now they'll put Skinner back in and.
Yeah. But anyways, I think if the Niners get in the red zone, they have I like their chances, even though the Chiefs are so good defensively that they'll get their points. But how often are they going to get there? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like how often are they going to get to the red zone? And I'd say not as often as most people think. So if they get there,
they have good field goal kickers on both sides too. When you think of Butker and Moody.
Yeah. Like they say, everybody's having the best time of their lives on Super Bowl week except for the teams, right?
That's right.
Yeah, they're 30 miles away.
Yeah. That's 2 goals for Byfield, by the way, tonight. Byfield got the empty netter just now. It's okay, Connor.
I like the fact that the Oilers look pissed right now.
I know Connor McDavid looks like he's having a spasm on the fucking bench there. It's okay, Connor. You're not going to win every game.
Fucking, yeah, the guy hates to lose.
He set up the skills competition and he won it. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He hates to lose. He hates to lose. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, there's going to be a little Gatorade or some kind of celebration for Mr. Hiller tonight. First ever NHL head coaching victory.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Richie H, head coach bump.
Yeah.
New coach bump.
Yep. It really is a real thing. It's amazing.
75%, something like that this year.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. Yeah.
I think just Jacques Martin's the only one.
Jacques Martin. Oh,
they're looking for 5 right now, LA. They're getting greedy now.
Don't do it, though.
I'd be good with that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. Perlo conned me into taking a crack in there to come back against Philly in the 3rd period.
I didn't con you. Shit. You just
I got on the phone. Perlo. He's like,
I conned myself into making a lot of bad bets.
Hit my bet, and he's like, "Oh shit, Philly scored, and they're going on a power play." Oh, God, Perlo, why'd you call me?
You know, I look back on the night though. The best bet for the show was a great call and a great price. Plus 168 Winnipeg puck line first period.
Yeah.
I started thinking of that. The night doesn't seem so bad.
I tailed you on that one.
Yeah.
I had the Jets already, but
yeah.
But when I listened to the show, I was like, that makes sense. So, I tailed you on that.
It was a short turnaround revenge spot. It was Pittsburgh on a back-to-back after playing in Minnesota last night. Yep. It was just a perfect situation for Winnipeg to take advantage of that, and they did. Just like the LA Kings took advantage of a coaching change, and they responded the right way. The final seconds ticking away at Crypto.com Arena in LA. 4-0 final. The LA Kings shut out the Edmonton Oilers. A David Riddick shutout in Jim Hiller's first game as an NHL head coach. First win in his first game as well.
Somebody's got naked pictures.
Gotta be feeling good about that.
5th career shutout for Dave Riddick and first this season. Yeah, he's going to get the next game too. It's like he is officially going to get these starts until he hits the wall.
Yeah, I would imagine
it will. Yeah,
maybe. But you got to like the way it kind of feels Hillish here the way he's playing right now.
Yep, no doubt. Great betcast. Yeah. We're gonna wind it down right when this game ends, and we are. We appreciate everyone joining us tonight. One last time for the 49 of you watching live on YouTube. Well, first of all, before we go, we'll do one last to everyone on our stream right now. Perlo, Greg, Rico, Rich H, Landon, and everyone in the chat. Cheers for a great Saturday night Super Bowl Eve. There we go. Perfect timing because we're out. That was the last drop right there.
Time for food.
Yeah, exactly. Time for some food. Exactly. Can't thank all of you enough. Perlo, thank you. Rico, thank you. Landon, Rich, Greg, everyone in the chat as well. Hit the like button. At the end of the night, I was hoping it would be a little more profitable with the live bets than it was, but not going to hit it out of the park every night. This betcast, win or lose with the bets, this betcast hits it out of the park with the discussion and the fun, the laughs, the camaraderie, the company that we keep on these betcasts. It's awesome each and every time, and we thank everyone as well for joining us. Before we wrap it up, one last reminder about the show tomorrow. There is no show tomorrow. We're off on Super Bowl Sunday. We did preview the 2 Sunday games, Zach and I, earlier today on the Saturday show. And just to reiterate, the only bet that I have confirmed for sure for Sunday, and I'll make this a impromptu Sunday Sunday best bet for the Ice Guys for me. Vancouver team total over 3.5 plus 112. Indeed, Rich, you got it. Washington got a gift-wrapped no-show from the Bruins today. That's why they won. It's not that they did anything particularly good. And meanwhile, you've got the Vancouver Canucks after a very disheartening 3-1 lead evaporate, losing overtime. Demko back in net for them. They take care of business, I think, tomorrow against Vancouver. But rather than laying the price with Vancouver on the road, I'm going with the team total there. So there you go, Canucks team total over 3.5 for me for Sunday best bet. Thank you to everyone on the stream for joining us. Everyone in the chat, hit the like button on the way out. I'm Ian Cameron. Have a great Saturday night and a great Super Bowl, whether you're on the 49ers or the Chiefs, whatever total you're on, whatever player props you're on. Good luck. Cash some tickets. There it is. Landon's got it on the screen. Ice Guys forever.
Nice.
We'll see you again Monday, 2 p.m. Eastern, for a brand new week of shows right here on the Ice Guys. Good night, everybody.